Hello, how are you? Here I bring you a new novel called Superman Survival Guide. First part. A police car was driving on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, New York. Link controlled the steering wheel. As a trainee police officer, it was not easy for him to touch the steering wheel. Sitting in the passenger seat was his instructor, Detective Rami Bellin, but today he was wearing plain clothes. During the one-year internship period, the instructor will wear plain clothes for one day and then sit in the passenger seat without saying a word. The trainee police officers will patrol by themselves and handle all cases encountered. This time point is basically when the internship period is about to end. Many trainee police officers will fall here and say goodbye to the life of a police officer after working hard for several months. Link was very calm and drove the police car all the way, conducting daily patrols according to the patrol routes of the previous months. He was also lucky today. He didn't receive a single police report or encounter any illegal vehicles. The police car came to an intersection, and the signal light in front turned red. Link parked the police car behind a Ford sedan, then reached out to the onboard computer and entered the license plate number of the vehicle in front. Randomly checking license plate numbers is a common thing because there are too many vehicles in the United States, and many of them do not meet road standards. In addition, there are a large number of wanted criminals, fugitives, etc., who all drive vehicles. Random inspections have been proven and can indeed find people. Link was stunned for a moment after entering the license plate number. There was no information about the vehicle ahead in the police database, which was strange. However, he did not turn on the sirens and lights immediately because he could not park here, so after the traffic light turned green, Link followed the other vehicle directly. At a place where there were slightly fewer vehicles ahead, the police lights and siren were turned on. When the police siren sounded, the driver in front saw the police car behind him, so he turned on the turn signal. Link also turned on the turn signal, blocking the lane behind the other party and preventing a vehicle from rushing over and rear-ending him. A kind of protection for the car. However, Link pulled some distance away and kept a safe distance. When the other vehicle stopped, he unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed the door to get out of the car. The right hand is placed on the holster on the right waist. It is a Glock 19, which is a pocket version of the Glock 17, but it also has a 15-round standard magazine. There are 2 spare magazines in front of Link's left waist. Link was on the left, coming to the side and behind the opponent's driver's seat, using the B-pillar of the vehicle to protect himself. His instructor was on the right. The other party had already opened the car window and took out his driver's license. Only then did Link see clearly that the driver was a black woman, but the other party was dressed very formally and should have a formal job. Link didn't take the other person's driver's license immediately, but bent down and looked at the other person and said, "Madam, the reason why I stopped your vehicle is because I couldn't find the information about this car in the police database." As a police officer, he must inform the other party of the reason for ordering the stop. The black woman did not panic, but asked, "Why are you checking my license plate number?" Her question was very provocative. If Link didn't give enough reasons, she could sue Link for racial discrimination. Link didn't panic and still didn't accept the other party's driver's license because he didn't order the other party to produce his ID. Randomly checking, at the position of the previous traffic light, I happened to park behind you, and then entered the license plate number of the vehicle in front. This is our police practice. Link then said, "Of course, this is not the only situation. Such as improperly registered motels, unusually driven vehicles, etc. Random inspection is a common method." Understood. The woman nodded, but she still held up her driver's license. Link asked at this time, "Is this car yours?" "No, this is my workplace's car." The woman said, "It's an official vehicle." "Okay, please show me your driver's license." After finishing speaking, Link reached out and took the driver's license. After looking at it, he turned around and walked back to his police car. This black woman must be from the government department, maybe from the legal department. There are traps in the conversation, and ordinary veterans may not be able to handle it. But when she meets herself, she should stop thinking about being a monster. She is not an ordinary person. Link called the main station and asked the main station to check the license plate information. At the same time, he entered the woman's ID into the car computer. Sure enough, this woman was the prosecutor of the district court. The main station also failed to find the license plate information. Link prompted the main station to ask the local court, and this time he got the information. This car was a confidential vehicle. This matter is not under Link's control. Although this situation is rare, there is a problem and it is out of touch with the police database, but it is not something that Link, a trainee police officer, can take care of. Coming back with the other party's driver's license and handing it back to the other party, Link said, "Madam, you can leave now." "No problem." The woman was still playing with language. After verification by the main station, this car is a confidential vehicle of the district court. Link said, "The district court has made a guarantee, so you have no problem now and can leave." "I understand, but I will reserve the right to pursue it." This girl probably feels embarrassed, right? "Of course, this is your right." After Link finished speaking, he turned around and left, ignoring him. His instructor, Rami Varan, still didn't speak. The two returned to the car. Link started the vehicle, and then continued his patrol. This shift was the day shift, but they worked for 12 hours and didn't return to the police station until 8 o'clock in the evening. However, they were immediately called by the captain. "Tell me what happened today." The captain got straight to the point. It seemed that the prosecutor had called. Link recounted the story, and then Rami Varan also recounted it. After listening, the captain felt that there was no problem. First part. Link then said, when checking the license plate number, it was at the entrance of the XXX traffic light. The surveillance there should be able to capture it. "I know, you two can go off work." The captain waved his hand and let them leave. Link didn't ask about his performance today. That was the instructor's business. As long as he was not expelled tomorrow, there would probably be no problem. Indeed, there was no problem. Link quickly became a formal police officer, but he was transferred from the current police station. He needed to report to the West Midtown branch, which was the famous Hell's Kitchen. Link didn't complain, appeal, or yell about how unfair it was. Instead, he sorted out his locker, packed up his police uniform, and left happily. Hell's Kitchen, where there are many gangs, crimes are endless, and there are always gang fights, which is extremely dangerous. Link is not afraid of the chaos in Hell's Kitchen because he is strong enough. As a time traveler, he has his own golden finger and a superhuman body. Just a year ago, the original owner Link graduated from the police academy and celebrated with his classmates at night. As a result, he drank too much and accidentally fell on the roadside on the way home. And the same soul named Link occupied his body and devoured his soul. From then on, Link changed. When he got up from the ground and returned home according to the original owner's memory, this was a 3-story townhouse built in the 1950s. One door and one household, Link was the only one in his home. The original owner's parents had a car accident a year ago, leaving behind a house and some savings, and then received a huge insurance compensation. Link quickly adapted to his new identity, but then checked some news and found that there was Stark Industries and Tony Stark himself in this world. This is clear. As the guiding light of the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark has become the most dazzling beacon here with his high-profile style. This made Link panic. He tossed and turned until the early morning before he fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun shone in the bedroom, making him warm all over. He was sealed in the bed for a while. As a result, his body soon produced some reactions. His body seemed to be constantly strengthening. This discovery made him a little confused. Without a system, he had to figure everything out by himself. In the following days, Link worked hard to complete his internship on the one hand, and continued to bask in the sun on the other hand. Fortunately, he was patrolling on the street, and even if he was sitting in the car, the sun could still shine on him. When he was resting, he basked in the sun in his bedroom. With the emergence of some abilities, such as X-Sight, super hearing, etc., he was sure that he had a Superman's body. So, when going to Hell's Kitchen, it should not be himself who should be worried, but those guys. Link did not have the idea of becoming a superhero. He would not seek trouble for no reason. His idea was to find an opportunity to get an infinite gem, and then fight them to death. After Link arrived at the West Midtown police station, he was assigned to a separate group. In other words, he, a newly promoted police officer, had to drive a police car to patrol. The salary of police officers in New York is not high. College graduates like Link can get a starting salary of more than 50,000 yuan, which is an annual salary. However, in the international metropolis of New York, this little money is really not much. Of course, there are also high overtime pay, which is also the main source of income. But the account is not calculated in this way. American police are originally a high-risk profession. In this country where guns are rampant, you don't know who has a gun and who will suddenly pull out a gun and shoot you. Working under this red high pressure, working 12 hours per shift, this high-intensity work pressure makes many people unwilling to be New York police officers. Therefore, the police force has always been insufficient, especially in the West Midtown police station. It is difficult to have all two people in a group in the famous Hell's Kitchen. Link's arrival just adds one more person. And it is said that he offended the local prosecutor, so he simply let Link be in a group by himself. Anyway, he is a formal police officer. Link didn't care about it. He received a Glock 19 as his police gun and bought a Glock 26 as a personal gun. This is a firearm that can be worn after get off work. When working, it is usually placed at the ankle to hide. The first few days of day shifts were fine, but trouble came when the night shift came. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Link drove the police car out of the police station and drove towards his patrol route. Hell's Kitchen at night was very dangerous, and gunshots could be heard faintly. Link kept listening to the radio and drove slowly on the street, looking back and forth. Except for some vehicles, no one could be seen on the street, but Link's eyes let him clearly see some people hiding in the darkness. They were dressed like some street thugs. They hid far away when they saw the police car. When the police car passed, they came out to party again. Attention all personnel, a gunfight has occurred in the XXX block. Police officers nearby, please go immediately. A voice suddenly came from the main station. After Link heard it, he picked up the microphone to inform that he would go, then turned on the police lights and sirens, turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed out directly. When he approached, he heard gunshots from a distance. It was very chaotic. Link turned on super hearing to determine the situation ahead. This was a fight between the Russian gang and the Irish gang. The strength of both gangs was not weak, and they competed fiercely in the call girl industry. Especially some high-end customer groups, they paid a lot of money, but their requirements were also high, and they even had some special fetishes. This information was naturally not said by the two warring gangs, but by the patrol police officers who were watching the excitement nearby. The moment Link turned on super hearing, a lot of voices gathered. The nearby patrol police officers did not rush to the scene as quickly as he did, but turned on the sirens and then drove around in police cars. The highlight is the creation of a tense atmosphere, but I just don't get involved, you can do whatever you want. Link wanted to step on the brakes, but his right foot never left the accelerator and continued to move forward at high speed. He was new here and was sent to Hell's Kitchen because he offended a local prosecutor. The prosecutor is responsible for reviewing the case. The police arrest the suspect, then investigate, collect evidence, and complete the chain of evidence before submitting it to the prosecutor. If the prosecutor reviews the case and there is no problem, then he can file a lawsuit. It can be said that this is strangling the police. Link is now a policeman. He needs a job. Of course, he can also not work. He will not lack money with his superpowers. He can get rich by going to Las Vegas, but he is also easy to be targeted. People always have to find something to do. For him, there will be no lack of wealth, and he doesn't have to fight for wealth. Then find an interesting job. The profession of police, especially American police, makes him feel very interesting. If he gets tired of it one day, he can resign, but now is the fresh time. Buzz, the accelerator is stepped on the bottom, the police car roars, and Link quickly arrives at the location of the exchange of fire. In a restaurant ahead, a group of people used vehicles as cover outside and kept firing at the inside. This is a restaurant belonging to the Russian gang. Although the firepower of the Irish gang is strong, they are just gangsters after all, not soldiers, and they have never rushed in. Link pointed the front of the car at the Irish gang, then pushed the door and got out, pulling out his gun and pointing it forward, NYPD. Is this a rookie? The leader of the Irish gang was surprised to see a police car with only one police officer getting off. Only a rookie would rush over like this in Hell's Kitchen. NYPD, put down your weapons. Link shouted again. Kill him. These gangs don't care about the police. Although it will be troublesome, it's not a big problem. Bang bang. Immediately, several people turned their guns and shot at Link. Link was not in a hurry. He lowered his head and hid behind the car door. The front two doors of each police car were equipped with bulletproof steel plates. Call the main station. There was an exchange of fire, the other side shot at me, requesting support. Link reported the situation calmly. Others want to watch the show? That's impossible. Now I am at the scene, and the gang opened fire on me, which means they opened fire on the police. You can choose not to support, but the subsequent problems will be big. After all, the police are our own people. If you don't support others today, will others support you tomorrow? After Link reported, he turned on his X-ray vision and looked forward through the car door. After firing a few shots at him, the gang members ignored him. How careless. Link muttered, then stood up, holding the gun with both hands and fired, bang bang. He fired continuously, the pistol did not move in his hand, as if there was no recoil at all, and the bullets flew towards the target one by one. Puff puff. One by one, the heads were hit, and the red and white ones scattered out together. In an instant, most of the members of the Irish gang were cleared out, and the firepower dropped sharply. The rest reacted and turned their heads to look over, and found that their companions fell to the ground. Damn it! The leader was dumbfounded, but he was not stupid. Retreat. They wanted to run. Bang. Link heard it clearly, and another shot was fired in an instant, directly killing the leader who gave the order. NYPD, put down your weapons. Link warned again. Multiple warnings are necessary. This is a problem of procedure. Link never makes mistakes in the procedure. The remaining members of the Irish gang were scared. Some of them dropped their weapons and raised their hands. The opponent's shooting was too accurate. Who can bear being shot in the head? With someone taking the lead, the others would naturally not resist. They were just caught by the police, which they were familiar with, but they didn't need to be shot in the head. They stood up, but they forgot that the Russian gang members in the restaurant were still there. The firepower suddenly decreased, and then they saw the guy who attacked them raised his hands and stood up. They were already bloodthirsty and didn't care why. They picked up their weapons and rushed out. Bang. Duh. Various weapons fired, instantly destroying the Irish, and directly emptied their magazines. They didn't look in Link's direction. After changing the magazines, they were ready to go up and shoot. NYPD, put down your weapons. Link shouted again at this time, attracting the other party's attention. They turned around, and at this time their guns were aimed at Link, and Link fired decisively. Bang, bang. This time he controlled the firing rate and only killed 2 people, giving others time. Subconsciously, some of them fired in Link's direction. Link saw several bullets flying towards him, but none of them could hit him, but some hit the police car. He then continued to pull the trigger, ending all their lives. For a while, the surroundings were unusually quiet except for the sound of sirens. Link knew that there were almost no living people at this time, only a few seriously injured people lying on the ground groaning. He reported the situation to the main station again, announcing that the place had been controlled and a large number of ambulances were needed, and then he walked over with a gun in his hand. The surrounding patrol teams arrived at the scene one after another, and they secretly cursed Link in their hearts. This rookie who had just been promoted really didn't know how to behave. But it was also true that this man had just arrived, and he was in his own group, and no one taught him the rules of Hell's Kitchen. It was not easy to be a policeman here, especially when the salary was so low. What was there to fight for? When they came here, they found that the gunfight seemed to be over, and the rookie was searching the scene. So everyone got out of the car. Hey, rookie. Link turned around and smiled at the other party, saying, "You came just in time. I was just worrying about how to deal with the scene." Link put his gun back into the holster, and then took off his duty belt. "I shot and killed a lot of people. Who is in charge of the scene?" The police officers were all stunned. They hurried forward to check the situation. There were only a few seriously injured bodies on the ground, and they were breathing less and breathing more. Link was sent back to the branch. At this time, the people in the branch looked at him with a shocked expression. There were more than 40 people in the two gangs at the scene, and only 3 were alive for the time being. The reason why it was temporary was that it depended on the effect of the rescue. It was uncertain whether they could be rescued. And Link took the commander on the scene and described in detail what he did at the time and the number of people he shot and killed, more than 20 people. "This is terrible. People from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have arrived, and the police union and union lawyers have also arrived. The union and lawyers are on his side, but Link still has to accept inquiries from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He has no right to remain silent. If he remains silent, he will need to give up his job." Police Officer Keith Lin, "Can you describe the situation at the scene in detail?" someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs asked. Link directly began to describe the specific situation in detail, from receiving the news from the main station to receiving the police call himself, all the way to the end. "Originally, I had controlled the gunmen outside the restaurant, but the people in the restaurant suddenly rushed out and shot at these people." Link finally said, "I can only warn again, but there are 8 of them, and each of them holds a gun. Weapons were pointed at me. I can only kill them." The person from the Ministry of Internal Affairs said again, "Why did you shoot him in the head?" According to regulations, police officers give priority to protecting themselves, and at the same time, they have the right to kill suspects when facing threats. Link said, "There were more than 40 people at the scene, so there were even more weapons. I was only one person, and it was my first time to shoot. It is to deter the other party and also to reduce their threat. The second shooting was more for self-protection. The power of Glock 1 caliber pistol bullets is too low. If the target is a larger torso, it will be difficult to effectively eliminate the threat." The Ministry of Internal Affairs officer asked again, "Are you confident in your marksmanship?" "Yes, I am full of confidence in my marksmanship, and the scene will not give me too much time to think. My chance may only be once." Link showed strong confidence. The Internal Affairs Department didn't have many questions. They were mainly aimed at verifying the situation at the scene. They would then compare it with the investigation results at the scene to see if Link had lied. Killing gang members is not a big deal, as long as the procedure is legal, and not everyone on the scene is killed by Link. According to Link, he has controlled the situation outside, but he is only one person, so it is not easy. If it were normal times, then this matter could be publicized, but not now. Too many people have died, so it is best to keep a low profile. The union and the lawyer asked Link if he needed more help, but Link refused directly. There was no problem with his procedures. "And this time, I mainly want to establish my authority, whether it is in the West Central City branch or in Hell's Kitchen, to let them know how powerful I am, which will reduce a lot of trouble in the future, and it will be much easier to investigate cases in the future." After being questioned, Link went to the locker room, took off his police uniform, and hung it in the cabinet. He was wearing a white cotton t-shirt that clung tightly to his body, outlining his muscles. He was wearing dark blue jeans and a pair of brown Martin boots. He is 1.85 meters tall and has a slender figure. His muscles are not the explosive type. Wear the X-type armpit holster on your body, and put your Glock 26 in the right armpit holster. There are 2 spare magazines on the left side. Finally, he put on a brown leather jacket, put the police badge on his belt, and took out a helmet from the closet. He doesn't drive but rides a motorcycle to and from get off work. Just one policeman. A meeting was being held in the Irish gang's headquarters, but their temper was not very good. Today was originally a successful attack. They were well prepared and caught their opponents off guard. Before taking action, he also sent out people to snatch the girl controlled by the other party. As a result, they failed, more than 30 people died, and their own strength dropped a lot. Yes, according to the police officer we bribed, there is only one Chinese police officer who has just become a full-time officer. He deserves to die. FK, I want all his information, and I will kill him within 3 days. Regardless of whether the Irish were angry or the Russians were angry, they were attacked, but the last man was killed by a policeman. They don't know which side to deal with first now, but a lot of their girls have been taken away, so they might as well snatch the girls back first. Those are their cash cows. Now that they don't have a girl, how can they start work? Link was placed on temporary administrative leave, but only for a few days, because the situation at the scene was very clear and there was no doubt. The sun shone on the bed in the bedroom. Link squinted slightly, lifted the quilt, and let his whole body bathe in the sun. He stretched lazily and felt comfortable all over, but he still got up and was ready to find a house. Yes, he is planning to sell the house here. After all, he has come from time and space and has no feelings for this house. Moreover, the decoration in the house is a bit old. At the same time, he does not like this kind of residence. The most important thing is that he is the only one living here and needs to take care of it by himself. This house is so lifelike, with so many different things, it's not easy for him to deal with or renovate it. His current job is in Manhattan, which is far away. His home is in Queens, so it would be better to buy a high-rise apartment in Manhattan with housekeeping service. Of course, the price is definitely not cheap. Now he has hundreds of thousands of dollars in his hands. He had paid a large amount of inheritance tax before, which made him complain for a long time. Go check out the house first, preferably on the top floor, so that he can get better exposure to the sun. This is the key place. No one can stop a Superman from sunbathing. After getting up and washing up, Link made breakfast for himself, and then rode his motorcycle straight to Manhattan. He actually wanted to go to Las Vegas, but he was on administrative leave and couldn't leave New York. He can only go and see how the house is doing. If it doesn't work, he can get a loan first, which may be more normal. Then he waited until the holidays, went to Las Vegas for vacation, won a large sum of money, and came back to repay the loan. Try not to be too abrupt. Plans and other things always change quickly, so we'll see what happens when the time comes. Anyway, you don't have to spend money to look at a house. The real estate agent who made the appointment was already waiting for him at the company and was very enthusiastic about Link. After all, Link requested a penthouse apartment in Manhattan. Without knowing Link's job, the agent filled up a lot of information in his head. Of course, Link still needs to stay away from the Stark Tower under construction to avoid future Chitauri attacks. Mr. Lin, these are the apartments I have selected for you. The agent has already prepared, and the information about several apartments that meet the requirements, including some photos, maps, surrounding environments, etc., are all displayed. Link was very satisfied. This could save a lot of time, and he looked at it seriously. There are old ones and new ones. They are all penthouse apartments. Of course, the prices are not low. The cheapest ones cost more than $1 million, and the expensive ones cost tens of millions. This was the fall of 2006. $10 million at this time was a lot of money, and it could double or triple in value in the future, especially after the Chitauri attack. Link mainly looked at the conditions and ignored the price. One of the apartments caught his eye. The ceiling of the living room on the top floor was made of glass. The entire apartment building has 18 floors, with 2 elevators in total. There are 3 households on each floor, and the apartment types are different. The 3 households on the top floor share the rooftop. The 3 apartment types are different in size and price. For a single person like Link, he can live in the smallest apartment, but that is also a layout of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. In addition, the master bedroom has a cloakroom. As for the storage room, it is not included, but it is inevitable. There is a large living room at the entrance. The ceiling here is glass, and sunlight shines in during the day. The apartment has not been renovated yet, but it is sold first, because the decoration will be modified according to the needs of the buyer. The whole apartment is renovated at the same time, and private decoration is not allowed. The apartment in America is not yours to decide once you buy it. There are many requirements and regulations. Even after moving in, an owner's committee will be established. In the future, if you want to sell the apartment, the buyer still needs the review of the owner's committee, otherwise you can't sell it. Link was attracted by the glass roof, so he took out the information and asked, "Can we go take a look here? I like this glass roof very much. It would be best if I could go up to the rooftop to take a look." Of course, there is no problem. The entire apartment has just started to be sold, and it has complete property management and services. The agent immediately said enthusiastically, "Mr. Lin is single, and the smallest apartment is very suitable for you. And the apartment has housekeeping services, but the overall decoration style of the apartment has been determined, so the owner can only make adjustments in terms of functionality. For example, 3 houses can be used as bedrooms and studies. Is this acceptable to you?" "No problem." Link nodded and said, "I don't have any artistic skills, so I am more willing to trust designers, as long as the quality is good." "Of course, you can rest assured on this." The agent stood up immediately. "Shall we leave now? Are you driving?" "Mine is a motorcycle. Let's go directly to the apartment to meet up." Link said, "If you are satisfied, I will not look at anything else and directly make an appointment with my lawyer. We can sign the contract at an agreed time. But I want to know about the payment method. After all, the house I live in still needs to be sold. Can I pay the deposit first?" "Of course, we have a variety of payment methods, and we can also handle loan business for you. The broker doesn't care about the payment method at all. As long as Link signs the contract, he can get the commission." Link was one step ahead on his motorcycle, while the agent drove his own car, so Link got there first. This apartment is located southeast of Central Park. The location is extremely advantageous. If Link buys the penthouse apartment, he can overlook Central Park from his home. The land around the central apartments has always been in short supply. If you buy a piece of it, you will make a fortune. The smallest one that Link is interested in has an area of more than 220 square meters and a price of $2.4 million. It has luxurious decoration, furniture and soft furnishings. The price is equivalent to more than $10,000 per square meter. It's definitely not cheap in this day and age. Link feels pretty good. Counting the cash and the sale of his own house, the money is almost enough. In this way, he doesn't need to win much to go to Las Vegas, just a few $100,000 is enough, and the purchasing power of $1 is very strong. However, Link carefully turned on his X-Vision and looked at the entire apartment up and down. There was no problem with the quality at all, so he was sure. "This is really nice. It seems I don't need to see anything else," Link said to the real estate agent. "This is a wise decision. If you look too much, you will have too much hesitation." The agent was happy at this time and praised Link. "By the way, how are you going to pay?" "Deposit, and then I will start selling the current house," Link said. Naturally, the agent was unwilling to miss this opportunity and immediately asked, "Can I ask where you currently live?" "Of course, I live on XXX Street in Queens. It is a middle-class community. The 3-story apartments were built in the 1950s and should be sold for more than $1 million. Link introduced the situation, then still left behind by my parents. So that's where it is. As expected of a real estate agent, he immediately knew the specific location. "Mr. Lin, you are so lucky. This development company has purchased the house there." "Huh?" Link was stunned. "The development company is acquiring the property?" "Yes, they not only develop, but also rent. The other party introduced, they have a lot of properties in your neighborhood. This kind of acquisition has always happened, but it is also based on location selection. For example, in your place, the buildings are generally from the 1940s and 1950s, and the location and surrounding environment are good, so they will acquire it. Normally they can be rented out, but after acquiring a certain amount, they will develop it." Link suddenly realized that land in New York, especially in Manhattan, was hard to come by, and the competition was fierce. A real estate development company alone cannot survive by selling houses. Every project is strived for excellence and strives to maximize benefits. Moreover, other income is needed to maintain the operation of the company. "What about the price?" Link asked, their purchase price won't be too high, right? No, the price is usually the market price, or even a little more. After all, they make money by renting it out, and it is for the benefit of the future. The real estate agent said, and now it is very convenient for you, you can stay here forever finished here. Okay, then let's talk to them, but won't you make any commission? Link asked. How can a real estate agent like this not earn a commission? Lin Xinsheng, our real estate agency also belongs to this development company. The agent relieved Link's doubts. It seems that he still doesn't know much about business matters, but it doesn't matter. Since it's convenient for him, he doesn't need to hesitate. Yes, as long as the price is right. Link agreed immediately. The next thing is simple. The other party offered Link's current house a price of $1.8 million. This price is not low, but Link owns the land property rights, and the development company values this property rights. Of course, it turns out that this apartment was purchased for just over $10,000. It was in the 1950s and was purchased by the grandfather of the original owner. Link agreed directly, and the transaction went very smoothly. Link could continue to live there without paying rent. Then Link signed a contract to buy the top-floor apartment, and then communicated with the design team of the open company. The overall style is fixed, and Link will not dwell on the style issue. He adjusted the functions of some rooms. One of the public toilets was changed into a laundry room. With such a minor adjustment, he did not need so many toilets. Link was not a Native American, and he did not like to hold any parties at home. He would rather spend money to hold it outside if necessary. Link himself is a homebody, and his reason is not bad, basking in the sun. The only problem now is that Link has no money. Of course, it may be enough for life, but after moving into the apartment, he can't afford the annual property fee alone. But there is no hurry now. He uses the remaining rest time to start sorting out the things at home. The furniture does not need to be moved. These have been acquired by the development company, so they can rent them out directly, just some simple repair work. After all, the long-term goal here is to develop new real estate projects, and decoration is a huge waste. He sorted out the things at home, donated his parents' clothes and other things, and donated some of his own clothes. He now wears police uniforms most of the time. He usually wears jeans, leather jackets, and t-shirts for rest. Because of his strong body, the winter in New York has no effect on him, and it also conforms to the dressing habits of people here. Link is reducing the burden of moving, such as not moving electrical appliances, and he will not even carry kitchen utensils. He sorted out the most photos, and he would not throw them away. After all, they occupied everything of the original owner, and they always had to leave traces of their existence for their family, and at the same time, they also gave him a sense of existence. He carefully sorted out these photos, and bought a lot of photo albums to put them up. When he moved to the new home, he could use some photo frames to decorate the house. In the future, when he has children, he will also give them a place to go. This is something that is deeply rooted in the bones of Chinese people, especially since Link came here halfway. There are not many things left, such as most of the original owner's childhood things that have to be thrown away or donated. In the end, he did keep the tableware and tea sets. These were carefully matched by the original owner's mother, so he was reluctant to throw them away. They were very exquisite. Link, you have to come to the bureau. The captain called Link. Link was very surprised. He was not notified to go back to work, but to go to the branch. Is there any change in this matter? Riding on a motorcycle, he came to the West Midtown branch and found that the government affairs, unions, and lawyers were all there. Link asked curiously, is the on-site investigation result inconsistent with what I said? No. The captain asked him to sit down. Your case has been investigated clearly, there is no problem, and you should have resumed work today. But the captain looked at him and then said, the Irish gang sent a message to deal with you. This is a provocation to us. Link suddenly realized that this matter, I am not afraid of them, and I am in a group by myself, and I will not implicate my colleagues. Let them come to me. No, Link, this is not a matter of one person. The person from the Ministry of Internal Affairs stood up and said, this is a provocation to the entire New York police. We will never allow this to happen. Yes. The union also spoke, the morale is already low. If you get into trouble again, the morale of the entire New York police will be gone. There is a thorn in his words, but the people here are not responsible for the salary issue, so it is useless for him to be thorny. The lawyer said, you have the right to apply for protection. The captain said, the opinion of the general administration is to give you paid leave. You should know that many people in our branch have not had a leave for several years. After you take this leave, it will be difficult to have a chance in the future. Okay, the staff shortage is so severe. Link laughed and said, okay, I am willing to take a leave. It just so happens that I want to go to Las Vegas, where I have never been. In addition, I don't need protection, but since they want to retaliate against me, why haven't they made any moves until now? The captain explained, the Russian gang went to war with them because a group of their girls were robbed by the other side. On the night of the gunfight, they disguised themselves as players and called to lure people out. Now the two sides are fighting very fiercely. Let me tell you a secret. We are going to take action against the Irish. At that time, a large number of police officers will be temporarily seconded to let them know who is in charge in New York. Link nodded to show that he understood. He left the branch and took a half-month paid leave. Anyway, he didn't lose anything, but these guys still didn't know how powerful they were. He would deal with them later. After returning home, he laughed again as he looked at the things he had sorted out, and said exaggeratedly, is my superpower luck? He looked up the casino hotels in Las Vegas directly, found the most luxurious one, and booked a mid-range room, which was in line with his identity and job. He immediately ordered a flight ticket for the afternoon, and he set off with a travel bag. He arrived in Las Vegas at night, took a taxi from the airport, and saw the dazzling neon lights of the city along the way. Now the day's life here has just begun. He didn't have much money when he checked into the hotel. He was waiting for his salary, but now he couldn't even afford the room rent. But it didn't matter at all, he had a few $100s in cash in his hand. Link didn't use a credit card. Although he had one, it was from the original owner, but he tried not to use it now. There were too many credit card traps, loan traps, etc. in the bank. He liked to save money, even if the interest rate was low, so what? Of course, maybe he could buy some stocks and leave them alone, but he didn't have money now. He went to the restaurant for a luxurious meal. There was food, drink, and entertainment here, so he just kept a record. Link then went straight to the casino and exchanged $300 worth of chips, each chip was $10. Then he strolled around here, he wanted to see what he should play, after all, he couldn't be too conspicuous, of course he must win more. It's not easy to come here once, but he also has to do some concealment and become a lucky person. After a circle, he came to the table for gambling on big and small, which was very simple, and there were many people gathered, so he could make some money first. He checked with his X-ray vision and found that the casino had no traps, so he started playing without hesitation. Bet big or down, this is very simple. Before each opening, the probability is 50-50. He bet 5 chips every time, and won more than lost. Soon he had accumulated several $1,000s. He asked the dealer to change the chips, each chip was $100, so the chips became only dozens. He took it and left. He wanted to change the way to play, and 21 points would be good. The original owner studied psychology in college. After graduation, he did not become a psychologist, but a policeman. Psychology is also useful for the police profession. He was assigned to the general administration when he was assigned, which is very telling, but Link didn't care much about this aspect. And if he had let the prosecutor go that day, his instructor would have a reason to expel him. It's hard to say how this happened. Today, Link arrived late, so he didn't play for long, but he already had more than $20,000 in chips, which he deposited directly in the casino, and went back to rest empty-handed. He enjoyed the high-end bathtub here, and then fell asleep early. He would have a good time starting tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Link rented the hotel's car and driver to take him to Las Vegas. In fact, there was not much to see, most of them were hotels. This was a city built in the desert. At noon, he returned to the hotel, ordered a big meal, and went to the swimming pool to kill time in the afternoon. Wearing swimming trunks, the muscles on his body attracted the attention of many beautiful women, as well as many rich women. Many of them came up to say hello, but Link rejected them. He doesn't like the women here very much. Who are the women here? Everyone knows clearly that Link is not willing to clean the sewers for others. Swimming was secondary, he was enjoying the sun. The sun in Las Vegas was so great that it made him feel like his body was active. It wasn't until dinner time that he went back to the room to take a shower, and then after enjoying a rich dinner, he went straight to the casino. Funds were accumulating. He didn't stay in the casino all the time. There were large-scale song and dance performances in the hotel every night. When Link's funds reached $100,000, he stopped and went to watch the show. Anyway, his vacation only lasts for half a month, so he can take his time. However, although he did not win much money, he also attracted the attention of the casino. Specialized personnel analyzed him and found that he liked to observe other people's expressions when playing blackjack. Soon the casino retrieved his information. All the shareholders here were very energetic, and Link's information was quickly found. A bachelor's degree in psychology is actually equivalent to graduating from college and then becoming a police officer. After graduating from college, he joined the New York Police Department. He performed well during the internship, and after becoming a full-time employee, he did something big. This is a murderous god. He came to Las Vegas because the New York Police Department was protecting him. Therefore, they temporarily listed Link as the target of observation. The other party showed no signs of cheating. It was more like a psychological effect, and he was used to observing other people's expressions to judge the opponent's cards. Link doesn't know this, and even if he does, he doesn't care. After all, no one can discover his superpowers. The song and dance performances are very exciting, and the programs are changed regularly here, so you will never be bored. But everything here is full of money. Link went to the swimming pool to bask in the sun during the day, and at night he went to the casino to win some money, and then he looked for programs to watch. Some famous talk shows were also available here, and Link watched a few. The casino has been keeping an eye on him. This is a guy who is on vacation, and his psychology is good. At this time, Link had changed his game and went to play Texas Hold'em. Blackjack still requires a lot of luck, while Texas Hold'em is more of a game. Link feels very good. He has been applying the original master's psychology here in the past few days. Superman already has a super brain, but he doesn't use it. But Link knows how to use it. Psychology is so easy to use, so he is naturally unwilling to give up. It is very helpful to him and can even explain many problems. Here he started to kill everyone. He had an excuse, and it was a good excuse. His psychology was integrated a lot and played a big role. The X-Site was more like a guaranteed trump card. In this way, he actually won $5 million, and the casino finally took action. Of course, it was not asking him to leave, but inviting him to participate in a bigger poker game. The casino organizes some big customers, or the big customers themselves request to organize card games. As soon as Link heard his interest, he readily accepted the invitation. The time was set to start at 8 o'clock tomorrow night and end at midnight, a total of 4 hours. After dinner the next day, Link was invited into the VIP box at 7:30 in the evening, but he was the only one there at this time. He didn't complain about this, which was in line with his current status. He didn't wait around, but became interested in the high-end drinks and cigars prepared here. He asked the bunny girl on the side in detail. This is a top-quality Cuban cigar. Of course it is not the most expensive, but the hotel has also spent a lot of money. There are dozens of high-end drinks here. Link asked in great detail how to bake the tobacco to stimulate the aroma, take a puff and then spit it out without passing through the lungs. Of course, some people can pass the lungs, but such people are very rare. The ingredients inside are ineffective for Link, so he only needs the fragrance. Then choose a drunken pairing to see which flavor suits you best. Link unexpectedly liked the plum-flavored bourbon the most. This is a type of whiskey with different prices. Link remembered the brand, then took a bottle and went to enjoy it on the sofa nearby. Anyway, it's free, and he can't get drunk. Even Captain America can't get drunk, let alone him. Time passed slowly, but Link didn't seem bored. It wasn't until 7:50 that the door to the box opened again. The remaining people walked in one after another, and the one at the front turned out to be Tony Stark, and he was quarreling with others. Hammer, you will lose today. The person quarreling with him was Justin Hammer, the chairman of the Hammer Group. Following them were two white people, a man and a woman. The man was extremely tall and strong, more than 1.9 meters tall. He held a cane in his hand and had a bald head. The woman looks quite young, at least 50 or 60 years old, but her temperament is very outstanding. Several people took their seats. The man and woman sat side by side on the left side of the stage, while Hammer and Stark sat on the right side, leaving a space in the middle. Hey, where's the last person? Stark couldn't wait to ask, you said you found a master. Mr. Stark, Mr. Lin has been here a long time ago. The manager stretched out his hand, and then Stark saw Link. Link was holding a bottle of bourbon glass and half a cigar in his mouth. The cigar burns very slowly, and the aroma is lingering, so it is naturally slow to smoke. Link came over, and someone put the ashtray in front of him, and Link sat down in the middle. He said, Mr. Tony Stark, Mr. Justin Hammer, I don't know these two, but I can tell from their temperament that they are quite wealthy. I am the poorest here. $5 million is a small number for them, which is not fair. The manager smiled and said, let me introduce you to Mr. K. Lin. He won $5 million with $300 in a few days. He is a master of psychology. Mr. Lin, let me introduce the other two. This is Mr. Wilson Fisk and Mrs. Alexandra Reed. This game will last for 4 hours, and each person will have 5 million chips. Do you want to start? Stark nodded and said, let's start. Since there is a master, let me see his quality. Stark is a person with a strong desire to win. Link didn't say anything. He knew that the casino was bullying him because he was alone, but it also gave him a chance. But he was surprised that Wilson Fisk would be here. This is the future kingpin, and he recalled that the woman should be the boss of the hand and the 5 fingers. This woman has lived for who knows how many years. She is an old freak. My psychology may not work here. What Link didn't know was that Wilson and Alexandra were here for a big reason, because his actions in Hell's Kitchen gave them an opportunity. They had intended to cooperate, but it was only a preliminary contact, but when the opportunity came, they naturally didn't want to let it go, so they quickened their pace. It was not appropriate to talk in New York, so they came to Las Vegas and met secretly here. As for Tony Stark and Justin Hammer, they were originally rivals. They confronted each other at a cocktail party in New York, and then came here. It was not easy to set up a card game, especially when Stark wanted to have a master, so Link appeared here. Link tried psychology again, and deliberately lost in the first few games to observe the 4 people. Hammer was a fool, and it was easy to find out his thoughts, and Stark's desire to win was too strong, so it was not difficult to observe. As for Wilson, it was more difficult. He was a person who mixed both black and white, but there were flaws because he was absent-minded, but Alexandra was difficult. This was still an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, and it was not so easy to reveal his inner thoughts. Stark was unhappy at this time. He looked at Link and asked, are you really a master? Not a drunkard? Winning first doesn't count as winning. Link smiled and poured himself another glass of bourbon. He drank half of the bottle of wine, but he was not drunk at all. Next, I will start to exert my strength. Mr. Stark should be ready. Alexandra on the side suddenly spoke, this Mr. Lin has been observing all of us. Mr. Lin is proficient in psychology? Link did not hide it and said, yes, I studied psychology in college, and now I am a policeman, working at the West Midtown branch. I came here on vacation this time. I didn't expect to meet you all at the poker table. I have some impression of Mr. Wilson, but I have no impression of Mrs. Alexandra at all. I am usually in London. Alexandra said, it seems that I have to be careful now. Mr. Lin has completed the observation. Stark became interested and immediately urged to deal the cards. Sure enough, Link started to win. The more than 1 million that was lost before was quickly won back, and then began to harvest the 4 of them. Only then did the 4 of them show their importance. Money is a small matter, but losing face is not good. Especially Alexandra, she thought she did not reveal any flaws, and she didn't know whether the other party really saw through her. Link found a flaw in Alexandra at this time. The other party was very vigilant. Link couldn't see through her before, but he was cheating, so he was naturally killing all around. And now the other party actually revealed a flaw. The calmer this old guy was before, the more uncalm he was now after losing. Winning or losing is secondary. The key is that she thinks Link sees through her, which is not a good thing for her. Wilson was interested. This young police officer actually has such a high level of psychological attainments. This is a talent. Before midnight, the 4 had lost all their money. Stark asked curiously, "Lin, have you really seen through us?" Link said, "Mr. Hammer is the easiest to see through." Justin Hammer's face turned black, and Stark laughed. Link continued, "Mr. Stark's desire to win is too strong. You don't care about money, but you care about winning or losing." Stark nodded slightly, admitting this. Link turned his head to look at Wilson Fisk. Mr. Wilson is absent-minded. He is thinking about other things. Wilson said, "Indeed, Mr. Lin is very accurate in this. And the only one I didn't see through is Ms. Alexandra. She is the most calm one, more calm than the 3 of you gentlemen." Link commented on the last person. Alexandra asked curiously, "So I lost in the end?" Micro-expressions. I not only know psychology, but also observe micro-expressions. Human facial expressions are generally difficult to control. Link said, "Especially the eyes. No matter what you see, you will subconsciously react in your eyes at the first time. Then there are facial muscles, especially the corners of the mouth, nose, and ears. Unless you have undergone rigorous training, you can basically see something. And Ms. Alexandra is obviously used to controlling everything. In the end, there are flaws in your heart, with doubts. This is a psychological trap. Everyone knows that I know psychology, but they don't know that I can observe micro-expressions." "Wonderful." Wilson Fisk praised, "It's worth the trip today. I met a master." Alexandra breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, "So we can't beat Mr. Lin?" "No, it's easy to beat me. Just use money to hit it, and then rely on luck to see who has better luck." Link said. "Indeed, if he does this, he has a high probability of not winning. After all, there are 5 people. Of course, he could choose not to follow and wait until he had the biggest hand before going all out. But this would reveal a flaw, and people might not follow him at that time." The game ended early, and no one was too excited to win. Everyone was not an ordinary person, and Link also showed his ability and found a source of funds. He asked the hotel to issue him a certificate to prove the source of his funds. During the following vacation, Link no longer went to the casino, but instead basked in the sun, ate big meals, and watched shows, thoroughly enjoying the vacation. At the same time, this card game was publicized by the casino, letting people know that Link is such a master. The casino didn't take a commission this time. After all, they had bullied Link before. Link was indeed so powerful, and they didn't want to offend him. What if Link killed everyone in the casino? The casino did not send its own masters to avoid losing, which would not look good. With 3 days left until the end of the vacation, Link packed his luggage, ordered a flight ticket, and prepared to go home directly. After all, just playing is very tiring, and the hotel waived all his fees, but he hopes that Link can attend when there is a big poker game. Link naturally did not refuse. This was to give him money, so he readily agreed. But he won't come if he's too young. The minimum price is 5 million, otherwise it won't be worth his while. Returning to his long-lost home, Link was about to start cleaning, but the doorbell suddenly rang. Link was very surprised. He had been away for more than 10 days, but why did someone come to his door just after he came back? Could it be a gunman from the Irish gang? Link took out his Glock 26, came to the door, turned on his X-Vision and looked outside. A middle-aged white man in a suit and leather shoes, with a simple and honest look and a very receding hairline. With such a look, Link guessed it to some extent, but he wondered, where did he reveal a flaw? His super thinking did not find the flaw. He held the gun behind his back with his right hand, then came to the door and opened it. "Who are you?" Link asked with a puzzled expression. Phil Coulson looked at Link's hand behind his back, and smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with Mr. Lin. Can I get my ID?" "Yes, but don't move too fast." Link looked cautious. Although he did not show the gun, the two of them understood each other tacitly. Coulson slowly took out his ID from the inner pocket of his suit with 2 fingers, and then opened it to Link. Link asked with a puzzled look, "What kind of organization is this?" The full name is the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and the abbreviation is SHIELD. Everyone in SHIELD knows this abbreviation, but they usually use the full name to the outside world. "Can we talk now?" Coulson said, "If you don't believe it, I can show you the credentials of the FBI, CIA, or other agencies." Link raised his eyebrows, with a hint of doubt, and said, "Okay, come in." He made way for the door, but kept blocking his body with the door, looking alert. After Coulson came in, he looked at the environment here. "Mr. Lin, your new apartment is indeed much better than here." Link didn't say anything. After closing the door, he pointed his pistol directly at Coulson. "The living room is on the left, we can talk there, but there is nothing to entertain you now." "It doesn't matter." Coulson went straight into the living room on the left and sat down on the sofa. Link also came in, but he avoided the window and sat down diagonally opposite Coulson. Coulson said with a satisfied expression, "Mr. Lin, we noticed you and want to recruit you." "Noticed me?" Link was stunned, then asked, "What is there about me that is worthy of your attention? Besides, I know nothing about you, and you just came to recruit me?" "Of course, noticing you is an accident, but your excellent application of psychology and micro-expressions, as well as your actual performance in the police academy in Hell's Kitchen, are all things worthy of our attention." Coulson's words made Link breathe a sigh of relief. But he still asked, "You should be the intelligence department, right?" "Should be said, we do not belong to the United States, we are a global intelligence agency, under the management of the World Security Council." Coulson said, "We are responsible for many little-known mysterious events. To put it bluntly, we are responsible for the safety of the Earth. I can't say much about this. Our headquarters is in D.C. If you are willing to join, then I can take you to visit. It is not a hidden building. I think you know the Trident building?" Link looked as if he was suddenly enlightened, and said, "I didn't know it before." It was not allowed to approach there, but the building was indeed obvious enough. "I always thought it was some scientific research institution." "That is our headquarters, but I hope you can keep it secret, even if you don't join us." Coulson then smiled and said, "Of course, now you are a multimillionaire, work is not so important to you." Link was silent at this time. He didn't have a definite answer in his heart whether to join SHIELD. "I don't want to be a superhero, so I am ready to hide myself, but I can't know nothing about it. My goal is an infinite gem. Although I know the plot, what about time? The things in the movie can only be used as a reference, and there are many parallel worlds in the Marvel Universe. I am not sure which universe I am in yet." He doesn't know much about this, so joining SHIELD as an ordinary agent is a good choice. Coulson is also looking forward to the other party's agreement, because the director is optimistic about Link. Nick Fury has always wanted to improve the combat power of the Earth. After seeing the fleet of the Kree, he is committed to forming an Avengers alliance. His biggest trump card is Captain Marvel, but this woman has been wandering in the universe and only gave him a pager. Nick Fury now has Hawkeye and Black Widow recruited by Hawkeye. The combat power is good, but compared with the alien fleet, it is still far behind. However, it is not bad to have an agent team with excellent combat power. There was originally a Knight Melinda May, but since the last mission, May's condition is not very good and she applied for transfer to civilian work. Coulson is one of his most trusted people, but his combat power is average, but his leadership ability is excellent enough. The reason they noticed Link was because they had been paying attention to Tony Stark, whose father Howard Stark was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was also a genius, and he was the most likely person on Earth to develop powerful weapons to fight aliens. As a result, Link was discovered in this gambling game. His combat power was not clear for the time being, but his shooting skills were really accurate. It's not target shooting, but actually getting a headshot in actual combat. This is the most rare thing. Coupled with its excellent application of psychology and micro-expressions, this is a good agent material. If it can be recruited, it will be very helpful in forming a powerful agent team. Link asked tentatively, "Are you really a global organization?" "Yes, you can't fool anyone about this." Coulson was happy, and the other party was obviously interested. "Okay, I'm willing to join, but my current job?" Link asked. "You don't have to worry about this, we will transfer all your files." The two parties are not from the same family, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has great powers and can directly transfer Link away, which is no problem at all. Anyway, Link is not an important figure in the police department, and he is still a problem now. Then what should I do next? Link asked again. "This is a confidential mobile phone. Keep it with you. I will contact you after completing your procedures." Coulson stood up and said, "I will take you to visit the headquarters then. You have received police training and also practiced for a year, so you will not be arranged to enter the Agent Academy and start working directly." Coulson added, "You will use some agent skills and equipment at work. Learned." After sending Coulson away, Link cleaned the room, made himself some coffee, and began to think about everything that had happened since his time travel. His super brain worked well, and there were no mistakes. In fact, as long as he didn't show obvious superpowers, there would be no problem with abilities like X-rays and super hearing, and others wouldn't be able to find them. So he felt relieved, called to inquire about the progress of the new apartment, and then went to bed early. After waiting for several days, Coulson finally called and asked him to go to a building in New York. Link quickly arrived at the location on a motorcycle. After Coulson took him in, he realized that this was the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. Recall that Captain America was thawed here, and then ran to Times Square. After visiting, Coulson handed a certificate to Link. Link opened it and took a look, and Coulson instructed him on the tricks on the certificate. That is the S.H.I.E.L.D. ID, which can be changed into other departments, and the information is all true. Link was shocked. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology is really extraordinary. Its power is also huge enough. Link feels very interesting. This is too new for him, much more interesting than being in the police station. "Lin, can I call you that?" Coulson asked. "Of course." Link nodded in agreement. "Our idea is that your cover identity is a professional gambler." Coulson said, "It just so happens that you won more than $20 million in Las Vegas. After you came back, you quit your police job and became a professional gambler. Your task is to participate in various high-end card games and be responsible for acquiring some intelligence." Link did not expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. asked him to do this. He asked, "Aren't you responsible for global security? Why are you still inquiring about ordinary people?" Coulson smiled and said, "You don't understand our operation yet, and of course you don't understand the whole picture of this world. In the next few days, your task is to read the information here. After all, to inquire about the news, you need to know more details. For this reason, your director specially approved you to become a Level 6 agent, enjoy Level 6 authority, and can read some information about 084. 084? Link concealed it very well. This code is the code of mysterious items, most of which are from aliens. You will know it after you see it. Coulson prepared an office for Link alone, so that he could use it to read the information, and Link did read it. And the browsing speed is very fast. Of course, this speed is relative, after all, computers have operation records. If he is faster, it will be suspicious. "Coulson, how about this Lin?" Nick Fury had a remote video call with Coulson. "Not bad, he has a strong learning ability and has accepted the task." Coulson said, "But I don't know how his actual combat ability is yet. In the shooting range, he hit all the fixed targets and moving targets in 10 rings. Well, at least he is good at shooting." When Natasha comes back, I will let her go to the New York branch, and then she will test Lin's fighting ability. Nick Fury said, if he passes, then his combat power should not be underestimated. If the Avengers plan is launched in the future, he can be counted as one. Yes, I understand. Phil Coulson is a level 7 agent, higher than Hawkeye and Black Widow, because of his excellent leadership and execution ability. The two cut off the communication, and Coulson went to see Link's situation again, and found that he learned really fast. Chinese people seem to be good at learning. Just after Link had studied for a few days, Coulson called him to the combat training room, where Link saw a beautiful woman in a SHIELD combat uniform. Let me introduce you, this is Agent Natasha Romanoff, a level 6 agent like you, and she is also responsible for obtaining intelligence. Coulson introduced her, and then said, she is also good at combat, and she will be responsible for assessing you today. When Link heard it, it was indeed the Black Widow. If it was the Black Widow in the movie, she should have been born in 1984. If it was the Black Widow in the comics, she would be a grandmother in her 50s. Link thought in his heart, but his actions were not slow. He took off the suit jacket issued by SHIELD, tucked his tie into his shirt, unbuttoned his cuffs, and rolled up his shirt sleeves. Then he came to the Black Widow and said, Agent Romanoff, shall we start? As soon as he finished speaking, the woman opposite moved instantly, and jumped up directly to give him a scissor kick, but Link also moved, stepped forward, lowered his body, and directly resisted the opponent's waist and pushed her out. The Black Widow was quite flexible, and adjusted her posture in the air, and rolled on the ground to remove the force. But she knew that Link was holding back, with fast reactions and movements, and he could still hold back. This was obviously a strong opponent. So, she became serious, but Link took the initiative to approach this time, and the two sides started fighting. Link has always maintained a level of equal strength. The two sides used various fighting techniques and fought each other for a few minutes, but Link's physical strength was better, and Black Widow was already sweating. Seeing this, Coulson stopped directly and said, okay, both of you, Lin passed the test. Black Widow breathed a sigh of relief, but she still said, he is better than me. I am a man, and I have the advantage of physical strength. If it is a life-and-death fight, I don't have enough experience. Link also told the truth. His experience was indeed insufficient, but Black Widow could not be his sparring partner. In his eyes, the opponent's speed was too slow. Link could only continue to learn various fighting skills by himself, and practice these skills to perfection, and become a part of his body. In this way, Link's combat effectiveness evaluation was basically completed, and Nick Fury was very satisfied. This was equivalent to him having an extra Hawkeye or Black Widow. With his attainments in psychology, there was no problem in carrying out the mission alone. Lin, you have learned almost everything, and you can start the mission. A month later, Coulson came to Link and said, your apartment has been completed, move in as soon as possible. Also buy yourself a good car. Link asked, Coulson, I will pay for the car myself? Of course, you are a rich man, and you also prepare your own gambling money, but you don't have to hand it in after winning. A good man is not necessarily a good man. Link rolled his eyes and asked, does this count as paying for work? No, the Bureau provides you with salary, benefits, and treatment, and you earn money during working hours. We know your skills. Coulson said, okay, we will arrange the first gambling game for you. Link moved, the original house was given to the development company, and he moved into a new apartment. The two neighbors next door haven't moved in yet. It seems that they are not in a hurry. However, Link moved his luggage in and placed it all in a proper place. Only then did he realize that he had really few things. Especially the wardrobe, which consisted of jeans, jackets, and t-shirts. The only two suits were SHIELD work clothes. When he was about to go shopping, Coulson came to his door. After coming in, he took Link to the dressing room of the master bedroom. I don't know when a small secret weapons depot was built here. Lin, you can put something here. It uses 3 security measures, password, fingerprint, and iris. Coulson said. It's really amazing. When did you do it? Link was very curious. At night, there is no construction here at night, so we completed it in one night. Coulson said with a smile, if you have time, go to the branch to pick up some weapons. Safety is the most important thing. We secretly changed the door here. Yes, it's bulletproof and explosion-proof. Okay, I understand. Link prepared to use X-Vision to observe his new home again. After sending Coulson away, he set up 3 insurances and put some cash here, so he didn't need to buy a safe himself. The areas in the cloakroom were clearly divided. Link looked at them and prepared to make a big purchase. Such as hand-customized high-end suits, leather shoes, brand-name shirts, ties, cufflinks with various diamonds, gems, and jewelry, as well as high-priced watches, etc. After all, as a professional gambler, your outfit must not be embarrassing and must be consistent with your status as a card game participant. At the same time, the wine cabinet at home should have a variety of famous wines. Of course, the quantity does not need to be too much. If necessary, a card game can be held at home, but it is basically impossible. The other is to buy some cigars. Suppliers in this area can be found in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database is very large. But now he needs a car. When Link was choosing a car, he didn't focus on super sports cars. Instead, he bought a black 5th-generation Mustang Shelby GT 500. He considered that he could not become rich by being poor and pursue super sports cars when he had money. Instead, he bought a muscle car based on his personal preferences. Especially the design of the manual transmission made Link very happy. Instead of pursuing fancy paint, he chose pure black with the Cobra logo on it in silver. Link trained his driving skills at S.H.I.E.L.D. for several days, and was praised by the instructor for his absolute ability to operate this car. With the car, Link began to make large purchases, going to various international brand stores to buy what he needed, and custom-made handmade suits. He was in perfect shape and the tailor was raving about it. After a large purchase, his cloakroom was half filled, and he felt pretty good. After all, he couldn't wear more clothes. When there was news about the first card game, Link dressed up and drove there happily. Soon, Link became somewhat famous in the upper-class circles of New York, and his card-playing skills were praised by many people. However, the circle that Link can integrate into is not that big. Of course, this is for New York as a whole. This is an international metropolis and one of the 3 major financial centers. There are too many rich people here. There is a circle of friends, a card game organized between friends, but this Link still can't enter. There is also a circle of peers. These people are all in the same industry. Usually, gatherings are more about talking about things in the industry. There is also a relationship circle, which is for this benefit chain, and Link's identity cannot enter. What he can enter is the money circle and the technical circle. Some people organize poker games for money, and most of them are gamblers. The technical circle is looking for masters and pursuing victory. These 2 circles are the most suitable for Link to inquire about information. Gamblers should not think about their character. They are addicted to gambling. Of course, these people themselves also have other abilities to make money, otherwise they would not be able to play big games. The technical circle is a group of elites who have good restraint, but they pursue victory here because of their hobbies. Link reported what he had gained in the recent period to Coulson. Coulson said, "Yes, you already have the ability to collect basic intelligence. You may expand the scope in the future. Like the big poker games in Las Vegas, haven't they been looking for trouble recently?" "No." Link shook his head. "According to my understanding, there are not many situations where they need to find me. Of course, if necessary, I can participate in some international competitions. It's not necessary yet. People who participate in the competition generally don't have the information we need." Coulson said with certainty, probably having already done an investigation, and then he joked, "You have made a lot of money recently." "Haha, why do you want me to treat you?" Link asked with a smile. "No, but now you need to pay attention to the situation in Hell's Kitchen." Coulson said, "Wilson Fisk, who you met in Las Vegas last time, formed a joint construction company with others to prepare for development Hell's Kitchen. He was born there, and his father was once a gang member, but then disappeared, suspected to have died in a gang vendetta. And Wilson Fisk left there when he grew up, and then developed a gang and started a regular business, mixing both black and white. However, he has now returned strongly and has conquered all the big and small gangs in Hell's Kitchen. This is very strange. He should not have this strength. We only know that he is cooperating with others, but the specific partner is still unclear. We only know that a large part of the funds come from the island country. You'd better get some information in this regard. Link nodded slightly and asked, "Do you know his recent schedule?" "I know a little bit. He often goes to a gallery recently. You can try there to see if you can meet him." Coulson did not give a specific schedule. This man is now the boss of Hell's Kitchen. His schedule is not fixed. Wilson Fisk has become kingpin at this time, right? Last time in Las Vegas, he should have negotiated with the Hand and the Council for cooperation. Later, with the help of the Hand and the Council, he conquered all the big and small gangs in Hell's Kitchen. At the same time, with the help of the United Construction Company, the property rights of the houses in Hell's Kitchen were acquired. The plan looks big and will carry out large-scale reconstruction of Hell's Kitchen. The purpose of the Hand and the Council is the dragon bones buried underground. Link knows all this, but he must have a source of information. Coulson did not provide much information. Wilson Fisk bought an oil painting "Rabbit in the Snowstorm" for tens of thousands of dollars. Coulson felt that it was almost the same as a piece of white paper. The owner of this gallery is called Vanessa Mariana. She deals in oil paintings and is quite famous. The gallery business is good. She is a beautiful woman with temperament. When buying artworks, the value is often not the key, but tax avoidance is. Of course, her artworks also have the potential to maintain and appreciate in value, which is also very important. Link briefly understood the situation and then began to wander around the house. His home lacked some embellishment. Most of the decoration of the apartment is white, and the designer has left a lot of blank space for the owner to decorate himself. Some oil paintings are indeed a good choice, and Link needs to consider in advance what kind of oil paintings to choose. He went there to buy artworks for the new apartment for decoration. This must be made clear. He does not understand art, but he is going to buy some books. With super thinking and super speed, he can completely learn quickly. But not too much, after all, he is studying psychology, so he still has to start from this aspect. Link was moved during the day. Wilson Fisk would not go to the gallery during the day, so he needed to go at night. However, this time is not so easy to grasp. He first needs to determine the whereabouts of the target person. Link is now a professional gambler. The card game is not available every day. If there is, it is also in the evening, generally starting at 8 o'clock in the evening. He is quite satisfied with his current job. He is very free in time. He drove to the bookstore during the day and found some books related to oil paintings and other artworks, mainly some common sense things. Like painting methods, genres, etc., it is enough to master a basic in this regard. As an agent, you need to have a wide range of knowledge. As the number of tasks increases, you can supplement a lot of knowledge. Although he does not have a study, the master bedroom is very large, with bookcases and desks. He enriches his bookcases and creates a knowledgeable personality. After buying the books, he found a bar. This is still a mid-range bar. Most of the people who come are white-collar workers nearby, but there are not many people during the day. He chose a seat by the window, ordered a glass of bourbon, and then picked up a book to read. It was not bad to kill time this way. This place was close to the gallery, and Link was ready to wait and see. He didn't have many opportunities, so he must not waste them. The book was not the point. He had read it all when he parked the car just now. It only took a few seconds. At an angle where no one was watching, he put it on his legs and lowered his head as if looking for something. After Link contacted the agent, he had been enriching himself. It seemed that it was only more than a month, but what he learned was enough for others to learn for several years. It can be said that this is another superpower, super learning ability, relying on super brain and super speed. Cigars are not suitable for smoking here. He took out a pack of cigarettes, asked for an ashtray, and then smoked slowly, turning the pages of the book from time to time, and occasionally picking up the wine glass to take a sip. Time passed slowly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, more people began to gather, and the bar returned to its original bustle. Link sat sideways in front of the window. There was a small round table and 3 high stools on his right. 2 women sat there. After discussing, they decided what to drink. One of them got up and went to the bar. He brought back 2 glasses of wine and then started chatting. What happened this time? One of the women A asked. Woman B responded, he's a bastard. Woman A asked, this job is like a printer. Will it suck your soul? No, that was my last job. Woman B reminded. Link felt a little interesting. He was also a little bored. After all, he had been sitting for almost half a day. He divided the women into A and B and listened to their conversations, which was unexpectedly interesting. This time, the job is to let the exhaust fan ravage my brain. Woman A said helplessly, you feel bored because these jobs are a piece of cake for you. Woman B said affirmatively, no, I'm not good at anything. Woman A immediately retorted, nonsense, you are good at lying. At this time, a man in a suit came over and said, hey, how about playing a love test? I think we are a good match. Woman A looked apologetic and said, although I really want to go, I'm a little busy now. Hey, I know you. The man in the suit suddenly said with surprise, you seem to have red hair at that time, I've seen your talk show. This made the woman a little embarrassed, and Woman A said, that was a long time ago. Yes, I was 12 years old at that time. The man in the suit seemed to have drunk a little too much and didn't understand the emotions of the 2 ladies at all. Woman B seemed to be unable to bear it and said, I'll play with you. Okay. The man in the suit agreed. Jessica, there's no need. Woman A called Woman B's name. It doesn't matter. Jessica turned to the man in the suit and said, but I don't like any love games. Why don't we try our strength? There is a dynamometer in the bar. Of course, it is not so professional, but it can indeed test the strength. If I win, you pay for us, apologize to my friends, and then go wherever it is cool. The man in the suit is very knowledgeable and asked, if I win? Jessica smiled and said, I will take you to the back to meet your little carrot. Jessica and the man walked over. The man took out a coin, put it into the machine, and then hit it with all his strength. Link didn't pay attention. If the woman made such a proposal, she must have something to rely on. As expected, the woman won and hit the maximum score of the machine. Link turned his head in surprise. He heard it very clearly just now, and happened to look at Jessica, who came back. Looking at Link, Jessica walked back to her original position, winked at her female companion, and then whispered, look at this one next to him, it seems pretty good. Woman A turned her head and took a look. At this time, Link had turned back to read a book. She looked at Link's profile and nodded slightly. She also felt good. So she whispered, go and pick him up. You haven't been in love for a long time. Anyway, you lost another job. Why not try to find a man? Jessica seemed to be a little moved. She glanced at Link again, and then nodded, wait. She picked up the money she had just won, then stood up and sat down opposite Link, who looked up at her. At this time, the 2 people's eyes met, and Jessica felt her heartbeat. And Link also guessed who the opponent was, Jessica Jones, a member of the Defenders in the future, who would be controlled and ravaged by the Purple Man in the future. Judging from her appearance, she has not yet encountered the Purple Man. Is something wrong? Link asked. I just won some money, and I want to buy you a drink. Jessica said, besides, you have been sitting there since we came in. Even though the environment is so noisy, you have been reading a book. You should not be waiting for anyone. I listened to your conversation just now. Do you want to go on a date with me? Link asked bluntly. Jessica was not embarrassed, but looked at Link boldly, yes, I want to date you, but it depends on the situation in the future. Then I accept it. Link agreed. He really should find a girlfriend. This woman is actually quite suitable. She has super strength and super jumping. She definitely wouldn't be called Superboy, but she's pretty good. But at this time, it's okay to invite me to drink. I'd rather invite you to dinner. Okay. Jessica turned to look at her female companion, and then expressed with a proud look that she had won it. But at this time Link said again, so are your friends together? Huh? Jessica was stunned. You won't pretend to promise me and then target her, right? It seems that you are very unconfident. Link smiled. When you were together, did the men who came to chat with you target her? Well, what you said is basically in line with the actual situation. Jessica didn't look depressed, but looked like she was used to it. She is your friend, will you leave her alone? Link then whispered, you just offended someone. Jessica suddenly realized and said, we really can't leave her alone, so let's go together. Let me see when you show your fox tail. The two stood up, and Jessica shouted, Tracy, let's go eat. As he said that, he put the drink money on the table and held it down with a cup. Trish was stunned and asked, why are you dragging me with such a good opportunity? I offended someone just now. How can you leave yourself here now? Besides, I also want to see if his target is you. Jessica said softly. What? Trish was stunned, and then was pulled out by Jessica. Link had already put away his cigarettes and followed behind with his book. When he came out, Link motioned the two ladies to get in the car, but his car was a two-door and four-seater. The space in the back row was smaller. Which of the two ladies is sitting in the back? Link opened the passenger door, pushed the passenger seat forward and asked. Jessica said, I'm wearing pants and I'm sitting in the back. Trish looked at her skirt, but there was nothing she could do to help her sister. When Link drove, he didn't say much. Instead, two women, one on the right and one behind, looked at him. Link had already figured out the situation nearby. After all, Wilson Fisk was not stupid. If he was not active nearby, it would be too abrupt to suddenly go to the gallery. Therefore, he easily found a restaurant. After parking the car, he helped the two ladies get out of the car, and the three of them walked into the restaurant together. Although there is no reservation, there is still a seat. This is just a mid-range restaurant. Link moved the chairs for the two of them and showed his grace. Then the waiter handed over 3 menus. Link asked, what would you like to drink? Trish originally started her career as a child star. She has made movies and released albums. Others say she is a born star and will be popular in whatever she does. Now she has her own radio show, Trish says. She is beautiful, rich, and famous, so she and Jessica have always been the target of men's chats. Jessica believes that Link's main target is her sister Trish. The two are sisters, but they are not related by blood. Jessica Jones was adopted by Trish's mother. At this time, Jessica rolled her eyes, looked at the most expensive one on the drink list, and said it immediately. Link's expression remained unchanged. He nodded to the waiter in agreement, and then began to order. After the three of them ordered their dishes, they started chatting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kulin. I am a Chinese. Lin is my surname. Where are you two? Jessica Jones, this is my sister Trish Walker. Jessica introduced her first, then rested her elbows on the table, close to Link, and looked at Link with an obsessed look. Link found it funny. This woman just thought that his target was Trish and that she was a scheming man. She seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who took the initiative to chat with her, but Link found this woman very interesting. She can't be said to be bad in terms of personality, but she is still outgoing enough. She suffered a misfortune in her childhood, and she was left alone in a car accident. Until now, she has not dared to learn to drive, which shows the extent of her psychological trauma. I just heard you talking about work. Jessica, have you never been able to find a suitable job? Link simply chatted with Jessica directly, leaving Trish aside for the time being. In fact, he didn't like Tracy at all. When he was a teenager, Tracy was sent to the director's room by his mother. Later, when he became a singer, he abused drugs and fooled around. He didn't even want this woman. Before Jessica met the Purple Man, everything was going well, but she also had a boyfriend, but her boyfriend died and was killed by Jessica's mother. Yes. Jessica nodded. There are many reasons, I don't want to say it, but I can get a few months' salary compensation every time. Link said, so what do you like? Think about it and find something you like to do. I like to get to the bottom of things. Jessica stared at Link and said, what do you do? Me? A professional gambler. Link said, I studied psychology in college and became a police officer after graduation. After a year of internship, I offended the local prosecutor before becoming a full-time officer. As a result, I was assigned to Shizhong Middle School after becoming a full-time officer. City Branch. That's the famous Hell's Kitchen. But after just a few days of work, there was a gang fight, and I killed more than 20 people. Link talked about his experience, and the two women were stunned for a while. Killed more than 20 people? Bragging? Link had no intention of stopping and introduced his affairs. The administrative leave ended, but the captain put me on paid leave again because the Irish gang threatened to kill me. Link said, so I went to Las Vegas for vacation, and I won a prize with $300 in a few days. 5 million. That's when I discovered that the knowledge of psychology is very useful at the poker table. As a result, I also came to the attention of the casino and was invited to participate in the big card games. Guess who I met? Jessica seemed to be listening to a holy book, but still asked, oh, who did you meet? Tony Stark and Justin Hammer. Link said with a proud look, 5 million people each, count me as 5 people, and in the end I won them all. I discovered my talent, so I came back and quit my job and became a professional gambler. Jessica curled her lips and said, so you are a multimillionaire? That's right, I have to say that you have a really good taste, and you fell in love with me at first sight. Link teased deliberately. Although what he said was all true, most people would never believe it. My reputation in New York has been very high recently. It's not small, I haven't lost a single game of poker. Now many people want to challenge me, a master. Jessica looked at Link and said, I don't think you look like a professional gambler, but like a professional liar. There is no basis for your suspicion. Link didn't care about the other party's words, but was about to discuss it, but at this time the drinks were served, along with the first course. Let's eat first. The three of them then started to eat, but Link did not stay silent. Instead, he asked Jessica what she liked to do, and he almost didn't say a word to Tracy. But Link is also multitasking, and is also monitoring the gallery. The dinner lasted for more than an hour, and the three of them drank a bottle of wine. After dessert, Link called the waiter to pay, and he had to use a credit card here. Unless it's a small restaurant, you really can't escape the use of credit cards. Nice dinner. Trish said at this time, but it's getting late. I wonder if you can take me home first. No problem. As expected, they were good sisters. They offered to go home first, and then Link and Jessica would have some alone time. Link readily agreed. Jessica was non-committal. The three of them got up and went out, sitting where they had come, and Link quickly sent Trish to her apartment. Jessica also got out of the car. The two of them were still living together at this time, but Tracy immediately grabbed her and said, don't miss the opportunity. Jessica bit her lip, then sat in the passenger seat again. Link and Trish said goodbye and started the car. So Miss Jessica, would you like to visit my apartment? Link asked. You bought so many books about oil paintings and art, are you going to buy some to decorate your apartment? Jessica asked. It seems that you like to get to the bottom of things. Why should you not be a police officer, or be an agent? These are all very consistent with your interests. Link said. I don't like to be controlled. Jessica said, I'm very scary when I'm angry. Oh? Link laughed, I don't believe it. Let's have a chance to see it. The car went all the way back to the apartment and drove directly into the underground parking lot. Each apartment has attached underground parking spaces, 4 for each household. After taking the elevator all the way to the top floor, Link opened the door, then turned on the light. Please come in. Jessica walked in and then glanced around. She quickly noticed the ceiling. The ceiling in the living room was actually made of glass. Is it made of glass? She asked curiously. Yes, there is sunshine all day long. If you are lucky at night, you can see the stars. Link said. So can you see it now? Jessica asked. let's try. Link turned off the light, and the moonlight shone down. The living room was not dark, but even a little hazy. In such an atmosphere, a man and a woman soon became entangled together, and they were entangled on the sofa, with the man on top and the woman on the bottom. Jessica gave Link an uncoordinated feeling. She was restraining her movements. Jessica had not received any training and did not know how to control her power at all. He has never learned any fighting skills. He relies entirely on his own super strength to fight. Even if he is in a downward position, he is afraid of using too much force. Link was picked up directly by someone, and then walked towards the bedroom. Jessica hugged Link's neck, not daring to use force and trying her best to restrain herself. More than an hour later, Jessica collapsed on the bed weakly, and Link got up and walked out, and soon brought water in. "Drink some water, I'll go to the bathroom to fill the water." Link gave the water to Jessica, and he went into the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. When the water was almost empty, he walked out and put Jessica in the bathroom. He picked her up and entered the bathroom, and the two of them got into the bathtub together. Jessica recovered a lot. She lay in Link's arms, feeling the temperature of the hot water, and took a long breath with a sweet smile on her face. He placed his fingers on Link's chest, sliding along the lines of the muscles, and said, "I'm with Trish, and you actually fall in love with me? You still don't believe it yet?" Link raised his eyebrows. "Your hairstyle and clothes are not very good. When you wake up, we will help you with your styling tomorrow. You'll know what happens to you then." "Really? Jessica is not very good at dressing up. Her hair is straight and long now, and the most annoying thing is that it is parted in the middle. I mainly like your black hair." Link touched Jessica's hair. "Oh, by the way, you are Chinese." Jessica looked as if she had realized something. The two of them slept in each other's arms at night. When they woke up the next morning, they got up and washed up. Jessica ran to the kitchen, but when she opened the refrigerator, she found that it was full of juice drinks. "There is no food in your refrigerator?" Jessica asked while picking up her clothes in the living room. Link was also picking up clothes, and said, "Yes, I don't like to cook at home, I always eat out. Put on your clothes and let's go have breakfast, and then I'll do your hair first." Jessica smiled sweetly and said, "Actually, Trish and I live together, in her apartment." "I know, my ears are very sharp, have you forgotten?" Link raised his eyebrows at Jessica. "Do you want to move in? So soon?" Jessica came over and looked up at Link. "Didn't I perform well last night?" Link lowered his head and kissed her lightly. Jessica is 1.75 meters tall, not much different from Link. If she wears a pair of high heels, she will be the same height as Link. The two were outside a restaurant, drinking coffee and eating sandwiches, looking leisurely, looking at the people rushing to work, looking particularly comfortable. Link brought a gun, and Jessica asked about it. Link said that he was now a multi-millionaire, so he still had to carry the necessary weapons to avoid being kidnapped. Because of Link's precise control of power, Jessica did not discover his secret, and he was not ready to tell it for the time being. Both of them kept the secret in their hearts. Jessica and Tracy, the sisters, actually envied each other, and they were each other's warmth and sunshine. Both of them had a bad experience. Link was thinking about finding the purple man and then killing him. This guy's ability was too buggy, so it was better to kill him early and feel at ease. After breakfast, Link drove Jess to a barber shop, which was a large barber shop with the kind of teacher Tony. Link said to the manager here, "Give this lady a hairstyle, a big wave, shoulder-length hair, 3:7. The other party understood immediately, and immediately called a hairdresser and told him Link's request. The other party did not agree immediately, but said that he would see the customer's face shape first. Link did not object, and asked Jessica to sit down. The hairdresser took a comb and adjusted Jessica's hairstyle, and then readily agreed to Link's suggestion. This took more than an hour. The first thing to do was hair care. According to the hairdresser, this lady was too casual about her hair. After a slight trimming, and then started perming. Jessica's hair was very thick, and she also had a pair of thick eyebrows, which also needed to be trimmed. There was a service here. Link was not in a hurry. He smoked in the rest area and watched Jessica do her hair. A hairstyle can often make a person transform. Link likes to watch his woman transform. Jessica looked in the mirror and found that she did look a little different after changing her hairstyle, but she was wearing jeans, a women's suit jacket, and boots. Link applied for a membership card for Jessica, recharged it directly, and gave Jessica a business card here. Come here regularly to get your hair done. Your hair is very thick and very good, but it still needs care. Link was very considerate. Most women can't stand him, and Jessica is no exception. She is essentially an ordinary woman. Link drove to Chanel and someone immediately came up and greeted her, "Welcome." Link pointed at Jessica and said, "Try all the clothes of the season for her, as well as shoes and perfume." "No problem." The shopping guide immediately led Jessica to measure her body. Next, Jessica tried on one set after another like a model, and then came to Link. The shopping guides here are all trained. They will not try on clothes for you randomly, but match clothes and shoes for you according to your body shape and appearance. As for perfume and cosmetics, it depends on personal preference, and Jessica is not very good at makeup. Her eyebrows are very good, so she doesn't need makeup, just trimming. She has big eyes and long eyelashes, which are all advantages. There is a professional makeup artist here. She first puts makeup on Jessica and briefly introduces cosmetics. She will not sell them to you directly. There is no need to do so. Just tell you what your face needs. Jessica is not too unfamiliar with these. When Tracy was a singer, it was almost the same, but it was all stage makeup. In the end, they bought a set of cosmetics, several sets of clothes and shoes, and perfume. This time, Link didn't need to apply for membership. They spent more than $200,000 and had membership. However, Link asked if he could teach makeup here, and left Jessica's phone number to notify them when new products arrive next quarter. The next stop is Cartier, watches and jewelry. Jessica is a little embarrassed. "Dear, you bought too many things," she said embarrassedly. "No, you've seen my cloakroom, it's still halfway to be filled, but you women's clothes can't be bought all at once." Link said, "Clothes should be bought according to the season, take your time. Women's clothes are troublesome." Link bought all men's clothes at once and changed them. Anyway, others won't remember how long you have worn these clothes, because most of them are similar. Link's intelligence targets are all men, they won't remember the subtle differences in your suits. But women are different. There are too many styles of clothes, and well-known brands have press conferences every quarter. If you fill the cloakroom at once, then all will be out of date next quarter. Cartier jewelry and watches. Link asked the other party to match clothes for Jessica, bought 2 sets of jewelry and 2 watches. The price is not low, more than $600,000. Looking at Jessica in the mirror, she is already a completely different person from the one in the morning. Jessica finally understood what Link meant. Link stood behind her, put his arms around her waist, and said, "How is it? Have you finished shopping now?" Jessica didn't answer Link's question, but at this time Jessica raised her head slightly. She found her confidence. "There are also pajamas and underwear, but you can go with Tracy for this." Link whispered, "I know you will choose carefully, right?" Jessica's face turned red, but she still said, "Then it depends on your performance." "How did you behave tonight?" Link teased his girlfriend. There was a row of shopping bags in the back seat of the car. The two returned to Link's apartment first. Jessica put the things in the cloakroom one by one. She had the other half of the empty space, but she was not satisfied yet. As for the old clothes, Link asked Jessica to pack them up later and then donated them. But not today. Link was going to stare at the gallery today, and he made a reservation at a nearby high-end restaurant. If Wilson Fisk goes tonight, then Link can take Jessica with him, because Jessica knows that Link wants to buy art to decorate his home. Jessica said, "How about asking Trish to have dinner with her tonight?" The corners of Link's mouth turned up slightly. He did not expose Jessica's little idea, which was to show off a little in front of his sister. Link didn't object. The sisters always supported each other in the most difficult times. However, this Tracy really wanted to become a superhero, and she dared to fight for it, but Jessica didn't want to. There is a conflict of ideas between the two. Link said, "Okay, I have already reserved the location. You can tell her the time and location directly." Before dinner, the two arrived at the restaurant. Link turned on his super hearing and monitored the area around the gallery. Not long after they sat down, Tracy arrived. She drove her own car today. After she came over, she covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh my God, Jessica, is it you? How is it?" Jessica asked with a smile, "Is it a little hard to recognize?" "Of course, Chanel, Cartier." Tracy then whispered, "It seems that he is really a multi-millionaire." "Yes," he said, "my hairstyle and clothes are too bad." Jessica covered her mouth and whispered to Tracy, "I went shopping all day today, but there are still things I haven't bought. I'll go home with you tonight." "Go back, are you crazy?" Tracy's expression was shocked. "You should strike while the iron is hot." "You are stupid, my underwear is still at home, and the only things we didn't buy are underwear and pajamas," Jessica said a little embarrassedly. Women dress to please themselves, and the old Americans are no exception. Tracy suddenly realized, and then asked with a snicker, "What are you going to buy?" "We'll see when the time comes." Jessica blushed. At this time, Link had already instructed the waiter to ask the chef to recommend today's dishes to them and pair them with wine. Then, according to the recommendation, they made additions and subtractions here. After all, the appetite and tastes were different. The waiter quickly brought the chef's recommendation, and Link asked the two ladies to add and subtract by themselves, and he didn't need to adjust. While Link was chatting with the two people, he was paying attention to the gallery. After a long time, a motorcade caught his attention. The motorcade stopped at the door of the gallery, and there was a conversation from inside. Wilson Fisk came, and he wanted to enter the gallery by himself and not let anyone follow him. Link and his friends had just finished eating, and they were going to chat for a while, but Link suddenly said, "Okay, ladies, how about we change places? I wanted to buy some oil paintings yesterday." "Okay." Tracy agreed first. She wanted to help her sister check again. The three of them checked out and left. Jessica and Link were in the same car. After getting in the car, she said, "Jessica and I will go home tonight. After all, there are still many things to sort out." "No problem, I'll give you the key to the apartment, and you can take this." Link took out a card and handed it to Jessica. "Remember to buy from big brands. I'm looking forward to it." Jessica knew that she couldn't afford those big brand products. She hesitated for a while and still took it. "Do you want me to go to work?" Jessica suddenly asked, "Or do you want me to stay at home?" "You choose it yourself." Link said, "But don't rush. Find a job you like, instead of always giving up halfway like in the past. Women can have their own careers." "Well, I'll think about it carefully." Jessica began to face her future. Link drove to the gallery, opened the door for Jessica, and reached out to help her get out of the car. At this time, she was wearing a black low-cut dress, a woolen coat outside, and a pair of high-heeled boots on her feet. The two met up with Tracy and entered the gallery together. Link introduced, "I checked and found that this place is quite famous. There are some modern oil paintings. I was going to come and see it yesterday, but I met you." Jessica looked at the paintings hanging at the door and asked, "What are these paintings about?" "That depends on the individual. These paintings have their own names, but whether they can touch you depends on your own experience." Link smiled and said, "This kind of work is very idealistic. Some people can't understand it at all, while others like it very much." The designer left many places in the apartment blank, just for the owner to decorate it himself. "Well, I see that many places are indeed empty." Jessica nodded, and the three began to walk inside, stopping for a while at the works along the way. Link has not encountered a work that he is interested in, so he did not immediately pay attention to Wilson Fisk. He does not need to look for him, but to attract Vanessa Mariana. After all, she is the manager and art dealer here, and she will judge whether the guests will buy oil paintings. The three of them stopped in front of a work with red as the main color, or rather, Link stopped. He looked at it with his X-ray vision and found the hidden signature of the author. Of course, it was not the deceased great painter. He felt that this work gave him some feelings. Its brushwork was good and it felt very special. Red, orange, etc. seemed to be messy, but it made him feel warm. Thinking about the restaurant at home, it seemed very suitable for this painting. Jessica looked at Link, and then looked at it carefully. She followed Link's advice and didn't look at what was painted specifically, but looked at the overall feeling. Wilson Fisk came here today to invite Vanessa Mariana to dinner. He fell in love with this woman. When he bought the oil painting here, he was attracted to this woman. At this time, one invited her and the other agreed. But he couldn't leave now. There were still many guests here. Wilson Fisk said that he could stay by himself and would not delay the other party's work, or he admired the way this woman looked when she was working. Vanessa soon spotted Link and his two companions. They were standing in front of a painting. From the look in the man's eyes, she knew that he wanted to buy it. So she walked over and stood on Link's left side. Link held Jessica on his right side, and Tracy stood on Jessica's side. "Sir, are you very interested in this painting?" Vanessa did not discuss the artistic conception of the painting. After all, Link did not come alone, but brought a female companion. Link turned his head and looked over. This woman did have an outstanding temperament, but she also liked to approach danger. "Yes, I feel that this painting is very warm." Link said, "I want to hang it in my restaurant. If there are more children in my family in the future, it should be more appropriate." Jessica blushed after hearing this. Is she going to have a baby with her? Vanessa nodded slightly. It seemed that this person understood art. She asked, "Sir, you have a deep understanding of art?" "No, I don't know much about these, especially these abstract paintings." Link shook his head and said, "I just bought a few books recently and know a little about some painting methods and schools. It's mainly for decorating my new apartment. But I understand psychology. I think these works are more idealistic. It depends mainly on the collector's ideas. It's always people who give them value." "Well said." Wilson Fisk suddenly spoke to him. He had been looking at Vanessa. When he saw Vanessa walk to Link's side, he naturally saw Link. "Mr. Lin, do you remember me?" "Mr. Fisk?" Link looked surprised. "How could you not remember that card game changed my life?" After the two shook hands, Link asked, "Mr. Fisk is also here to buy oil paintings?" "I bought one before. The works here are really good, and I very much agree with Mr. Lin's point of view." Wilson Fisk didn't speak fast. The value of art lies in people. "Mr. Lin doesn't want to be a policeman anymore?" Link nodded and said, "Yes, that trip to Las Vegas made me a multi-millionaire. How could I still be a police officer, especially at the West Central City branch? And that time I discovered the advantages of psychology, and I resigned when I came back. I just sold my old house and bought a new apartment. With the salary of a police officer, it is difficult for me to decorate it. It is better to change my career directly." Link took out a business card and handed it to the other party. "I am now a professional gambler. I have recently participated in some card games in New York, and I am somewhat famous in terms of technology. I admire Mr. Lin's psychological attainments." Fisk said, "I have the opportunity to learn from him again. I didn't have any idea about this at the beginning, and I didn't leave any contact information for a few of them, especially Lady Alexandra. If I did it again, I might not be able to win against her." Link said with a regretful tone. Fisk said, "That lady doesn't like public places. She only shows up when there are business discussions. I will mention you to her next time I see her. This is still my business card. I admire Mr. Lin's talent very much. Two gentlemen, why don't you let me discuss business first?" Vanessa said from the side. She did not interrupt the two of them before, but joined in at the right time after the two had basically finished their conversation. "Of course." Fisk immediately took a step back. And Link also said, "I like this painting very much, can you deliver it?" "Of course, please come with me to register your address and delivery time." Vanessa made an invitation gesture. Link walked over with Jessica on his arm, and Trish followed. Fisk had no doubts at this time. This man was not here for him. He looked at Link's business card. It only had his name and phone number on it. This man had indeed become a multi-millionaire, but it was undeniable that there was no need to be a frontline police officer. Link took out his checkbook and signed a check. The price for this painting was $30,000. Link left the address and then said, "It will be delivered at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "No problem, it will be delivered on time." Vanessa would not show her expression because she sold a painting. "Does Mr. Lin need anything else?" "I haven't finished visiting it yet, but it seems that Mr. Fix is waiting for you, so let's come back next time." Link said with a smile, "Please let me know if there are new works. I just bought one. Also, please recommend it, especially its artwork." "No problem, this is my business card." Vanessa exchanged business cards with Link, and then sent them out of the gallery. Turning around, Vanessa came to Wilson Fisk and asked, "Did he buy it for your sake?" "No, Mr. Lin's psychology is very good. If it weren't for me, he might still browse other works." Fisk said, "I disturbed your business." "It doesn't matter." He left his business card and wanted me to recommend some colleagues. Vanessa smiled and said, "This is the first time I have seen someone select artworks from a psychological perspective." Fisk had his own understanding, saying, "Just like the one I bought, a truly good work will be deeply rooted in people's hearts." Link didn't talk in depth today. When doing intelligence work, you have to be careful, patient, and especially not impatient, and it was fun. After coming out, Link sent Jessica to Trisha's car, leaned against the passenger window and said, "Come back as soon as possible, I will miss you." Jessica's face turned red and she said, "I will." The two kissed lightly, and Link took a step back, waved goodbye to them, then returned to his car, started the car and left. When he got home, he took out his confidential mobile phone and called Coulson to report the situation. "I met Wilson Fisk today. He is pursuing the female art dealer in the gallery," Link said. "Very good, this is a good start. What are you going to do next?" Coulson asked. "I bought an oil painting. That woman has good artistic taste. I told her today that she needs more art for decoration at home." Link said his plan. "In addition, I asked her to give me recommend other art dealers. I'm going to start with her. After all, I am now a multi-millionaire. But my artistic quality is not very good. If there are any experts in this field in the bureau, let them go to the gallery to have a look first and then give me some professional advice." "No problem. You paid for it yourself after all. I can't let you suffer any loss. I will send someone to take a look first." Coulson is more understanding. After all, Link spent real money. If it's not worth buying it, then Link is really spending money to go to work. Link joining S.H.I.E.L.D. is purely a personal hobby or curiosity. However, his personal ability is still very outstanding. He is one of the most suitable candidates for this mission. Previously, Natasha was considered to go, but Wilson Fisk would not look at beautiful women differently, and his private life is extremely monotonous. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not care about people like him, and it was not within their business scope, but his power suddenly expanded, which made S.H.I.E.L.D. pay a little attention to it. At the same time, it was also a test for Link. After all, ordinary intelligence collection could not see Link's potential clearly. Jessica and Tracy returned to Tracy's house. Jessica had a room here, and they had lived together before. "Jessica, are you really going to move there?" Tracy asked. "Is Lin a playboy?" "No, I haven't lost my mind." Jessica shook her head and said, "It seems that what he said is true. He used to be a policeman. I saw some photos in his house. Some photos of him graduating from the police academy and wearing police uniforms, and the big guy I met tonight also confirmed his words. He didn't brag. At the same time, there are no traces of women in his house. I am still very talented in this aspect. But now I am considering finding a career of my own. Do you know how much money he spent on me today? Nearly $1 million. He asked you to work?" Tracy asked in surprise. "No, I asked him if he wanted me to work or stay at home. He said he would let me choose." Jessica had changed into home clothes and was lying on the sofa a little confused, "But I don't know what to choose now. Have you seen that Vanessa today?" How do you feel about her? Trish thought for a while and then said, an outstanding woman. That Mr. Fisk kept looking at her. Lynn seemed to notice it, so he left early. However, what Lynn said is true, so is he really a professional gambler? This is not a good thing. Yes. Jessica struggled, but quickly said, can I be a woman like Vanessa? Why do you want to be her? I don't see that Lynn is interested in that woman. Trish immediately persuaded, you are the one. That's not what I mean. I mean that as a woman with her own career, I can't think of anything I'm good at. Jessica looked at Trish with a worried look on her face, am I going to be a housewife? Trish rolled her eyes and reminded, you've only been together for less than 2 days. You think too much. It's better to stay together for a while. But financially you do. At noon the next day, Link was eating in the restaurant and received a text message from Coulson, which contained information about Vanessa's gallery works, as well as information about Vanessa's personal connections and so on. There is information about other art dealers, and there are also some works among them, all of which are valuable. At the same time, there is information about Vanessa's date with Fisk last night, which didn't go well because while they were dining, the Russian gang suddenly arrived looking for Fisk. Coulson reminded Link to pay attention to a masked vigilante in Hell's Kitchen. Link knew that this was Daredevil. It seems that he has already appeared, or Matthew Murdock has appeared a long time ago, but he has not been a vigilante before. After receiving training from Stickman, he still chose to go to school and study law. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources are indeed huge. So much information was collected so quickly. Link deleted it all after reading it. He is not planning to go to the gallery today. Too frequent and intensive visits are not good. Anyway, he knows the specific situation and it is not impossible to report it directly to Coulson when the time comes. However, something still needs to be done, such as starting with United Construction Company. There is a problem with their accounts, which was discovered by a woman named Karen Page. The accounts of this company are handled by an accountant named Langley. This person has been responsible for laundering money. His level is very good, but he knows his situation and will be killed at any time to keep it secret. There must be a lot of evidence in his hand. Link thought about it and decided to check this person. Langley has his own accounting firm, and they will do a very good job on the public accounts. Link easily found this person's accounting firm and drove to work there. Link did not contact Jessica today, but kept an eye on Langley Owsley. His company and home were the first places to investigate. Then use your 6th level authority to investigate whether this person has any safes in the bank. There is no need to open it. Use X-ray vision to see if there is some evidence first. The most important thing is not these, but the real purpose of the hand conference. Mrs. Gao is the best one to investigate. Link also needs recording or eavesdropping equipment. Jessica and Trish went to the La Perla boutique, which is an Italian underwear brand. Trish served as a consultant and chose sexy ones for Jessica. Jessica was a little absent-minded, and Trish asked curiously, what are you thinking about? He never called. Jessica confessed. Trish rolled her eyes and said, you really were seduced by him. Should I give him one? Jessica asked. No, you can't do this, it will look like you are inquiring about his whereabouts. Trish reminded, but you can ask if you want to have dinner together in the evening, and tell him that you are buying underwear. Jessica's eyes lit up, she immediately took out the phone and dialed directly. Link was on his way to the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. to pick up some equipment. After answering the phone, he asked, did you miss me? You can guess, but I'm in La Perla right now, choosing underwear and pajamas. The corners of Jessica's mouth turned up slightly. Link's eyes lit up and he immediately said, let's have dinner together tonight. Do you want to officially check in at my house today? Okay, where will we have dinner? Jessica glanced at Trish, is it the same restaurant as last night? Okay, you come and make an appointment. Link suddenly changed his mind, you still have a lot to learn. In the future, I may take you to attend some card games and chat with those rich ladies. In order to avoid you it's boring, I still need to know more. Are you driving? Jessica asked suddenly. Yes, I have some things to be busy with today. Professional gamblers don't just need skills. They even have a lot to learn and have a wide network of contacts. Link said. I know, if you're busy, I'll make the reservation at 6 o'clock. Jessica stopped pestering, and the two hung up the phone. Trish immediately asked, how's it going? He asked me to move in officially. After we buy, we will go back and clean up. We will have dinner together in the evening, at the restaurant we had yesterday. Jessica then called to make an appointment, and the two of them stepped up their shopping. However, Jessica also understood that she should not buy too much at a time. She should just buy enough for the time being, and then let the store notify her next quarter. The two of them went home directly afterwards. Jessica packed up her things and packed most of them to donate. It's not that she doesn't like it, but it's not suitable to bring it to Link's house. She has realized that there is a huge gap between her and Link. Of course, many women don't care about this, and even flock to it, but she can't. Jessica has been thinking about what she can do, even if it's to narrow the gap. Of course, she also needs to consider what to do if the two break up later. She is special. Can Link accept it? She didn't dare to think about this. After all, men may not accept that their women are extremely strong, or what if she accidentally hurts Link? This is what Jessica is most worried about, and she doesn't want to rely on Link financially all the time, but what can she do? Link arrived at the branch at this time, received the equipment from the equipment department, and learned how to use and install it before leaving. After returning home, he temporarily put the things in the secret weapons warehouse, where he received some weapons and ammunition. Link arrived at the restaurant before 6 o'clock, and soon the three of them gathered together again, enjoying dinner while talking and laughing. The three of them then came to Tracy's home and sat here for about an hour. They returned to Link's apartment with Jessica's things, and the two officially lived together. At night, Jessica put on the new pajamas she bought today, and Link became a wolf and did all kinds of things that were worse than a beast. When she woke up the next morning, Jessica leaned in Link's arms and said, "Should we put some food in the refrigerator? It's up to you to decide, but is the food you make delicious?" Link said he doubted this. "It's okay." Jessica hesitated for a moment, and Link's heart sank to the bottom. He was considering whether to cook it himself, for the sake of his stomach. "Okay, no matter what, we have to get up now and fill our stomachs." Link stood up, then picked up Jessica and went into the bathroom together. He didn't mess around. He wasn't ready to be a father yet, so he had been taking measures. The two of them got dressed and left their home and went to the underground parking lot. After getting in the car, Link asked, "Can you drive?" "I can't drive." Jessica's heart tightened. "I had a car accident when I was a child." Link nodded and said, "I see, I'm sorry." "It's okay, I just can't drive," Jessica said. They went to have breakfast, and then Link sent Jessica to learn makeup and drove directly to Langley Owsley's house. "I observed it with X-ray vision and found the circuit of the alarm here. Then I used equipment to block it, and then I checked to see if there was a monitor, and then I sneaked in. No need to rummage around, I just used X-Vision to find a safe. It was an old-fashioned safe that required a key and a dial code, which was not difficult. A wire opens the key lock, and then the dial code. This is no longer a problem, everything is transparent to Link. After opening it, I rummaged through the documents inside. They were all regular documents and some cash. There was no evidence of crime." He closed the safe, restored it, quietly stepped out, removed the blocker, and left. He was not disappointed. This man had helped the gang launder money for so many years. How could he leave things at home so easily? Link was actually looking for a bank safe key. Generally speaking, this is a safer measure. Many banks only recognize keys and passwords, but not people. However, it is not easy to find it, because a lot of similar information will not appear on the internet. Link just found no similar key in the other party's house. Langley didn't have it either, and now all that was left was his office, where Link came as a client. He does need an accountant for his funds. He has not purchased stocks yet and needs help from an accountant to calculate taxes. "Mr. Lin, what do you need?" Link came to the accounting office and received him at the front desk. "I have some funds, all in cash, and I want to ask about tax and investment issues." Link said. That's no problem at all. I can introduce you to an accountant from our firm. The front desk didn't ask about the amount of funds. Most of Link's clothes were unusual. Link said awkwardly, "Can you introduce your boss to me?" "Sir, our accounting firm is very powerful." The receptionist was about to chew Link politely. Link suddenly interrupted her, "I have $30 million in funds, and I hope your boss will come forward." The front desk immediately said with a smile, "No problem, please wait a moment." Link nodded with satisfaction and stood aside to wait while the receptionist picked up the phone and called Langley's office. Soon, he was invited in. "Hello Mr. Lin, welcome to Langley Accounting Firm, I am Langley Owsley. I've heard about Mr. Owsley, so I came here." Link smiled and shook hands with the other party, and then the two parties sat down. Langley asked, "Mr. Lin has heard of me?" "Yes, to be honest, I am now a professional gambler, and I also participate in the poker games of some of the upper-class people in New York." Link said without hesitation, "I just started this profession not long ago. Before that, I was a professional gambler. People who work as police officers have no experience with accounting." "Oh." Langley Owsley was a little confused. Looking at his appearance, Link explained, "I won a big sum in Las Vegas, $25 million. I have proof of funds from the casino." Only then did the other party realize that he suddenly became rich. "After that, I participated in some poker games and never lost, so my funds were also increasing." Link continued, "But it is now January 2007, and tax filing season is coming soon." Langley Owsley immediately understood that this was to avoid taxes, so he said, "Time is a bit tight now. In addition to some consumption, the best way is to buy some stable stocks first and wait until the tax returns. After this season, we will make detailed plans for future investment projects." Link looked like he was listening carefully, but at this time his eyes were constantly observing the office. He gave up the safe here because Langley could not put such important evidence here. He was looking for clues, especially the key to a bank safe, the kind that doesn't register personal information. Link was most afraid that he had hidden something abroad, so he wouldn't be able to find it, so he could only try his luck. Or maybe there was a safe house in Langley, which would be reflected in the key. The key he carried with him wasn't special, and there wasn't one at home, so it could only be the office. To put it bluntly, his office was safer than his home, so Link was looking for a special key. Not a bad idea. Link agreed. Some people have mentioned that the country encourages investment in the stock market, so that you can avoid paying a lot of taxes, but it is just temporarily deposited in the stock market. Am I right? Yes, once the funds leave the stock market, they will naturally not be able to escape the tax problem. Langley Owsley nodded, "But why should we leave? The key lies in the profit of the investment. Of course, Mr. Lin, you can look for financial institutions on Wall Street, but now the time is too short. If you look for it hastily, the results will be uncertain." Link nodded, thought for a while and said, "Then I am going to entrust these things to you. On the one hand, there is the issue of tax declaration, and on the other hand, I want to buy Stark Industries stocks. This should be very stable, right?" "Yes, Stark Industries stock has been growing steadily. This is a very good investment. At least there will be no problems in the short term." Langley Owsley agreed, "We can handle it for you, including the tax issues in April. In addition, it is best to give us some of Mr. Lin's consumption records." Link nodded and said, "Of course, my recent consumption is not small. Nearly $1 million of it was spent on my girlfriend, and I bought some clothes and a painting for myself, which cost $30,000. Of course, I have the idea of purchasing a large number of artworks recently. I just met an art dealer. I will provide proof of my subsequent consumption. It's a very good investment. It's best to have professionals involved." Langley gave professional advice, and then he asked to prepare the contract and invited Link to the sofa next to him for a cup of coffee. Link's mouth curled up slightly, with a satisfied look. In fact, he already knew the special key. It was placed in the drawer of Langley's desk, but it was pressed under a pile of documents. He remembered the key. After signing the contract, Link then signed the entrustment agreement. The accounting firm then connected with the bank and began to purchase Stark Industries stocks. Finally, the stock holding document proof will come to Link's hands, and Link handed them a full $30 million in funds. The entrusted funds for 1 year are $300,000. Of course, this is not the entire entrusted funds. If Link has any funds to operate later, he will give different commissions according to the situation. Link left the accounting firm with satisfaction. He immediately returned home and started searching for similar keys on the internet. Soon there was a result, but this was a promotional page for a safe manufacturing company, and it was still difficult to find the bank. There is no bank mark on this kind of key. The main feature is confidentiality. Even if it is taken by others, you don't know the specific information, and you can't find the right place. Link estimated that the safe rented by Langley must be the headquarters of a large bank. There are many such headquarters in New York. He can look for them one by one, and the first choice is to start from the bank near his company. This will take a lot of time, but Link did not ask for help from S.H.I.E.L.D. He has many secrets, so it is better to find them by himself. In the end, at most he will submit a report. If you ask for help, some behaviors can't be explained. After learning makeup, Jessica went to the supermarket. She thought about the fruit juices in the refrigerator, so she bought milk, bread, jam, salad dressing, etc. At least she could make some sandwiches at home. Then she called a taxi with the things and returned to the apartment. When she entered the door, she saw Link, who was holding a laptop and trying to resist bending. "Hey, honey, do you want to help?" Jessica was carrying a lot of things and ran to the kitchen. Link immediately got up and followed her, then helped her put the things on the island, and then opened it and took a look. "Do you really want to cook?" Link asked curiously. "At least the two of us can make sandwiches, otherwise we have to go down to find a restaurant when we are hungry?" Jessica asked with a roll of her eyes. "That's right." Link agreed with Jessica this time. After all, he was not hungry, but what about Jessica? Link also needs to eat, but most of his energy consumption depends on the sun, but the sun replenishes energy, not nutrition. He opened the refrigerator and put most of the things in it. The things that needed to be cleaned were placed in the sink. Link then said, "There are some electrical appliances missing at home. I only have a coffee machine, but I still have an oven. It was brought in during decoration, but I haven't used it yet. The instruction manual is in the oven. This is a large oven." Jessica said, "I'll watch it and complete it. I'll go change my clothes. Can you come and clean it? Fruit drinks are not fruits after all." Link honestly turned on the faucet and began to clean it carefully. His power control was perfect and he would not damage the fruit. After a while, Jessica changed into normal pajamas and came out, then asked, "Where did you go today?" "I went to the accounting firm. April is the tax season. I need to avoid taxes. I decided today to buy shares of Stark Industries." Link had some small plans. He bought shares of Stark Industries and waited for Tony Stark to develop the Jellicoe missile. By then, the stock could rise and he could sell it. When Tony Stark returns from his ordeal, realizes himself, and his soul is sublimated, he will close the weapons department. When Stark's stock plummets, he will buy it back. Anyway, he doesn't have much money, but it's not too little. Although he can't join the board of directors, he still has dividends. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be disbanded in the future, and then Coulson will secretly rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D., but Link estimates that he will be in the Avengers by then. He can perform no worse than Hawkeye and Black Widow, and he shouldn't be kicked out. At that time, he will have Stark Industries behind him and will not lack funds. This is a temporary investment. After all, I have suddenly become rich. I still have to be cautious about investment. Stark Industries stocks are very stable. Jessica nodded slightly and said, "This is a good idea." The fruit was left hanging there, and Link turned around to get a bottle of bourbon, and then a cigar. "Want a drink?" "Okay." Jessica walked over. The two sat on the sofa. Link turned on the TV, then poured Jessica a glass, and then concentrated on his cigar. Jessica asked, "Is this necessary?" "No, I prefer the aroma of this kind of tobacco, and the plum-flavored bourbon is my favorite." Link said, of course, most people smoke cigars in the poker game. By the way, I have a card game tomorrow night, starting at 8 o'clock and ending at 0 o'clock at the latest. Do you want to take me there? Jessica was a little nervous. No, I rarely bring my wife or girlfriend to the poker game. It's only on very special occasions. You don't need to be nervous. Link looked at her and smiled and said, tomorrow is a technical game. With 10 million funds, you can't imagine who invited me. Who? Jessica asked. Tony Stark. Link was also surprised. When he came back to look for the key just now, he received a call and it turned out to be Tony Stark. This call was not given by Link, but Tony Stark got it from somewhere else. Link heard it, and Tony Stark was not convinced. His desire to win is too strong. Originally, there should be no intersection between the two, but Link has become famous in New York recently, and Tony Stark came to New York to check the progress of Stark Tower. Of course, some business partners still need to meet, and Pepper Potts directly arranged a cocktail party. They talked about playing cards and mentioned Link, a master who has recently become famous. Tony Stark then remembered the guy who won $5 million from him. He immediately asked for Link's phone number. Link had participated in many card games before, and the funds involved were more or less. Those gamblers had the easiest money to win, and they had a lot of money, so they were easily addicted. Technical games often win the least, so Link needs to design traps to win more. This time, Tony Stark told him on the phone that the card game would be big, but Link never thought he would lose. Anyway, he would sign a check in the end, so he didn't need to bring cash. Jessica looked at Link in surprise and asked, "Is it really Stark?" "Of course, didn't I say that?" Link said with a smile, "I won $5 million from him." I was so surprised. Jessica was shocked. The next day, the two went out for dinner. Link sent Jessica back and then picked out his clothes, shirts, ties, cufflinks, watches, and leather shoes. At the same time, he brought his own weapons, which were covered with a suit jacket. Link brought a checkbook and 3 cigars. "How is it?" Link turned around and looked at Jessica and asked. "Great." Jessica helped Link adjust his tie, "But don't worry too much about winning or losing." "Don't worry, Stark is not my opponent." Link gave Jessica a reassuring look. "Go downstairs and drive, rushing all the way to a big hotel, where there are special rooms available." "Mr. Stark." Link saw Tony Stark after entering. "I didn't expect you to come so early." "Of course, I'm the challenger this time, so I won't be late." Tony Stark invited Link to sit aside. "What would you like to drink?" "Bourbon." Link then took out a cigar. "I learned a lot in Las Vegas last time, cigars and bourbon." "Yes, you have to learn to enjoy life, but I heard that you have made playing cards your career?" Tony Stark asked, "And you haven't lost so far?" "I haven't lost yet, but if I participate in international competitions, I don't have enough confidence." Link looked modest. "After all, I still lack experience in this kind of professional competition. Maybe I'll try it in the future, there are professionals there." "You may not be able to beat me today." Stark raised his eyebrows. "There will be 2 more people in a while, one is a director of the bank, and the other one you know, Justin Hammer. Are you still willing to play cards with us, Mr. Hammer?" Link's expression was a little weird. "Haha," Tony Stark laughed, "he is a man who never admits defeat." The tone was full of joking, probably because Stark provoked him to come again. Soon, the other 2 arrived, and Justin Hammer really refused to admit defeat and said to Link, "Today we are playing 13 cards, I will not lose again." "As long as you like it." Link replied with a smile. Tony Stark sat down and said, $10,000 per card, double is normal, 10 million chips, no problem." "No problem." All 3 said no problem. Then the hotel service staff was responsible for dealing the cards, and Link still lost first and then won, but he didn't lose much this time, and then he won a lot. This way of playing is actually similar to Texas Hold'em. Each person has 13 cards, and a deck of cards is thrown out of the big and small jokers. Then play the cards, whoever plays all the cards first wins, and the rules of the big and small rules of playing cards are calculated according to the rules of Texas Hold'em. And the others lose as many thousands of US dollars as the cards they have left. Link drank bourbon, smoked cigars, and won easily. Tony Stark asked curiously, "Can you still use psychology here?" "Of course, but this is a secret." Link smiled mysteriously, "If I tell it now, how can I win?" "That's right." Tony Stark nodded slightly. Link said while playing cards, "I just asked the accounting firm to buy Stark Industries stocks yesterday. Will it appreciate recently?" This is a wise decision." Stark smiled, "Anyway, you won't lose money." "I think so too. After all, the tax season is coming soon, and I need to prepare in advance." Link said, "This time it was a little hasty. After all, I am a poor man who has become rich. I think you can handle this situation well." Stark had a good impression of Link. This kind of play is actually not small, because there is also a doubling rule. Link won more than 10 million in 2 hours, which is almost half of the chips of the 3 people. Take a break for a while. Those who need to go to the toilet go to the toilet. Link doesn't need it, so he ate some snacks here. The game ended before midnight, and Link became the biggest winner again. After receiving 3 checks, Link gave the waiter a $500 tip. Tony Stark then said admiringly, "You are really amazing. There is no hope of winning when playing cards with you. Can you tell me now?" The other 2 people were also curious, and Link said, "After you 3 pick up the cards, when you sort them out, the flaws will be the biggest. You will have to understand the rest." Stark frowned and thought for a while, then asked, "Are you judging based on our actions and eyes?" "Almost, and you need to count the cards. I have 13 cards in my hand. Based on your actions, I can estimate what cards you have in your hands and how to combine them." Link's words surprised the 3 of them. "Okay. But genius is difficult to understand." Stark said, "It's really amazing. Why don't you dare to participate in the competition if you are so awesome? I can only be considered a dabbler now. For those professionals, I may not be able to think of anything they can think of, and it's even harder to find their flaws." Link said, "I still need to hone it. What I like most now is the technical game. There are many elites in New York, and they all have their own ideas. They are all good opponents." After the card game ended, Justin Hammer was quite happy because Tony Stark also lost. The 2 were tied twice and both were losers. He has been teasing Tony Stark, but Tony Stark is not the one above, and he plans to go back and use Jarvis to summarize. As for the bank director, he had no interest in Link and had been looking for topics with Stark. When Link returned home, Jessica was asleep on the sofa in the living room, obviously waiting for him. Link walked over and turned off the TV, then picked Jessica up. "Oh, you're back?" Jessica asked, drowsily asleep. "I'm back, go to sleep," Link said softly. He put Jessica on the bed in the master bedroom, then took off her clothes and walked into the bathroom. The next morning, Jessica suddenly sat up, then turned to look at Link. Link opened his eyes and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Won?" Jessica asked with wide eyes. Link laughed and said, "Of course I won, $30 million, how about it?" "Really?" Jessica looked like she couldn't believe it, "So many?" Haha. Link stood up, pulled Jessica over for a kiss. "Okay, get up, I still have things to do today. I want to cash the check as soon as possible and then buy stocks." "Yes, otherwise you will have to pay a lot of taxes." Jessica stood up hurriedly, "I'll make you a sandwich." After having breakfast, Link was sent out of the house by Jessica. He first went to the bank to cash the check, and then went to the accounting office again to ask Langley to continue buying Stark Industries stocks. Langley Owsley was very surprised, but he did not inquire, but promised to buy the most shares of Stark Industries as soon as possible. Link left with satisfaction and turned around to go to a nearby bank. However, he did not handle any business. Instead, he stared at the people who opened the safe, or at the managers here to see if they had the same clothes on them. Key. Link considered several points. First, the bank should be large, with adequate security and a strict security system. The second is not to register the information, only to recognize the key but not the person, so that it can be kept confidential. Considering the above 2 points, there are not many banks that Link needs to observe. He found 2 nearby banks, and it turned out that the safe keys of the 2 banks were different. He could only expand the scope. Langley would not put things in a bank that he had a relationship with, so after expanding the scope, Link still screamed. He is not in a hurry. He is the only one to do this task, and it is not easy, so Coulson will not rush him. As long as you give the result yourself in the end, it will be considered outstanding, especially the result you give yourself, which may be a little shocking. Link didn't find it that day, so he returned home and picked up Jessica to go out for dinner. Without Trish this time, the 2 were in a world of 2. After dinner, they went to watch a movie. For 3 consecutive days, Link searched. On the 3rd day, he finally found the last bank. But it was already late, and he left here directly. As for whether there is Langley's safe here, he still needs to see it tomorrow. Jessica was holding a notebook and looking at job recruitment information. She was thinking about what she should do. Link's reminder is right. Find a job that you like. But I really seem to like to get to the bottom of things. Do I want to be a police officer? Link used to be a police officer, but he has resigned and becomes an agent himself. However, after becoming an agent, it seems that she doesn't have much time to spend with Link. Jessica is a little worried. She doesn't want to make more money than Link or catch up with Link. Does she want to be a housewife? Jessica was a little reluctant, but at this moment Link opened the door and came back. Jessica hurriedly got up and helped Link take off his jacket. Link had been wearing a jacket when going out these days. Are you done? Jessica bit her lip and asked. Yes, what about you? Link asked, are you bored at home? No, I'm just looking for a job online, but there doesn't seem to be any job suitable for me. Jessica said with some annoyance, the police are not suitable, and agents are too time-consuming. Link thought for a while, and it was indeed true. If Jessica went to work, it would have a big impact on the lives of the 2 of them, especially some special jobs. Originally, Link thought about dragging her into S.H.I.E.L.D., but now that he thought about it, he decided not to. In the future, he would have the opportunity to get her a vibranium suit, but this was for protection, not for her to fight. I have no intention of revealing my superpowers, being an excellent agent is enough. Link hugged Jessica, sat down for a while, and suddenly said, I think we can set up a charitable foundation, a foundation specifically for legal aid. On the one hand, it can be tax-free, and on the other hand, it can help some people. What do you think? You are responsible for managing this foundation and selecting a law firm with a sense of justice to cooperate with. Link thought of Daredevil. If Jessica was not suitable to go out to work, then she would not work and establish a charity fund for her to manage, which would also be paid. Jessica blinked. She had never thought about this proposal before, but it was really a good idea. Can I? Jessica asked. You can learn first. After all, my money has just been used to buy Stark Industries stocks, and running a foundation is not that easy, so we can take it slowly. Link said, we don't need to become famous, just do it quietly. After all, I am not a public figure. I am just a professional gambler. There is no need for publicity in this regard. How about you study first? Okay, I'll learn and see if I can do it. Jessica nodded. She was very moved by this proposal. But there is also a problem now, that is, the 2 are not married, and she has no idea about the future, especially her superpowers, which Link does not know. Everything is unknown, and she can only take one step at a time. Link came to the bank the next day, hoping to see the safe deposit business here. The manager warmly invited Link to visit, which was a very important step. A huge safe deposit box, which contained rows of small safe deposit boxes. Link opened his X-Vision and looked at them one by one, and said at the same time, you only need keys here, right? Yes, Mr. Lin, we don't register individuals here. The rental fee of the safe deposit box is paid in one lump sum, such as 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. The manager introduced the situation, when you need to use it, just bring the key. We only register the number on the key. Link did not see the whole appearance of the key, so he did not see the number, but he did not need to know. At this time, he could see what was in all the safe deposit boxes. What he was looking for was files, hard drives, USB drives, disks and the like. Soon, he found a lot of targets, wrote them down, and then said, "Very good, then I will rent one, and I will bring things to store it tomorrow." No problem. The manager immediately handled it for Link, and indeed only registered the number on the key. Link took the key and left. He will come to check the specific situation tomorrow. In addition, how to open the safe is a problem. Destruction is definitely not possible, and only wire can be used to unlock. These safes are not connected to the alarm system, and there is no monitoring system inside. After all, the customer's storage is confidential. Therefore, Link can use wire to unlock, but the speed must be fast, and speed is the least lacking. As for what to store, Link has his own ideas: cash, weapons, and documents. As an agent, it is necessary to have some backup safety points. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., his documents can be changed, and of course he can also get ordinary documents from different institutions. He left the bank and drove directly to the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. He took an ordinary FBI document and then returned home. Jessica was not there, she went to find Tracy. The next day, Link carried a suitcase with $50,000, a Glock 19, 4 spare magazines, and an FBI certificate. When he came to the bank again, the manager took him to the safe, then closed the door and let him stay inside. Link observed again and confirmed that there was no surveillance equipment. Then there were afterimages. Link used super speed to open all the safes he observed yesterday, checked that it was not what he was looking for, and immediately locked it again. In just 1 minute, he found the target, took out the things inside and started taking pictures. These were indeed various evidences of money laundering in Langley's hands, not just from 1 or 2 families, but also paper documents. Link still used super speed to take pictures. 5 minutes later, his time was up. Generally, he would not be allowed to stay here for too long. Link walked out with an empty box, said goodbye to the manager, walked out of the bank and drove home. He used a digital camera. After returning home, he took out the memory card and checked it with a laptop. Most of them were records of fund circulation. He found the United Construction Company, and there were some problems with its accounts. Link extracted the part about United Construction Company and sent it to Coulson by email. Soon, Coulson called and said happily, "Lynn, you are very efficient. You got such detailed information so quickly. Wilson Fisk himself is not easy to investigate, but United Construction Company is easy to investigate." Link said, however, the specific purpose of the forces supporting Fisk is not clear for the time being. If it is to make money or launder money, then there is no need for such a large support. "Yes, I think so too. You still need to continue the investigation," Coulson said. "By the way, I still have evidence of Langley Ousley laundering money for other criminal groups. Should I send it to you?" Link asked. "Sure, send them all." Coulson thought about it, and then said, "With these, S.H.I.E.L.D. can have more funds. Aren't we a global organization?" Link said in a surprised tone, "Why are we still short of funds?" "It is because we are a global organization that we lack funds. You must know that the approval of funds is not a matter for one company." Coulson actually didn't know much about the funding issue. Link laughed in his heart. Nick Fury secretly mobilized funds to build safe houses and bases around the world. Naturally, the funds were not enough. "Okay, I'll send it to you immediately, but I have made a contribution now, right?" Link asked. "Of course, and the contribution is not small, but you were promoted to level 6 by exception, so there is no reward this time," Coulson reminded him. "Okay, I'll keep up the good work." Link knew that Hawkeye was a level 6 agent. He was a person that Nick Fury trusted more, and Natasha Romanoff was still level 6 because of her intelligence ability. Black Widow was originally the target of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elimination, but Hawkeye did not choose to eliminate her when he was executing it, but recruited her. Relatively speaking, it is difficult for her to gain Nick Fury's trust, and Link was not trained by S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, and he is probably still in the probation period. He carried out this mission for a bigger purpose of probation. After all, Wilson Fisk was just a gang leader on the surface, not worth S.H.I.E.L.D.'s action. Link sent all the remaining files and deleted them from the computer. He only saved the photos. However, he did not plan to keep this memory at home. He planned to put it in the safe deposit box of the bank. He was indeed lucky. This safe deposit box was used again. Link was very happy. This was an interesting job that brought a little fun to life. The next day, Link asked Jessica to dress up and then drove to the gallery again. Vanessa's last dinner with Fisk was not smooth. She was a little confused at this time, but she still smiled and greeted him. "Mr. Lin, welcome again. You can call me Lin. This is still my girlfriend Jessica Jones. I was in a hurry last time and didn't have time to introduce you." Link shook hands with the other party and then introduced Jessica. After Vanessa and Jessica greeted each other, they asked, "Are you here to continue choosing this time?" "Yes, but I'm not in a hurry. The decorations in the house will be used for a long time, so I need to take it seriously. This is very important to us, and we have plenty of time," Link said. "Okay, then let's start from the last place." Vanessa guided them to continue the tour. She didn't say much, but accompanied them on the side and paid attention to the situation of other guests. Link knew the value of the paintings here and had a good idea in his mind. The paintings here were painted by the same painter, and Link already knew the information. This man is very talented and has some fame. The price of his paintings is generally below 100,000 US, but he is still young. It is good to have such achievements in his 30s. His future works have great room for appreciation, and some of the exhibits here are fine works. Link stopped in front of one of them and looked at it carefully. It felt good and had a sense of space. It was a good choice to put it in the living room. "Vanessa, I want this one." Link turned to Vanessa and said. "Lin, you really surprised me." Vanessa was really surprised. Link's vision was really great. Link smiled politely and said, "I just respect my own feelings. This painting has a strong sense of space. I think it is suitable for my living room. What I like most is the glass ceiling above the living room. The sense of space is very open. They match well. Indeed, this is one of the painter's proud works. There is a lot of room for appreciation in the future, and now it only costs 80,000 US. Vanessa introduced the price. "Lin, do you want to continue or buy it first?" "Of course, continue. One painting in the living room is not enough. I chose 2 today. Both are prepared to be placed in the living room. I hope there will be satisfactory works." Link will not buy all at once, and he will not just hang one person's paintings. Intelligence gathering is a meticulous job. Link continued, "Of course, I can't buy all oil paintings. Do you have any other friends?" "Of course, but what kind of art do you want to buy?" Vanessa asked. Link turned to Jessica and asked, "Dear, do you like anything?" "I don't know about these, just make the decision. I feel that the painting you bought last time is very suitable for the restaurant, but we haven't cooked yet." Jessica is very smart. If Link hadn't appeared, she would have experienced a huge change and would have been a private detective in the future. She is very good at investigating, analyzing, and collecting intelligence. Link said, "What do you think of the sculpture?" "The main color of the house is white. The designer's blank space is to add our own color. I first used photos, and then oil paintings, especially this colorful abstract painting. Then I think the sculpture is a suitable decoration." "Well, it's a good choice." Jessica thought about it, and it seemed to be true. "What do you think, Vanessa?" Link asked Vanessa again. Vanessa thought for a moment and said, "It's true, but most Western sculptures are monotonous in color. Lin is Chinese. Are you interested in Eastern art?" "Of course I am interested, especially porcelain. This is a good idea." Link looked happy. "But I don't understand this aspect. Porcelain is about color on the one hand and age on the other. I don't understand antiques. You must introduce me to a businessman who is as honest and reliable as you." No problem, I promise. Vanessa agreed with a smile. Link continued to visit and bought another work for the living room. It looked like a starry sky, but this one was not too abstract, or the starry sky was too different, and you could see it at a glance. A total of $140,000, and it was delivered at 10 o'clock the next morning. The delivery was responsible for installation, which was very worry-free. Link and Vanessa agreed on a time to go to another place to see Eastern Porcelain, and then left. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson reported Link's achievements to Nick Fury, who was very satisfied. Very good, it seems that his intelligence-gathering ability is good, and the intelligence this time is very valuable. Coulson, I will give this task to you now, but you must keep it secret. Nick Fury was very tempted by the wealth recorded here. This is money that does not go through the accounts of S.H.I.E.L.D. Secretly deal with these guys, don't touch the United Construction Company for now, and deposit the funds into the secret account. Yes, sir. Coulson agreed without asking. Coulson turned and left. Nick Fury looked at Link's information and felt that this person was good, whether in combat ability or intelligence gathering, but he also had a question: why is this person so powerful? He only knows psychology and has been trained in the police academy. Is this a genius? Of course, Nick Fury did not doubt anything too much, because the other party was recruited by themselves, not by others. And the other party now seems to like this exciting industry. After all, the speed of his wealth increase is too fast. He is not short of money, nor is he short of means to make money. Looking at his past experience, especially after being a policeman, there is no problem. Nick Fury focused on observing for the sake of his future Avengers. There are not many people with extraordinary abilities now, and not many people can join. Even if there are in the future, there will be some people who obey his orders. The more people among the Avengers, the better. Although Hawkeye and Black Widow are powerful, they are ordinary people. It is necessary to add Link, who is similar. Even if the Avengers cannot be formed, it is also good to have a team of agents with advanced combat effectiveness led by Coulson. Now Link's ability is very strong, especially this time he got a large amount of funds, so he can build more security points. Link didn't know these. After receiving the oil painting, he asked the workers to hang it up and sat in the living room with Jessica to appreciate it. It's great, dear, you have a good idea. Jessica felt good. Tracy introduced me to a charity foundation, I can go to learn. It's a good idea. Link agreed, but we should buy a car, and then find you a driver and a part-time bodyguard. No need? Jessica didn't want Link to spend too much. Link insisted, this is necessary. After all, if you run a foundation in the future, do you have to take the subway every day? Okay. Jessica accepted it and snuggled in Link's arms. She felt very happy. At the same time, she was also a little scared, afraid of losing this happiness, so she made a decision, that is, to train herself so that she could master the power. This was a question she had never thought about before. She never liked this power, so she had never trained, but now it was very necessary. A few days later, Link made an appointment with Vanessa to see Oriental Porcelain, and Jessica was very busy these days. On the one hand, she went to the charity fund to learn management, and on the other hand, she hired a coach. The best way to control power is actually fighting. Jessica also realized whether Link's wealth would increase. Because Link had arranged a bodyguard for him, she originally thought she didn't need it, but now it seems necessary, because she doesn't want to expose her power. Tracy suggested that she learn to fight, even use firearms, control her own power, and protect herself with weapons, so that she can avoid being discovered by superpower to the greatest extent. Jessica began to train secretly, and Link was not clear for the time being. The price of Oriental antiques has increased in recent years, but it has not reached a sky-high price yet. Link's purchase at this time is just right. He felt that he was lucky. After all, he had not considered this issue before, and his current home did not have such a large space for storage. Now it is enough to buy some ornaments as decoration. After all, this is the Marvel Universe. Maybe an accident will vanish at any time. Link did not have any hobbies in this regard. After Vanessa's introduction, the other party had a good reputation and could provide a carbon-14 test report. Coulson had also given relevant information before, so Link could buy it with confidence. He bought quite a lot this time, but the overall price was not as much as the cost of oil paintings. Link was lucky. He bought mainly porcelain from the Yuan and Ming dynasties this time. Some of them will become decorations at home, and the other part will be collected first. Vanessa saw that Link liked these porcelains very much. She introduced the business well this time. "Thank you very much," Link said to Vanessa after buying it. "If it weren't for you, an expert, I wouldn't be able to buy such a good thing. You are too polite. I still hope you will continue to buy my paintings," Vanessa said. "Of course, after all, there are still a few rooms that have not been decorated, but I don't plan to continue buying the works of this painter. Remember to notify me of your next exhibition," Link said. "In addition, I plan to set up a charity fund to specifically fund legal matters. You know, I used to be a policeman. Now I have money and I want to do something. And I also want to find something for Jessica to do." Vanessa said enviously, "You are so good to her. You and Mr. Fisk." Link only mentioned it briefly. Vanessa shook her head and said, "I don't know either." Link didn't ask more questions. This topic was just enough, but he turned to invite, "To express my gratitude, how about I treat you to lunch?" "Okay." Vanessa agreed. Link treated the other party to lunch, then sent him back to the gallery before saying goodbye and leaving. However, his behavior was known by Wilson Fisk, and his right-hand man and friend James Wesley reported to him. "Did they have any intimate behavior?" Fisk asked. "No, it was just a polite thank you," James Wesley said. "Well, help me organize some card games, and then invite Lynn to participate." Fisk actually organized a card game. "Okay, but who should I invite?" James Wesley asked. "Mrs. Gao and Langley." Fisk thought about it, then said. Link received the call and readily agreed. It seems that Fisk cares about Vanessa's affairs and has been paying attention to it. Link had not thought of organizing a card game so quickly, but it was in his plan. He could have not invited Vanessa to dinner, but in order to attract Fisk, he deliberately invited her under the pretext of thanking her. Vanessa usually doesn't eat with guests, but Link is not an ordinary guest. On the one hand, he knows Fisk, and on the other hand, he has deepened his relationship with Vanessa, and he has a girlfriend. He has no desire for Vanessa. On the day of the card game, Link packed up and was sent out of the house by Jessica. He drove to the place prepared by Fisk. However, he had to be searched before entering the door. Link handed over his gun and was allowed in. "Mr. Fisk." Link took the initiative to extend his hand, shook hands with the other party and said, "I didn't expect you to invite me. I do have something to ask, so I organized this card game. Let me introduce it." Mrs. Gao and Langley were both here. They came in advance. The two were very surprised that Fisk organized the card game. Langley recognized Link as soon as he came in, so he said, "Mr. Lin, long time no see. Do you know each other?" Fisk asked curiously. "Yes." Link said, "My financial affairs are entrusted to Mr. Osley's accounting firm. He recently helped me buy a large number of Stark Industries stocks. Tax season is coming soon. I must use the funds, otherwise the taxes I have to pay will be enough to make me sleepless." Langley smiled and said, "Yes, but time is too short. Now I can only temporarily buy more stable stocks to preserve value." "That's really a coincidence." Fisk suddenly realized, and then said, "This is Mrs. Gao. She has a lot of properties in New York." "Hello, madam." Link shook hands with the other party. And Mrs. Gao said in Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Lin. It seems that we will have a lot of common language. I just bought some antique porcelain recently. I wonder if Mrs. Gao is interested in this." Link also used Chinese. James Wesley helped Fisk translate in his ear. This person has a strong learning ability and is proficient in multiple functional languages. He is Fisk's right-hand man. "Is Lin Xinsheng a new immigrant?" Mrs. Gao asked. "No, Our family has been here for 4 generations, but we all speak Chinese at home. Unfortunately, my parents had a car accident, and now there is no one at home to speak to me. Link looked regretful. Then the card game started, with $1,000 per card, which was much smaller than what Tony Stark and his friends were playing. Link still looked like he was observing, while Fisk was talking more. Lin, how is Vanessa now? Wilson, you shouldn't ask me this. Link smoked a cigar. I met her a few days ago, but I don't know about what happened between you. I only mentioned a few words. It seems that Vanessa is hesitating. You should be bolder. Mrs. Gao and Langley looked at each other. They didn't agree with Fisk's distraction now, but it was not easy to bring it up in this occasion. And Fisk invited the two of them for his own purpose. He wanted to show his attitude, which Link didn't know. If you decide, you have to do it. If you hesitate too much, you will lose. Link encouraged Fisk. Even if he didn't encourage him, he was a decisive person. Link used this to bring the two closer. You're right. There were some unpleasant things during the previous dinner. It was my fault. Fisk said calmly, I will invite her again. That's right. I believe Vanessa will come. Link continued to encourage. The card game didn't last long, it was organized forcefully, but Link finally left with a check for 1 million. He got his pistol back at the door, checked that there was nothing wrong, then got in the car and left. However, he didn't leave too far. After driving for a while, he found a restaurant on the side of the road, parked the car at the door, got out of the car and walked in. Ordering an apple pie and a glass of milk, Link listened quietly. Fisk, you shouldn't be distracted at this time. Mrs. Gao was obviously dissatisfied with Fisk's behavior. Our career is at a critical moment. I don't think my matter will affect our career. Fisker obviously disagreed with this statement, and this is my personal matter and is not within the scope of our cooperation. Langley said from the side, that would be the best, but for her, you crushed Anatoly's mind with the door. Is this what you mean by having no impact? Link listened. He knew who Anatoly was, one of the leaders of the Russian gang, the other being his brother Vladimir. When their brothers fought against the Irish before, they were completely at a disadvantage. Until Fisk's forces intervened, the Irish gang was overwhelmed, and now they can only survive. Vladimir thinks this matter was done by masked men, and they have been failing and will be kicked out of our team sooner or later. Fisk said, I will replace them and complete the last step. Mrs. Gao was obviously dissatisfied and said, okay, let's do this for now. I hope you will do what you say, but who is that Lin? Why would he know both Vanessa and Langley? Isn't it an intelligence officer or someone from another gang? Langley shook his head and said, I just helped him buy stocks worth $60 million. He can't be an intelligence agent. Which intelligence agency would spend such a large amount of money? Link smiled slightly when he heard this, then picked up the spoon, scooped out a large piece of apple pie and put it into his mouth. He played cards with Tony Stark a few days ago and won 30 million in a few hours. How can such a person be an agent? Mrs. Gowan nodded slightly. Langley was right. No intelligence agency would pay so much money to send an undercover agent in. Fisk also said, when I was discussing cooperation with Mrs. Alexandra, I met him in Las Vegas, so he had no problems and no need to worry. Besides, I will arrange things. The three of them then dispersed. Link also finished the apple pie and drank the milk in one gulp. Then he drove and quietly followed Mrs. Gao. One of the 5 fingers of the hand in the society, Mrs. Gao is Link's focus. He first determines the location of her drug factory in Hell's Kitchen, and then tries his best to record it and discovers the secret of the hand and the society. In this way, the mission is completed. He doesn't need to follow closely behind and directly conducts over-the-horizon tracking so that no one can detect him. It was very smooth to find Mrs. Gao's factory. She was very interested in it. Even at night, she still came here, as if she lived nearby. This old lady was using a cane and had difficulty walking, but Link didn't dare to underestimate her. She was also an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Link parked the car far away, then walked closer and observed it carefully with X-ray vision. This was a warehouse with a very high rack inside. Link jumped directly to the roof, and then hung upside down on the edge. Position, holding a miniature camera to capture the scene inside. At the same time, he listened to Mrs. Gao's movements. However, Mrs. Gao obviously had no intention of contacting Alexandra. When she came back at night, it turned out that she was going to ship the goods tomorrow, not simply to pay attention to it. Link jumped down directly, landed silently, and then left quietly. He listened remotely again, then started the car and left. When they got home, Jessica had already fallen asleep. Link went into the dressing room, took off his clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he slowly moved to the bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Jessica woke up and saw Link lying next to her. She felt relieved, then got up and went to the kitchen. She purchased some kitchen appliances, took out slices of bread and put them in the toaster, then took out vegetables, ham, peanut butter, etc. from the refrigerator. When Link got up, there were already sandwiches and hot milk. Jessica looked at him with a sweet smile, and Link started eating. This tastes pretty good. After all, what you are actually eating is the taste of the sauce. Link gives a thumbs up to indicate that it tastes good as an encouragement. Then Link took out a check and said, "I won yesterday, but there were some problems with yesterday's card game. It's not my problem, it's some problems between Mr. Fisk and his partners." The atmosphere was not very good, so it ended a little awkwardly. It was Mr. Fisk's personal contribution. "We will go to the bank to cash it out later, and then go buy a car." "No problem?" Jessica asked. "No problem. Mr. Fisk is mainly concerned about Vanessa, but I don't know much about this aspect." Link said, "I am only participating in the card game, and their problems have nothing to do with us." "Okay, I'm going to wash up." Jessica turned around to wash up. Link wiped out his breakfast, then washed the dishes and went to get dressed. The two came to the bank, and after cashing the check, Link opened an account for Jessica, deposited the money into her account, and prepared a checkbook. The two then went to the car dealership, and Link took a fancy to the 7th-generation Rolls-Royce Phantom. The reason for choosing this car was mainly because Jessica could not drive. In the future, as a manager of a charity fund, Jessica must pay attention to her identity and status. This is a car suitable for sitting in the back. Jessica readily agreed, and Link placed an order directly. After paying the full amount, the next step was to wait. Anyway, there was no rush now, but he could find a driver in advance. It is not easy to hire a driver. It is not that no one applies for this job, but it is not easy to find one that meets your requirements. Of course, the most critical issue is trust. Link put a recruitment advertisement in the newspaper. There was no salary issue, but the requirements were very harsh: not smoking and drinking, having vehicle driving and maintenance experience, having certain combat capabilities, protecting the safety of the employer, etc. There are too many requirements, but there is no mention of salary. People with real ability should be able to come out, and the salary will not be low, but some short-sighted people are dismissive. Link only left his phone number, but there were not many people calling. Link would ask a few questions on the phone, especially the other person's resume, and then search for it in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database is very large, and it can even use the databases of the FBI and CIA, so these people cannot escape Link's review. Some of them were capable, but some things in their past were not good, so Link gave them a pass. Anyway, it would take 2 months to wait for the car, so he was not in a hurry. The key now was how to keep an eye on Mrs. Gao. Now there is no need to follow Langley Owsley's line, and there is no need to follow Wilson Fisk's line. His affairs are not within the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s management. Link made a call to Coulson. "Coulson, I found the person behind Fisk." "Oh?" Coulson perked up. "Who is it?" "Alexandra Reed, who appeared once before in my gambling game in Las Vegas. A Chinese-American Madame Gao appeared in the card game organized by Fisk a few days ago." Link said, the two should be part of the same organization. "But that Alexandra doesn't appear often. According to Fisk, she doesn't like to appear in public. The feeling this woman gives me is unfathomable. As for Mrs. Gao, she has a drug manufacturing factory in Hell's Kitchen. She has formed an industrial chain with Fisk and others. Based on the evidence previously hidden by Langley, they used United Construction to launder money. However, the acquisition of the property rights of Hell's Kitchen is also true. There is something strange about this matter. I haven't found out the details yet. I will keep an eye on Mrs. Gao next. The problems with Fisk are all normal criminal problems. Coulson listened carefully. He did not expect that Link would basically figure out the entire situation so quickly. Of course, there was still one last link that had not yet been unearthed, which was what the forces cooperating with Fisk were going to do. Most of the funds come from island countries. Are there no people from island countries? Coulson asked. Link said, I haven't come into contact yet, but you should be able to find out by looking at Mrs. Gao. After all, I am only one person. Understood, keep working hard and try to find out their ultimate goal. Coulson encouraged him. Link was right, he was just one person. But this is also what the director meant. For example, Hawkeye and Black Widow all act alone and have strong operational capabilities and intelligence gathering capabilities. Link directly became a level 6 agent, which was the director's intention. To see if he can be like Hawkeye and Black Widow, as a member of the Avengers in the future, Nick Fury will never forget this. He had proposed a plan before, but it was rejected by the World Security Council, but how could this guy give up? Just like he secretly built safe spots and bases and embezzled funds from S.H.I.E.L.D., in essence, Nick Fury was frightened by the Kree fleet. Coulson turned around and reported Link's discovery to Nick Fury. Nick Fury's remaining eye lit up, and a large amount of money was waving to him again. Very good, Lin's intelligence gathering ability is good. Nick Fury was very satisfied. By the way, the previous actions were not exposed, right? No, we did it secretly. The funds have been transferred around and entered into the secret account. Coulson said, it will not be noticed by Langley Owsley. Well, don't let other people in the Bureau find out. I will use this money to build a secret base. Nick Fury trusted Coulson the most, but he did not upgrade him too much and kept him there. It's level 7. Maria Hill is a level 9 agent, Nick Fury's adjutant, and the apparent successor to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson is Nick Fury's candidate to take over the secret base. He is a person who takes one step at a time and sees 3 steps at a time. Link was secretly monitoring Mrs. Gao at this time and found that Mrs. Gao was in her factory most of the time during the day. She used a blind person to deliver the goods, and it was originally picked up by a Russian taxi, but now Vladimir is busy avenging his brother and looking for Daredevil everywhere. The Islander's letter came out and he came to see Madame Gao. Madame Gao was very concerned about Fisk's personal affairs and thought it would affect their so-called career. The appearance of the letter allowed Link to complete the discovery of the Islanders, and then reported it to Coulson. Coulson was very satisfied, but Link was alone and difficult to separate. He was considering increasing manpower, but at this time Link discovered that Mrs. Gao had gone to see Alexandra. Link was holding a radio equipment and monitoring from a distance in the car. This is a long-range radio equipment that can be eavesdropped from a long distance. Alexandra was feeding pigeons in a square, while Mrs. Gao sat next to her, a little in awe of her. The conversation between the two made Link happy because the mission was accomplished. The reason why the Hand and the Society fully supports Fisk is very simple, that is, they are looking for the Dragon Bone. The 5 fingers of the Hand and the Society are all old monsters that have lived for a long time, and the secret of their immortality is the Dragon Bone. They can even use the Dragon Bone to attack the dead. Perform resurrection. However, the keel in their hands was running out after hundreds of years of consumption, and based on the clues they searched for, they found that there should be a complete keel under Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. So, they need to acquire a large amount of Hell's Kitchen property rights. They bought it not for development, but for digging down. The keel is buried very deep and very huge. They need to dig deep, and need to do it in multiple locations until they find the keel. Alexandra's body can't support it, so they are very anxious. Even if Fisk has a girlfriend, they think it's a waste of time. Link sorted out the recording and sent it to Coulson. After listening to it, Coulson was stunned for a moment and then called Link. Link, is this true? Coulson asked. It should be true, because there is no problem in logic, and the only problem is whether it is really possible to live forever, but this news is best kept secret, and even the Bureau should not spread it. Link reminded, if too many people know it, then the world will go crazy. The temptation of immortality is too great, especially those politicians and capitalists, they will do anything. If the keel is under Hell's Kitchen and it is very huge, after digging it out, Hell's Kitchen will collapse. After Link finished speaking, he was thinking about something else. If Coulson is really killed by Loki in the future, can he be resurrected through the dragon bone? He was not sure whether he could save Coulson. After all, he was reluctant to expose his strength. He just told Nick Fury about the keel and let him think about it himself. However, he still doesn't care too much whether Hell's Kitchen will collapse. Link is not the Virgin, and it is not his responsibility to care about the lives and deaths of so many people. After listening, Coulson immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. Very good, don't mention it to anyone. The original recording must be kept and not copied. Understood, I'm waiting for your news. Link hung up the phone. At this time, he didn't have much to do. Then look for the Purple Man. In the evening, Link came to the rooftop and lay on the lounge chair with Jessica holding wine glasses. Link smoked a cigar and quietly admired the night, while he turned on his super hearing. Collect information with all your strength. Purple Man's information is actually not difficult to collect. After this guy has the ability, he eats, drinks and has fun everywhere. In addition, he will also look for extremely outstanding women and then control them. So, as long as you know a guy who likes to give orders at will, Link is hearing a lot of things at this time, which requires his super brain to analyze. Zirin goes in and out of luxury hotels, restaurants, apartments and other places. He stays there for a day or a few days before leaving. He knows his shortcomings and is invincible when others are not paying attention. However, a sniper can be killed with one bullet. Many things happen in New York every day, and there are many accidents, so the Purple Man has never been noticed by anyone, and Link himself is not sure whether he will be controlled by him. Jessica watched Link close his eyes without disturbing him, lying on the recliner and admiring the night sky. She had been studying and training recently. The progress is still good. She was too repelled by her abilities in the past. It would be better if she trained earlier. Link kept eliminating targets, and soon he locked the location of the Purple Man. This guy was not far from him because there were many luxury apartments near Central Park. This guy knew how to enjoy himself, so it was no surprise that he was very close to him. Link locked his target directly and then opened his eyes. But don't worry, the Purple Man will live in this house tonight, and now Link needs to consider how to kill him. Link was not in a hurry to kill the Purple Man. After all, it was difficult to explain when going out at night. He still lay leisurely on the chair and continued to listen to determine the Purple Man's voice. The next day, Link sent Jessica to the charity Jean Hui to continue her studies, and Link once again confirmed the location of the Purple Man. As expected, this guy did not move, and he would probably live here for a few days. So, Link went to Hell's Kitchen. He needed to find a sniper rifle. While wandering around Hell's Kitchen, he found a small law firm. Murdoch and Nielsen Law Firm. Link originally proposed to Jessica to establish a charitable foundation because he wanted to sponsor this firm. Matthew Murdoch is a typical Madonna character. Of course, he is an extremely contradictory person. He has always advocated the use of legal trials, but he has turned into a vigilante and become the Night Stalker of Hell's Kitchen. He was also breaking the law himself, but Link wasn't going to care about it. He was just looking for something to do for Jessica, and it was also for tax exemption. Establish a charitable fund, which is then responsible for investment. 5% of its annual profits are used for charity. Legal aid is also a type of charity. The foundation, on the other hand, can be exempted from most taxes, and future heirs do not need to pay inheritance taxes, but can work here. Capitalists will use this trick to get away with it. Many people who don't know the truth think it's really charity and have donated all their wealth to this end. However, the funds of the charity fund belong to other people. Link has no business but only funds. He is not suitable to establish a company in a foreign tax-free country, and he himself does not want to be so troublesome. Then charitable funds are the best way. As for Matthew Murdock, the daredevil, Link doesn't need to care. The future Defenders of Hell's Kitchen is probably gone, and its members actually have average abilities. For example, Matthew Murdock is basically an ordinary person, but he has super hearing and super sense of smell, and his combat abilities are all trained. His strength is not as good as Hawkeye and Black Widow. Especially since this guy has a no-kill principle, he is not within S.H.I.E.L.D's recruitment scope. The trajectory of Jessica Jones is similar. Although she has super strength and jumping, she has no fighting skills. She just works miracles with her strength and cannot be compared with Captain America. As for Iron Fist, he holds more than 50% of the shares of a large group and is a super rich man. He has good fighting experience, but his strongest punch is that punch, and then he stops. His fighting ability is average and cannot be compared with Thor and Hulk. Luke Cage is invulnerable, but this is not of much use. His upper limit is not high, he is just a human shield. And these guys don't have very good personalities. Link parked the car at the door, and then walked in. There were only 3 rooms here, and entering was the reception room, where Karen Page had been working since she was rescued. There is an office on the left and right, belonging to Matthew Murdock and Fergie Nelson respectively. They were college classmates. Matthew Murdock's father left him a sum of money, and for this money, his father paid his life. Matthew Murdock used this money to establish this law firm to help the weak. Most of the cases this guy accepted were unpaid. "Hello, sir, do you have a case commission?" Karen Page stood up immediately after seeing Link's clothes. This person should not be short of money, but it was too late to think about why he came here. Now he is short of money. Link smiled and said, "No, I heard that this law firm often provides free legal aid, so I am very interested. I came here to take a look today. Are Mr. Murdock and Mr. Nelson here?" "They are in court. You can sit down first. They will be back in a little while." Karen Page realized that this person might be here to sponsor. "I'll pour you some water." They don't even have a coffee machine here, so they can only pour Link a glass of water. Link didn't sit down, but looked around here. It seems that the conditions are indeed not very good. Many things are old. Such a place really needs investment. Karen Page was a little embarrassed. After all, the law firm was short of money, very short of money. Her salary had not been paid for 3 months. Matthew's funds are limited and it is difficult to maintain basic operations. The law firm is now in a very difficult situation. "What do you call, sir?" Karen Page asked. "This is my business card." Link took out a name card, but there was only a name and phone number on it, and no other names, which made Peggy very confused. At this time, Matthew and Foggy came back, and they were still discussing the case. After pushing the door open and coming in, they saw Link. The two were stunned for a moment, and then Karen Page immediately introduced the two parties. After getting to know each other, he was invited to Matthew's office. All 3 people came in. After Link sat down, he said, "I recently intend to establish a charity fund. Because I used to be a policeman, I want to provide funding for legal aid." "Police?" Matthew was stunned. "Yes, you should have heard of me at the West Central City branch. I killed more than 20 people in one night." Link spread his hands. Fergie Nelson immediately said suddenly, "I understand, see, Lynn, right?" "Yes, to meet you formally, you can call me Lynn." Link said, "I am now a professional gambler. Most of my funds came from just 2 poker games, and I won a total of $55 million US. "Oh, my God!" Fergie Nelson exclaimed, "It's incredible, is there such a big card game?" "One of them is Mr. Tony Stark, so you know." Link smiled, "But these are not the point. Now I hold Stark Industries stock worth $60 million US. There will be dividends every year. Of course, there is also the idea of legal tax avoidance. In addition, the charitable foundation is managed by my girlfriend. The main thing is to find something for her to do. It's something that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I heard about your law firm, so I came here today to talk about funding. Matthew Murdoch heard this and asked, will Mr. Lin intervene in our case? No, but since we are the sponsor, we will supervise and verify the case. Link thought of Jessica's hobby. If you accept our funding, there will be no way to keep the case confidential. Do you agree with this matter? Of course. Fergie said immediately, this is inevitable. Any charitable funding has the right to do so. What do you think, Matthew? Yes, I agree with this aspect. Matthew Murdoch nodded. But now there are two options. Link said, the first one is that you only accept our funding, and the funding is only for funding cases. Second, if you accept our acquisition, we will be responsible for all your expenses, including your salary. Of course, as lawyers, you too can own part of the shares. After all, it is difficult to make a fortune with this kind of charitable legal aid, and the salary is at the level of the middle class. However, if you receive a big case and can make money, then you can calculate it separately. This is a problem. Matthew Murdoch hesitates here, while Fergie Nelson is more excited. If they acquire it, then they don't have to worry about money. Funding is different, it's just the money spent on the case, they don't make any money. Matthew. Fergie immediately reminded Matthew in a low voice. Link stood up and said, I know you all need to think about it, so I'll take my leave now. You have my business card and you can call me at any time. You can consider the two choices yourself. Okay, Mr. Lin, we will reply as soon as possible. Fergie Nelson said immediately, I will send it to you. After Link got in the car, he immediately heard the conversation inside, but he did not continue to listen and continued to look for the sniper rifle. This was not difficult. He found someone carrying a batch of weapons, so he followed them out of curiosity and monitored them from a distance. There was only one person, and although everything was covered, it couldn't block Link's view. Moreover, this man's body was covered with scars. Link instantly thought of the Punisher. All the weapons he carried were military grade. Civilian weapons are prohibited from having fully automatic weapons, and most of his weapons are fully automatic, even heavy weapons. Link smiled and waited silently in the distance until the transportation was completed and the Punisher left. He placed the things on the rooftop. This was to prepare for the night operation, and the target should be nearby, right? He didn't need to know the Punisher's actions, he just needed a sniper rifle. After the Punisher left, Link went directly to the rooftop, where some weapon boxes were covered with canvas. Link only opened the one containing the sniper rifle and looked inside. It was a Beret AS-50 sniper rifle, using 12.7 by 99mm caliber bullets. After seeing this kind of bullet, Link laughed, and the purple man was dead. I closed the box directly, wrapped it with canvas, checked that there were no surveillance cameras around, then picked it up and left. Putting it on the back seat of the car, Link started it and left, heading towards where the purple man was. There was a wealthy area nearby. Link carefully walked around a few times, observed the situation, and finally chose an office building. Then he waited for the arrival of the evening. He called Jessica and told her to go back later in the evening. Then Link went to buy some clothes, a hooded sweatshirt, sunglasses, gloves, masks, etc., all cheap goods, street goods that would not have any records. And they were purchased separately, and finally the car was changed and parked far away, where there was no surveillance. America has too little surveillance. Link is very satisfied, they will not invest too much money in public facilities at all, capitalists are like this. At night, when there were fewer people, Link took the things and came to the narrow space between the two buildings according to the predetermined route, and then slowly floated up with the things. He was not very used to flying, after all, he had never practiced, and he did not have Superman's combat suit and cape, so he could only float up. It was the first time for him to use his flying ability outside, but Link's observation was very careful, so he would not take any pictures, and there was no surveillance here. Coming to the rooftop of the office building selected in advance, Link opened the box, took out the sniper rifle and assembled it, and then debugged it. He did not need to lie down, he directly aimed the gun at the purple man. This guy is now sitting on the sofa in the living room. The luxury apartment he chose has the most floor-to-ceiling windows, which gives him a very wide view. This is also the way to his death. It gives Link a great sniper view. In order to kill this guy, Link did not shoot immediately, but waited. Ziren was watching the TV at this time, holding a glass of wine in his hand and a cigar in his mouth, while the host and hostess of the family, who had no children, were cooking. Otherwise, Link would have taken action yesterday. Although he is not a holy mother, he still has some sympathy for the children. After dinner was ready, Ziren got up and walked towards the dining table nearby. Link was waiting for this opportunity and directly pulled the trigger. Even such a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle did not make his body move at all. Bang! The glass and Ziren's head shattered almost at the same time, but the host and hostess of the house were controlled and did not scream at this. They still stood at the dining table, waiting for the next order. The purple man's body fell to the ground, but Link didn't stop. Bang bang. Continuous sniping aimed at the corpse of the purple man. After all the bullets were empty, Link threw the sniper rifle to the ground, then jumped directly, turned around and left after landing. The remaining problems are not his, and the unusual behavior of the host and hostess of the house should attract some attention. Link changed his clothes, threw the clothes he took off into the trash can, poured some gasoline into it, lit it on fire, and then left. I got back to the car, drove away, and made a long circle before returning home. The anti-equipment gunfire was loud, but Link was standing on the rooftop, and the loud sound was not noticed by others. However, the glass of the luxury apartment shattered, and some of the glass fell below. Someone called the police. When the police opened the door, they were so shocked by what they saw that some young police officers turned around and went out to vomit. The most bizarre thing was that a man and a woman stood still and ignored the arrival of the police. Link returned home and took a shower first to get rid of the smell of gunpowder smoke from his body, but Jessica still smelled it. However, she did not ask, but made 2 sandwiches for Link and heated the milk. After eating, Link told Jessica about the law firm. Jessica became interested and asked a lot of questions. Link answered them one by one, and then the two of them took an early rest. The next day, Link sent Jessica to school. He turned around and suddenly realized that there was nothing to do, but Coulson's phone call came in time. Link, you did a good job this time, you don't need to take care of the rest. Coulson said, the director wants to see you and go to the headquarters tomorrow. There will be a helicopter waiting for you at the branch. Okay, I just happened to go to the headquarters to have a look. Link said. Link spent the day leisurely. As for who would take over, Link didn't care. After all, he was alone, which made him feel less like an agent and more like an intelligence dealer working part-time. In the evening, Jessica and I went out to eat and then watch a movie. In the evening, we tried on the quality of the underwear Jessica bought. The next day, we sent Jessica to study, while he went to the branch. He arrived at the headquarters by helicopter. After getting off the plane, someone took him to Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury was easy to recognize. Agent Lin, welcome to the headquarters. Nick Fury was very polite and stood up to shake hands with him. Mr. Director, I have been curious about the headquarters for a long time. Link said with a smile. I understand this. After all, you don't know enough about us, but you did a good job in this mission. Only one person discovered such important information. Nick Fury has a resurrection plan, but it is from Kremlin. The material is extracted from the human body, and the process of resurrection is extremely cruel. The Kiel incident made him see another possibility, so Nick Fury brought back Hawkeye and Black Widow to cooperate with Coulson to complete the mission secretly. Link is not on this trust list yet, but he must be appeased. But your qualifications are not enough. Because you performed the mission alone, you were promoted to a 6th-level agent. You need to keep up your efforts and continue to collect intelligence among the upper class in New York as a professional gambler, especially the so-called upper-class elites. Some of them may have 084. You don't know what they will do. Yes, I understand, but the circle I come into contact with is limited. Link said, it's usually poker games that are for money, or for technology. We have also done your analysis, but our organization is like this. We cannot wait until something bad happens before we work hard. Many agents are working hard in what they are good at. Nick Fury said, we to prevent problems before they happen. This time I have a task for you. Yes, Director. Link was very cooperative. The military has been conducting experiments, hoping to reproduce the super soldier serum, which is the one used by Captain America. Nick Fury said, there was an accident in a previous experiment, and the laboratory was caused huge damage, but they completely blocked the news. However, we did get some information. They have been looking for a person, and this is his information. Nick Fury handed over a piece of information. After Link opened it, he took a look and knew the details. Dr. Bruce Banner, a super genius with 7 doctorates. This man was once the person in charge of the experiment, but he disappeared after the accident. The military has been looking for him. Nick Fury said, but there was no news. Finally, a team of them went to Brazil and caused quite a stir there. But because it was at night and the infrastructure there was not good, we didn't get any valuable intelligence. However, our people found the trace of Dr. Bruce Banner. He has returned secretly in New York. I hope you can get close to him and find out the specific situation. After all, the scene of the experimental accident was too destructive, but it was not caused by the explosion. I understand. I will start the action immediately after I go back. Link is not afraid of Hulk, but he doesn't want to expose his ability because of Hulk. The best way is to contact the other party in advance. Very good, go visit the headquarters. Nick Fury was very satisfied. Link turned and left with the information. Someone was waiting for him outside, a woman, very tall. Hello, I'm Maria Hill, the director's adjutant. The other party introduced me. I don't think I need to be introduced. Hello, Agent Hill. Link shook hands with the other party, who took him on a tour and introduced some of the various departments, but the confidential parts were not involved in this tour. Link had lunch here at noon, then took a helicopter back to the New York branch in the afternoon and drove home in his own car. Bruce Banner was cautious. He returned to New York with his things. He was not allowed to stay in any hotel that required identification information, and he didn't have that much money now. He thought of a place, which was the pizza shop he used to go to with his girlfriend. He was very familiar with the owner. Carrying a travel bag, he took a taxi to the location and prepared to enter through the back door. But a car stopped next to him, the driver's window rolled down, and a young Chinese man showed his face. Smiled at him and said, "Good evening, Dr. Bruce Banner." Bruce was in a panic at this time, and he turned around and wanted to escape. But Link's words made him stop. The military already knows you're back. Bruce turned to look at Link and asked, "Who are you?" "Get in the car. This is not the place to talk." "Don't worry, I won't anger you, because it's too dangerous." Link said, "I also know that many things are not effective for you, so I just want to talk." After hesitating for a moment, Bruce knew that he didn't have much choice unless he released the Hulk, but that was the last thing he wanted to do. So, he got in the car, got in from the passenger seat, Link started the car, and the car drove away slowly. Bruce Banner and his girlfriend in the pizza shop were perfectly separated, and Link did this intentionally. This kind of affection between children is the most undesirable. Let me introduce myself. My name is Link. You can call me Lin. I belong to the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Link imitated Phil Coulson and the others and said his full name directly. Bruce Banner was confused. What is this for? Homeland does not refer to the United States, but the entire Earth. We are the first line of defense of the Earth. Link said, this is a global institution, managed by the World Security Council, with funds coming from all countries around the world. This is a joint organization mechanism. How is it possible? Bruce Banner didn't believe it. If there is such an institution, why is there a war? You don't understand everything. What we are defending is not war on the Earth, but alien civilization. In view of your specialness, that's why I said that the alien civilization that people have been wondering about does exist. Lin K said. Bruce Banner didn't expect that he would hear such an exciting thing today, but he still believes it too much now. Link didn't explain too much, but drove directly to an open location, invited the other party to get out of the car, and then took out some food and drink from the trunk. I believe you haven't eaten yet, we can talk while eating. This is the pizza purchased, a total of 2 large boxes of pizza, and 2 cups of Coke. Link asked, do you want me to taste it first? No need. Bruce Banner took a box directly, placed it on the chassis cover of the front of the car, opened it and ate it. Link also opened another box, eating pizza, and said, we roughly understand something. The military announced that it was an experimental accident, but the damage at the scene was not caused by the explosion. And then they hunted you down. We also guessed some things. The experiment must have been successful, but it wasn't that successful, right? Yes, I became a monster with huge destructive power, and it is out of control. Bruce Banner said, do you want it now? As far as I know, we have no experimental project on the super soldier serum. Link said, to put it bluntly, the enemy we know is not something that one Captain America or a group of Captain America can solve. There are already a lot of alien items that we have sealed and studied. Bruce looked at Link in surprise and asked, is it really okay for you to tell me this? Does it sound like a lie? Link laughed and said, I thought so too at first. I was a policeman before, and then I made a lot of money in Las Vegas. At this time I'm faced with a choice. As a result, someone came to recruit me. I was very interested and curious about it, so I joined. As a result, I saw the truth that I never knew. The Earth is like a supermarket. Too many aliens have come here. Maybe there are still aliens hiding here. Can you believe it? Bruce swallowed the pizza in his mouth with difficulty and said, it's unbelievable. Yes, it's unbelievable. Link nodded and said, then, Bruce, it was a wrong decision for you to come back, and it was an even worse choice for you to give your blood to others. Bruce was stunned, you all know? Of course, the network is not safe. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know this, but Link knows it. Anyway, he was performing the mission alone and didn't worry about being discovered. Facing Bruce Banner, his psychology was the most useful. And your Mr. Lon cloned your blood and conducted many experiments. Impossible, how could he? Bruce was stunned, he didn't expect this, he promised. A crazy biologist, you are also doing scientific research, how do you know he won't do this? Link mocked slightly, he can get the Nobel Prize for this, why doesn't he do it? Bruce was silent for a moment, and then said, no, he must destroy the blood. Don't worry, someone will do it. Link reassured him, and then said, now let's talk about your problem. Me? Bruce was stunned. From what you said, I came to a conclusion, that is, what is his name in your body? Link guided Bruce. Hulk, he named himself Hulk. Bruce said. Yes, Hulk. Link nodded slightly, although I don't know your field of expertise, I know that the experiment will not stuff a person or anything into your body, so his birth will be yours. Question. Me? Bruce was stunned, how is that possible? Of course it's possible. I studied psychology in college. I believe you've heard of split personality, right? Link continued, I know all about your experience. We have investigated your past. Your childhood was unhappy, which resulted in your cowardly personality. So when you were a child, did you imagine that you would become strong and be able to protect yourself? Split personality is related to personal experience. Your experience is a typical example. It's just that you are very smart, have always excelled in your studies, and have 7 PhDs. This learning experience, your university degree, and your girlfriend will make you temporarily forget your cowardice, but when there is a huge crisis in the experiment, or even fatal danger, Link said. All the conditions came together and a huge change occurred within you, and the Hulk was born. After all, the experiment is done by you. You can't put anything into your body. So according to science, it can only be another personality of yours. His performance is related to your childhood. Think about it for yourself, are the characteristics displayed by Hulk related to some of your childhood emotions? Bruce fell into memories. His father was also a researcher in the military, but his temper later became very violent. Until he died, he was always very scared. Then I hid under the table alone, but inside. He couldn't imagine it and said tremblingly, am I the Hulk? Can you tell me what your other personality is feeling? Link asked. Angry. Bruce put down the pizza and covered his face with his hands. It's all about me. You should be happy, Bruce. Link advised from the side. In this way, the problem can be solved easily. Don't regard him as a monster, but as your brother, or yourself. Face to face with him, this it's a psychological treatment. Don't exclude him, communicate with him. By the way, when he appears, do you know what's going on in the outside world? I don't know. Bruce shook his head. I don't know. Every time he appears, I always fall into darkness. That's the problem. If you don't like him, then he won't like you. You need to communicate and you need to trust each other. Then after everything is established, if you merge into one, then you will have strength and wisdom. Link said. Why do you want that? Bruce suddenly looked up at Link, which was so strange. The Earth needs you, maybe in the near future. Link took a sip of Coke, and then said, we can provide you with a safe house in an open place, and then you have to learn to face the Hulk and proceed with peace of mind. Dialogue. People send you supplies regularly, what do you think? Don't think that he will disappear. You must know that the conditions for his birth are very harsh, just like the super soldier serum. It has been decades now, but the military has not succeeded. Why? All conditions are specific. Even Dr. Alkins chose Steve Rogers, who was the weakest at the time. And why? Bruce fell silent. Since that experiment, he has been evading, complaining, and even wanted to kill himself. As a result, everything got worse and worse. Now that the other party explained everything from a psychological perspective, Bruce somewhat agreed. It's strange that you trusted me with such a simple conversation without even showing any ID? Link looked relaxed, and Bruce felt strange. Did the other party not understand how terrifying the Hulk was? Really? Bruce asked. Yes, we will deploy an isolation zone around the safe house. No one or force can contact you until you complete the psychological treatment. Link said, as you know, it is difficult to succeed in terms of technology, the most it can do is let Hulk sleep. But the military will not give up. They will capture people and pull them for experiments. General Ross, as your girlfriend's father, you should know him better than we do. That's an ambitious guy. Okay, but you have to clear my blood. Bruce agreed. This was an opportunity, but he didn't know the specific effect. By the way, I hope you can help me. Don't worry, I will go over regularly to conduct psychological evaluations on you, but this matter actually still depends on you. Only you can solve the problem between you. Let him see the outside, and you should also see the outside. Trust is the foundation. I hope so, Bruce said. Link took out his phone and dialed Nick Fury's number in front of the other party. Director, I have met with Dr. Bruce Banner and conducted psychological diagnosis and analysis. Nick Fury was stunned, he didn't understand. Link met directly, but now it seems that the situation is good? What's the specific situation? Nick Fury asked. The military did develop a super soldier serum, but something went wrong in the experiment. The doctor himself mutated and became a powerful being, so powerful that the military couldn't do anything to him, Link said. Now he cannot control this situation for the time being. My analysis is that he has given birth to a second personality. Now there is a lack of communication between the main personality and the second personality. When the second personality appears, the main personality will fall into a deep sleep. This is related to the doctor's childhood. My idea was to find an inaccessible place, such as the Canadian jungle, and we would create an isolation zone from a distance. Let Dr. Banner communicate with the second personality himself. If this step is completed, then Dr. Banner's power can be controlled by himself. Nick Fury's eyes lit up, but he knew nothing about Banner's power, but based on Link's description, he also understood that there was nothing the military could do. This is Banner's power, far exceeding Captain America. This comparison is actually very intuitive. As a link of communication between Link and Nick Fury, his rhetoric is very important. Your idea is very good, I can arrange it. Nick Fury said. Director, the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. However, we need to make some arrangements for the people who contacted Dr. Banner before. He copied a lot of Banner's blood, which is very dangerous. Link said, someone drank a drop before, and it made an old man become extremely powerful. This is too dangerous. I think you should go out in person and destroy all the copied blood. Nick Fury's pupils shrank. It turned out that there was such a thing. He immediately said, give me the address, I will deal with it myself. In addition, I need you to send Dr. Banner over in person. I asked Coulson to prepare it. I don't want any problems in the middle. Understood, I will escort him personally. Link said and hung up the phone. Then he sent a text message using his mobile phone. It contained Mr. Land's address and real name, which he remembered. After all, he had a super brain and his memory of his previous life was very clear. If Nick Fury hadn't given Link the task, Link wouldn't have guided Bruce Banner in this way, but he was sent here. In order to avoid accidents, he must firmly grasp the initiative, otherwise if Hulk comes out, he must really fight. Eat quickly, we'll leave when we get the news. Link began to eat pizza in big mouthfuls. Bruce did the same. Soon Coulson sent a message with this address. Link and Bruce also finished eating. The two got in the car, and then Link drove directly to the address. Hey, Coulson. This is a simple airport, a private place, with a private plane parked on the runway. Lin, your work is very good. The director has taken people to act. I believe that the blood will be destroyed soon. Coulson then turned around and stretched out his hand to Bruce. Hello, Doctor, I have learned about your information. You are a genius. I am nothing now. Bruce is not in a good mood now. Don't worry, Lin is very good at psychology. He has never lost in various card games. He is good at analyzing the psychology of various people. Coulson is very confident in Link. Let's get on the plane. Leaving the country in a private name can conceal your whereabouts. The cabin in the jungle is ready. We are also preparing to arrange people to lurk nearby to prevent anyone from looking for you. You are alone within a radius of 50 miles. Coulson said as he walked. We have prepared a hunting rifle for you to prevent bears. We have prepared 3 months of food and water for you, but there is no phone or network. I hope you can understand. If you need anything, you can tell me. Book bar, give me some books. Bruce said. Yes, there are many world-famous books there. Of course, if you don't like them, we can prepare more. Coulson said, in addition, there are enough clothes. We can take a look at them when we get there. The three got on the plane, and then the plane took off and flew to Canada. Before Link got on the plane, he informed Jessica that he would be away for a few days and asked her not to worry. He said it was a card game, but not in New York. After getting off the plane, they took a car and drove all the way to the forest. Link didn't know where this place was, but it was far enough away that there were few people. After sitting in the car for several hours, they finally arrived at a wooden house. The wooden house was neither big nor small, but it was obviously empty, but it had been tidied up. After the three entered, they found a fireplace. Coulson walked over, took some wood next to him, and then lit it in the fireplace. The climate in Canada is generally very cold. Link and Bruce took a look around. Many things here were new. Coulson said, the people who arranged this place didn't know the doctor's situation. They just thought it was a protection plan. Usually, the supplies will be transported 2 miles away from here. We will leave a car and enough fuel for you. But you have to do everything, such as chopping wood. In addition, there is no electricity, running water and other infrastructure here. There are sewage facilities, which are septic tanks buried underground. The place to get water is in the hut next to it. There is a well there. If it freezes, remember to pour hot water on it. Link said, now that we are still here, let's help. At least give Bruce some time to adapt. Good suggestion. Coulson agreed. The three of them quickly started to act. The three of them divided the work. Coulson and Bruce went to chop wood, while Link went to fetch water and fill the water tank in the wooden house. Then the facilities in the house could be used. But usually, check the water tank more often to prevent small animals from entering and affecting the quality of the water. The three of them worked hard until noon, when they started cooking again. After eating, Link and Coulson said goodbye. Bruce stayed here. At first, he was a little nervous, but he got used to it after a few days. There was really no one here. He read a book by the fireplace at night and went to sleep. In the morning, he went out to exercise. He then tried to communicate with Hulk. At first, Hulk ignored him, but Bruce had nothing to do here, and he was very at ease. He didn't need to worry about the military coming to his door. His mentality was very stable at this time, so he continued to try. After half a month, he communicated with Hulk. It was a wonderful feeling. Only then did he realize that Hulk was very similar to him when he was a child, but he was the angry self inside. Link did not go home directly, but went to Las Vegas and won a small amount of $1.5 million before returning home. After all, he told Jessica that he went to participate in a card game in another place. If he didn't get the money back, then Jessica would be worried. In the following time, Link actually had no mission, or he continued to carry out the previous mission of inquiring for intelligence, wandering around in some card games, making friends with upper-class people in New York, and expanding his network of relationships. This kind of thing is hard to say. The intelligence is equivalent to waiting for the rabbit, and there has been no movement in Hell's Kitchen. Have Coulson and his team taken action? Why is Kingpin still alive and kicking in love? Why is he still fighting back and forth with Daredevil? The Punisher has not taken any action for the time being, probably because I took his sniper rifle before, and he was scared and retreated. Regarding the Purple Man gun case, the New York police are conducting a rigorous investigation. They must have found the sniper rifle, but no other clues were found at the scene. They can only find out the source of the sniper rifle. The Punisher probably knows. Link paid attention for a moment and then ignored him. It was not easy or impossible to find him. That day, Link received a call from Karen Page, inviting him to meet. Link sent Jessica to continue studying in the morning, and then took the lead to the Murdoch and Nelson law firm. After entering, Matthew Murdoch, Fergie Nelson, and Karen Page were all there. Mr. Lin, welcome again. Foji was very enthusiastic, while Matthew's attitude was relatively calm. You're welcome. I wonder what you are thinking about? Link asked. We have thought it over carefully. I agree to the acquisition. I don't know the specific content of the acquisition. Fergie Nelson asked with a smile. We can talk about this, but your law firm is indeed worthless, but I can make a capital injection. Link said, you too can get some shares, but it will definitely not be much. Your income is mainly salary. Of course. Fergie Nelson said immediately, but we hope to stay here in West Central City. After all, the most people in need of help are here. That's for sure, but I will buy a property and then renovate it. Link said, after all, it's impossible for there to be only two of you lawyers and a receptionist. The law firm will then be incorporated into the name of a charity fund. It will be run as a normal law firm, but a charity fund will be added every year to provide legal aid to the poor. Various procedures will take some time, so for the time being I will purchase it in my private name, and when the charity fund is established, it will be incorporated into it. Matthew Murdoch asked, can it be stated in the contract? Of course, that's for sure. Link nodded, you are responsible for drafting a contract, and I will give each of you 5% of the shares. The salary issue will be signed after the contract is signed. I will give you $300,000 for the acquisition price, and inject $1 million to not dilute your shares. After the charity fund is established, the legal affairs of the foundation will be handed over to the law firm. Even if the law firm does not make money, I believe that the salary and commission business will not be reduced. Fergie Nelson was very happy. With a charity foundation behind them, they have the capital to settle down and no longer have to worry about money. Drafting a contract also takes time. Link temporarily said goodbye and left. He will bring his girlfriend over in a few days so that both parties can get to know each other. In order to establish the foundation, Link went to Langley again and asked his accounting firm to cooperate with his lawyer. For the time being, Link still used the previous lawyer. When he returned home in the evening, he told Jessica about the matter. Jessica was very excited. This is a career, not staying at home all day and being a housewife. She is learning very fast now. She is a very smart woman. She learned from the charity foundation introduced by Tracy and understood its operation. This aspect is not complicated. Link did not have much funds and the annual income was limited. Taking out 5% for charity was not a big amount of money. She did not know at this time that Link had plans for Stark Industrial stocks in the future. The scale of funds would definitely increase, but it seemed that the scale of funds was not large now. It was just a small law firm, so it was not troublesome. She was fully capable of operating it now. She talked with Link enthusiastically, especially about the review of the funding cases. The limited funds must be used for those who need it most. Hello, I saw the news about recruitment in the newspaper. Link had signed the acquisition contract and the first acquisition fund had been paid, $300,000. After all, the law firm had no fixed assets and no entrustment contract, and the office facilities here were worthless. For the subsequent injection of $1 million, Link also needed to look at the real estate in Hell's Kitchen and prepare to acquire a small apartment and then renovate it. The housing prices in America are very peculiar. They are calculated according to the community. Under the overall environment of Hell's Kitchen, the real estate here is extremely cheap. The property tax is also very low, because there are only poor people here, and the housing prices in the entire area cannot go up. People here do not agree to increase the housing prices, because the increase in housing prices means the increase in property taxes. Wilson Fisk's acquisition is difficult because the acquisition price is not enough for people here to move to another place to live, and if they move to another place, the property tax may increase. This property tax must be paid every year, and the price difference ranges from several $1,000s to $10,000 a year, which is a huge burden. If Link wants to acquire, he will also encounter this problem, but the location he chooses is on the edge of Hell's Kitchen. He must consider the problem of future employees. Fergie Nelson grew up here, and Matthew Murdoch wants to be a hero here, so the two of them dare to come. But what about others? Therefore, the edge location is the best, not leaving Hell's Kitchen, and it is relatively safe. Otherwise, if an employee works overtime at night, he can't find a taxi to go home, which is troublesome. It's not that there are no buildings here, but the rent is relatively expensive. It's better to buy a small apartment and renovate it. You should know that this place was originally a gathering place for Irish workers, so the Irish gang was the most powerful in the early days. The earliest document that can be traced back is in the New York Times in 1881, but a reporter came in under the escort of the police to interview a homicide case. The name of Hell's Kitchen is too derogatory, and finally the official determined that this place is Clinton District, which is West Midtown. This place is close to Broadway. Many people who pursue art come to New York. Because they don't have a fixed income, many people also rent houses here because the real estate here is cheap enough. Wilson Fisk wants to rebuild here, and the resistance can be imagined. People here don't have the ability to pursue a better living environment. Once this place is completely acquired and rebuilt, the price difference is very huge, and the benefits are tempting. Yes, then when can we meet? Link asked. Anytime. The other party said. Then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Link reported a coffee shop near his home, and the two agreed to meet. Soon, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Link arrived a few minutes early, found a seat, ordered a cup of coffee, and then took out a cigarette to smoke. At 2 o'clock, a black man pushed the door open and walked in. He looked around and walked straight to Link's position. Is that Mr. Lin? Yes, it's me, Mr. McCall. After Link stood up and shook hands with the other party, both parties sat down. What would you like to drink? No, we can start the interview directly. The other party did not order anything. So how is Mr. McCall's driving experience? Link asked. The Rolls-Royce Phantom I ordered will arrive in another month. It should be no problem. I have been driving for many years and am familiar with all kinds of vehicles. In addition, I was a soldier when I was young. I have certain fighting skills and can also use firearms. The other party spoke very calmly. Link nodded slightly and asked again, do you have a criminal record? No. McCall shook his head. Very good, give me your ID, I will investigate. In addition, we will set off now. You drive my car first and we will go around. Link stood up and took out the money to press under the coffee cup. The two walked out and got into Link's car. Link's Mustang was very powerful, but the other party started it very smoothly, and he knew the performance of the vehicle very well. He was an old hand at first glance. He was driving on the streets of New York, and he understood all the signals and signs and obeyed the traffic rules completely. Half an hour later, Link asked him to stop near a subway station. Give me your driver's license and I will record it. If there are no problems, then I will hire you. Your driving skills are very good. Thank you. The other party took out his driver's license and handed it to Link. After Link recorded it, the two parties separated. Link checked the time and then went to pick up Jessica. Jessica studied in the morning and worked out in the afternoon. Link did not object. His girlfriend was getting better and better, so he was naturally happy. After picking her up, he went to have dinner before returning home. While Jessica was taking a shower, he logged into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network to investigate Robert McCall, and found that his resume was false. He was a former CIA operative. The CIA recorded that this person was dead, but there are many cases of this kind of suspended animation, and Link also remembered, is this the McCall in The Vengeance? He faked his own death after his wife died of illness. Why did he come to apply for a driver job? Did his wife just die? When you were looking for a job and saw your own recruitment? Link was quite satisfied. This man's abilities were outstanding, he was fully qualified as a driver and bodyguard, and his character was not a problem either. The reason why he remembered it was based on the investigation information. McCall probably didn't know that he could investigate his details. He had forged his information himself, but after all, he was a professional, so the forgery was very difficult. Be detailed. It was probably one of his former cover identities. Very few people knew about this, and only he himself knew it. The FBI is okay, but the CIA has a lot of troubles. It is absolutely wise to leave yourself a way out in advance. Link was very satisfied, and then equipped him with a body armor and a pistol. Then basically no one could threaten Jessica, and Jessica herself was not easy to mess with. He picked up the phone, dialed McCall's number, and said, Mr. McCall, you have been admitted. Please come tomorrow. He gave the address of a law firm, which was first hired in a private name and then transferred to a charitable fund. These personnel expenses need to be recorded in the accounts of the charitable fund. Thank you very much. I will arrive on time tomorrow. McCall didn't have too many mood swings. He just wants a quiet life now. Being a full-time driver is not bad. He has a reading plan, reading 100 books. Plan, which was left behind by her wife during her lifetime. As a full-time driver, as long as you take good care of your car and your employer, you can spend your usual time reading. No matter how you look at it, this job is good. Coulson was busy at this time. The director transferred Hawkeye and Black Widow to him, but did not let him use Link. The main reason is to separate Link from the case, because Link's current identity is very useful and his abilities are excellent. The director specifically explained to him that Link should not be involved in this matter. In addition, Wilson Fisk did not move. On the one hand, he was protecting Link's identity, and on the other hand, he was covering this operation, which was specifically aimed at the hand and the association. The secret of the dragon bone must be kept. This matter is too big. If it is exposed, it will definitely be coveted, and it will be a disaster. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. does not keep any internal records, and only uses Nick Fury's secret personnel and equipment, so the movement must be small. Now Coulson is leading people to slowly investigate all the information about the Hand and the Union, striving to kill with one blow and uproot all the forces. The only clue they have is a recording of Link. However, Link could not continue to investigate this matter in depth. They took over and conducted a secret investigation. Black Widow was a master in this aspect, and Hawkeye was in charge of the operation. So, the situation is calm now, but Daredevil is still on the move, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is not paying attention. Daredevil's true identity is a blind lawyer. The blind man can move freely. Coulson paid attention and found that his fighting ability can only be said to be okay. And this guy pursues a no-kill strategy, even in the face of deadly force, so it's impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to recruit him. Recently, he discovered that Link had contact with him, but it was about the charitable foundation Link was planning to establish, which provided legal aid. There was no problem in this aspect, and Coulson stopped paying attention. At the critical moment, Link can hold the lawyer back and prevent him from causing trouble, which is also good. Link signed a contract with McCall, but he doesn't have to go to work yet, but there are some things that can be prepared in advance. The first is that McCall needs to find a place to live. Some subsidies can be given in this regard, but it is not all the responsibility of Link. It should be closer to Link's apartment and let McCall find a new place to live. Secondly, in terms of clothing, suits, ties, leather shoes, etc., after all, you are driving a Rolls-Royce, and as a driver, you must also pay attention to your image. Of course, you don't need to wear a hat and white gloves, just a normal mid-range suit, and this part can be reimbursed. Finally, there is the issue of applying for a concealed carry permit and equipping yourself with body armor. This is not urgent and needs to wait until the charity fund is established. Link has also been paying attention to the progress of the application recently. This is not difficult. According to the normal procedures, there are lawyers and accounting firms to provide information. Link owns Stark Industries stocks worth $60 million. This amount of money is not small. 5% of the annual dividend depends on Stark Industries' quarterly profit report. This is public information that can be found. As a listed company, the profit report cannot be hidden. The scale is not large, so the process was completed quickly. Then Link rented an office in an office building near Hell's Kitchen. This place is not big. There is no need to rent a floor as big as the next one. On the one hand, there is no need, and on the other hand, there is not so much money. It is only a quarter of the first floor, rented together with other companies. Link did not choose a high floor. The location is on the third floor of the office building. Bring Jessica here, and there are also people from the decoration company to replan this place. One is the office of the foundation manager, that is, Jessica, and there is an outer room, which is the office of her secretary. There must be meeting rooms, financial affairs, legal affairs, personnel, front desk, employee cubicles, etc. Although small, it has everything. There won't be many people, after all, it is just a small foundation. Of course, if it expands in the future, then it will naturally find a new location. Everything was slowly getting on track. A month later, the ordered vehicle arrived and parked in the apartment's underground parking lot, with only 2 of the 4 parking spaces occupied. McCall was called in to get familiar with the car first, and then he was ready to start work. Link asked Fergie Nelson to apply for a gun license for McCall. The Jessica Charity Foundation officially started running, and the first thing was to discuss the acquisition issue. Link took a fancy to an apartment, which was a small 5-story apartment with an area of only about 0.3 acres of land. The entire apartment belongs to an individual, so just talk to the owner directly. This place was rented before, but after Wilson Fisk began to acquire properties in Hell's Kitchen, the owner had already started preparing, but Fisk encountered problems. First, the accounts of the United Construction Company were discovered by Karen Page, and then Daredevil's disruption caused trouble for their business. Finally, the Hand and the meeting asked Fisk to first acquire large buildings. Such buildings occupy a large area, which is convenient for them to dig down. Therefore, no one came to negotiate for this small apartment on the edge. After Link saw it, he asked Jessica to take people to negotiate himself, which was considered as a training for her. When Jessica encountered something she liked, she did not go directly to the door, but investigated the owner and the apartment completely, and then went to the door with the information. As a driver, McCall naturally understood it more clearly. He found that the boss lady had a talent for investigating cases. She actually investigated the other party thoroughly and had the upper hand during the negotiation. Soon, the negotiation ended and it was completely acquired at a price of $800,000. This is the price of Hell's Kitchen. It is not as valuable as Link's previous townhouse. After all, it is too small, covering only 0.3 acres, with an area of more than 1,200 square meters. Moreover, the time of this building is old enough. It was built in 1920. Then he called a number of people from the design company to take a look. The answer they gave was that it was best to rebuild it. There was no value in reconstruction. This place is almost a dangerous building. Otherwise, it would not be so cheap. This $800,000 is the price of the land. Jessica needs to discuss with Link as soon as possible. Honey, the apartment has been acquired, but the people in the design company think that it is unnecessary to renovate it. It is better to rebuild it. The cost is too much. Jessica frowned and said. Link knew that it was a matter of money. He invested $1 million as the initial capital, and there were still $200,000 left after the acquisition. Among them, he had to pay salaries and maintain the normal operation of the law firm. No problem, I will invest another $1 million. There are only a few $100,000 left in Link's account now, which is their usual expenses, and the majority is stocks. It is not cost-effective for Link to sell stocks now, and it is contrary to the operating rules of the charity fund. Jessica has funds in her account, but it is less than $1 million. Recently, hiring a coach and buying new season clothes are not small. She is also a little embarrassed. After Link finished speaking, he thought for a moment and said, "You discuss the plan with the design company first, and then we will go to Las Vegas. Is that okay?" Jessica frowned. "Will you make them unhappy?" "No, it's a small amount, and I won the customers' money, not their casinos, so don't worry." Link didn't care, and if he was lucky, he would encounter another big game, then there would be no problem. Okay. Jessica nodded. Soon, she signed a contract with the design company, paid a deposit of $100,000, and talked to Murdoch and Nelson about another investment, and this time they would not dilute their shares. However, this is the last payment, and it will rely on the profits of the charity fund to operate, and the building will not be too high. This time it is planned to build 4 floors. The frame design of 1 underground floor and 3 above-ground floors, with large-scale use of floor-to-ceiling windows, makes the building structure very simple. The underground floor is a parking lot. Although it is on the edge of Hell's Kitchen, you still have to pay attention to safety. It is too easy to get into trouble if the car is parked outside, so just build an underground parking lot. The ground floor is the reception area, where the front desk is placed. It is divided into 2 parts. The left side is used for normal legal commissions, and the right side is the reception area for legal aid. The left side is a partition to ensure the privacy of customers, while the right side is an open area. The second floor is the office area for lawyers and assistants, and there is also a reception room for big customers, while the third floor is used by the foundation, which is responsible for the review of legal aid and other issues, including conference rooms. That's enough. It's March now, the temperature is good, and we can directly start demolition and then construction. It will be completed in about 4 months. Hey, Coulson, haven't you taken action recently? Link called Coulson. You don't need to ask about this case. It's mainly to separate you out and prevent Fisk from suspecting you. Coulson said, this time we are only targeting the hands and the meeting, especially the Keel problem, which must be kept strictly confidential. You have to remember this. Don't worry, I know the seriousness of this. Since I'm not needed, I'll take Jessica out on vacation. I just lack funds, so I'll go to Las Vegas this time. Link said. Okay, that's fine, so you'll be less suspicious. Coulson then laughed, you're just like going to withdraw money. No way, who made me so powerful? Link said, but this time I have to change to another one. I can't always go to the same one, otherwise people will really be rude to me and it will be troublesome. Just let me know if there is any problem. Coulson gave Link a little assurance. Okay. Link then hung up the phone. Then he took Jessica with him. Tracy was very envious. She recently found a boyfriend, but the situation was not good. Arrived in Las Vegas, Link had investigated the casino hotel here and changed to stay. Most of the time during the day was at the swimming pool. Link experienced the fun of applying sunscreen to people, and then at night he took Jessica to the casino first, and then watched various programs. It was completely like a vacation, making money was secondary, and Jessica also saw Link playing cards for the first time. He was really killing everyone, and he made $1 million in a few days. However, she also keenly discovered that the people in the casino had been targeting them on the third day, but withdrew in the next 2 days. Link knew that the casino people noticed them, but then withdrew them. Even if he didn't use Excite, he could still kill everyone with psychology. People who play in casinos have psychological flaws, and it is easy to find their psychological activities. Link is now quite famous, especially in Las Vegas. They know more about professional gamblers. For example, Link is quite famous in New York, so they are naturally concerned. And Link has won a big game and has tens of millions of cash assets. The casino does not know that Link has bought Stark Industries stocks. At present, Link is also a high-quality resource for the casino. This casino hotel is also preparing for a big game at this time. The participants are either rich or noble. This is what they often do to meet the needs of guests. Of course, the needs of these guests are different. Some seek excitement, some pursue victory or defeat, some hope to win money, and some fight to win. It is said that money can buy everything here. The casino hotel needs to satisfy the guests. Just the consumption and commission of these guests make them rich. Professional gamblers like Link have their own circles, but most of them will participate in Gambling King competitions. Once they win the championship, they will not only have lucrative benefits, but will also be valued by the casino. Or be hired as a technical director, or directly get some scattered shares. The benefits are huge, but Link is unwilling to participate because these benefits are dispensable to him. He is also unwilling to be tied to the casino because his hidden identity is an agent. He likes the identity of an agent more. He will become stronger by basking in the sun. There is no system and no need to seek a way to become stronger. His life should be more colorful. He is very satisfied now. Interesting, colorful, and now he has a girlfriend. He has everything he lacked in his previous life. What else does he want? Mr. Lin, I wonder if you are willing to attend a card game? The casino people showed up a few days later, and at this time Link's winnings have exceeded $5 million. He won a little too much this time, and he found that he had too little cash left, which would affect Jessica's purchase of luxury goods, especially the underwear he liked her to buy the most. Of course, but who will be there? Link asked with a smile. It's inconvenient to introduce their identities, just do your best, said the casino manager. Link raised his eyebrows, then nodded and said, no problem, change all the chips I deposited. By the way, what's the time? I'll have someone come to invite you at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. After the hotel manager finished speaking, he turned and left. In front of them, Link still looked very weak, but Link didn't care. These guys thought he was easy to control, which was the best. In this way, there might be more big games looking for him in the future. Of course, if someone doesn't follow the rules, that's also a good thing. He doesn't mind using the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he is a level 6 agent. Jessica, standing aside, wearing an evening gown, approached Link and asked, I don't feel well. Don't worry, someone is sending us money. Although the other party's identity is unwilling to be introduced, it doesn't matter. Link smiled, at least they dare not move here in the hotel. Jessica frowned, but didn't say much. She knew from the beginning that her boyfriend was a professional gambler, and it would be difficult to have a stable career. The next night, after the two finished dinner, they returned to the room and changed their clothes. Link was wearing a custom-made handmade suit, and Jessica changed into an evening gown. Then the hotel staff arrived and invited them to the VIP box. This time, Link didn't have to wait. There were already 4 people waiting here. Obviously, they knew each other and must have something to talk about. On the semicircular table, Link took a cigar and a bottle of bourbon, and then sat on the far right with Jessica. He observed carefully that there was 1 woman and 3 men present, including 2 old men, one black and one white, and 2 young men, 1 man and 1 woman, both white. Antonio, it's not too late to regret now. The black old man said with a smile. The white old man said with a serious expression, Sloan, my children and I are 3 people, and there is also a master hired by the casino. You may not win. Okay, let's see our luck. Sloan turned to look at the dealer. Let's start. Link looked at the chips on his table at this time. It was 10 million chips. The casino didn't say it before, and his chips were not enough. The casino supplemented him with more than 4 million. Don't think they are kind, but they know that they have the ability to repay. Link smiled slightly and smoked a cigar without saying a word. Jessica was very nervous and sat on Link's right, but she didn't dare to speak for fear of hindering Link. Link noticed it, patted her hand, and said, Relax a little, if you are tired, you can go to the side to rest and drink something. It doesn't matter, this is the first time I see you play cards. Jessica squeezed a smile. It seems that I need to take you out more often in the future so that you can adapt. Link laughed. He was alone here, and the dealer had already started dealing cards. The 5 people each put in $10,000 as a base. At the beginning of the game, Link found that the old man named Antonio and Sloan were the calmest. Antonio's children were also a little nervous. It seemed that they were using the gambling game to do something. In the first few games, Link almost didn't follow, just to lose a base, and his focus was to observe Sloan, who was the calmest one. Even Sloan's heartbeat didn't change much. Of course, when he looked at the cards, it was slightly higher. Now Link can not only use X-ray vision, but also super hearing to hear everyone's heartbeat. Jessica's heartbeat was the loudest. Hey, aren't you a master? The young man looked at Link after a few games. Link smiled and said, It seems that the casino didn't introduce me. My card skills are average, but I am good at psychology. I am observing, but now it's almost the same. Deal the cards, he said to the dealer. Old Antonio turned to his son and said, Santino, keep calm. Good father. Santino Antonio immediately looked well behaved. The woman next to him, who should be his sister judging by her age, had a slightly upturned mouth, looking happy. Link understood that the brother and sister were not harmonious enough, and he could take advantage of it. Link then began to kill everyone, even Sloan was no match for him, and Link's chips gradually increased. The 4 people finally began to look at Link. It turned out that he was a master hired by the casino, and the other party had figured out all 4 of them. Sloan looked at Link curiously, but did not speak. The same was true for old Antonio. The woman seemed very interested in Link. The most impatient one was Santino. He looked at Link with some annoyance. His temper just now made him look like a fool. Link's previous judgment was correct. There was a competitive relationship between the siblings. Now Santino felt that his previous actions had caused his father's dissatisfaction. And now Link's killing spree made him look stupid, which was very unfavorable to his future. Link didn't care about the other party's fiery eyes and continued to win. This money was not small, enough for him to buy another batch of Stark Industries stocks. And the tax payment time had passed. He could wait until next year to pay taxes next time. He had plenty of time. Smoking a cigar and tasting bourbon from time to time, Jessica also relaxed at this time, watching Link's killing with great interest, and even stood up to pour herself a glass of champagne. Before 12 o'clock, Link won all the chips. Sloan stood up and clapped his hands, saying, Very good, the young man's skills are very good. Link also stood up and said, I am a professional gambler. I am best at psychology. If you need me, you can always find me. I am active in New York. Of course, you are a good opponent. Can you give me a business card? Sloan didn't care about losing $10 million at all. Link gave him a business card. Sloan didn't leave anything behind. He turned to old Antonio and said, We all lost. This time it's a tie. Then he left directly. Link didn't know what the 2 sides talked about, but he didn't care much. Old Antonio also looked at Link and said, Young man, do you want to be hired? No, I don't. I have never lost since my debut. Once I accept someone's hiring, I will definitely win. Link shook his head, but then the gambling will not be under my control. That makes sense. Old Antonio nodded, then turned and left. His daughter gave Link a wink, then turned and left. But that Saint Dino raised his hand and pointed at Link before turning and leaving. Jessica asked at this time, "Dear, will there be any trouble?" "No, how could there be any trouble?" Link smiled disdainfully. "Okay, we won a lot this time, we can go home." Turning to the hotel manager, he said, "Change it into cash and deposit it in my account." "Okay, Mr. Lin." The other party said very politely. However, when Link received the call from the bank, he knew that this casino was not so generous. They not only deducted the previous more than 400, but also took a 10% commission. Link only got a little over 40 million, but he would not come back to this company again. It was not generous at all. The next day, the two of them left the hotel by car and flew back to New York. Link invested another $1 million and then deposited $5 million into Jessica's account. He found Langley and bought less than 3,000 Stark Industrial stocks again, leaving the remaining millions for living expenses. Every morning at 9 o'clock, McCall would come to the underground parking lot of the apartment, and after Jessica went downstairs and got in the car, he would take Jessica to the office of the charity fund, which had been decorated, and now Jessica went there for recruitment every day. Some relevant personnel still need to be recruited in full. After all, the foundation now has stocks worth 90 million. Link also has a position here, which is the investment director, and he is responsible for the investment of the foundation. Jessica is mainly responsible for charity matters, and the foundation needs to review the free cases accepted by the law firm, which involves a lot of situations. Criminal cases generally do not generate income, but civil compensation cases do. Once the lawsuit is won, it will not be included in the funding sequence, and the attorney fees will be charged as usual. Link will not work at the foundation for the time being, because there is no need for investment, and he is a bit idle now. Card games are not held every day, and there are only a few games a month, usually on weekends. Link took the car keys, got up and went downstairs, drove his car, and merged into the traffic in New York amid the roar. He did not think about what else he could do, because starting from next year, he would probably be very busy, so the current free time is only temporary. When Link was driving and doing nothing, he suddenly found someone staring at him, which was easy to find. This was the first time that he was actually stared at. Even Wilson Fisk did not send anyone to stare at him, so combined with recent events, he could easily guess who it was. That Santino Antonio? Link's car started to drive towards Hell's Kitchen. Entering the area of Hell's Kitchen, he chose a secluded parking lot, then parked the car, got the keys, and walked away. The stalker also stopped the car and followed him on foot, and Link walked into an alley. The stalker followed him into the alley, but Link's figure disappeared. He immediately became alert and took out a pistol with a silencer. Holding the gun in both hands, he walked forward cautiously. There were a lot of debris and trash cans in the alley. The stalker searched carefully. But he didn't know that Link was floating above his head. He came here just to avoid some surveillance. Link quietly fell down, and behind the other party, he stretched out his hand and pinched the back of the other party's neck, and then lifted it. The stalker instantly pinched his neck with a huge force, and his feet left the ground. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't move at all. He held the gun with one hand and wanted to pass through his armpit and shoot from behind, but the pistol was taken away by the other party in an instant. Bang! Link snatched the other party's pistol, and then threw the man directly against the wall beside him, knocking him unconscious. When the other party came to his senses, he sat on the ground against the wall and looked up at himself in horror. Link smiled and asked, "Okay, now tell me, why are you following me? And you are holding a pistol with a silencer. You obviously want to kill me, right?" The stalker said nothing and just looked at Link. Link pointed the gun at the other's forehead and said, "I will count to 3. If you don't say anything, then there is no need to say anything. 3. 2. You can't escape. You've been rewarded. The killer will keep finding you and then kill you." The other party finally spoke, and Link also understood that he was actually rewarded. He asked curiously, "How much am I worth?" 300,000 US dollars. The other party did not hide it, and then grinned, "You're dead." "Where is the reward for me?" Link asked. "I don't need to know the name of the employer, I just need to know where the reward for me is, how about it?" "Continental Hotel." The killer said. "Are you going?" Puff puff. Link fired 2 shots in a row and killed the man directly. Then he squatted down and searched. He found 2 spare magazines, some cash and 2 gold coins on the killer's upper body. Holding the gold coins, Link observed carefully and was curious in his heart. Is there a Continental Hotel in this world? He turned around and left with the gun, returned to the parking lot and drove away, then took out his phone and called Coulson. "Do you know the Continental Hotel?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Coulson asked. "Send me the address, I want to go and see." Link didn't say that he was wanted. He just happened to have nothing to do now, so he might as well go and see. "No problem, I'll send it to you now." Coulson hung up the phone and sent the address. He didn't worry about Link. Link's strength is not weak. Whether it's shooting or fighting, plus his psychological attainments, he will generally not have any problems. Just like he won't worry about Hawkeye and Black Widow. Link doesn't have his own code name yet, because these code names are not given by S.H.I.E.L.D., but are made up by himself. Link looked at the text message, then stepped on the accelerator and ran directly to the Continental Hotel. Soon, he arrived at the Continental Hotel, which was built on a triangular land with the main entrance in a corner, which is relatively small. Link parked at the door, handed the key and tip to the doorman, and walked in directly. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the front desk opposite him. There was only a bald black man wearing a pair of glasses. It was indeed the Continental Hotel he knew. This front desk was probably Sharon, the right-hand man of Winston, the manager of the Continental Hotel in New York. Stepping to the front desk, Link asked, "How can I see your manager?" "Sir, do you have an appointment?" Sharon saw a stranger. He had almost the impression of ordinary people. After all, he had been a receptionist here for a long time. "No, but I think Mr. Winston would want to see me. After all, I should have been rewarded by you just now." Link grinned. "I need an explanation for this matter." Karen's pupils shrank. It was the first time that a person with a reward came here and stood in front of him to ask for an explanation. "Please wait." Sharon picked up the phone and then dialed it. After waiting for a few seconds, the other party picked up the phone. "Sir, there is a guest with a reward who wants to see you." "Oh?" Winston was also stunned. This was also the first time he encountered this, but it was obvious that the other party had the confidence. "Okay, bring him to the garden," Winston said and put down the phone. He was thinking about who this person was. After all, the daily bounty was not small. Sharon put down the phone and said, "Please follow me. Mr. Winston is waiting for you." Link followed directly, and the two soon came to the terrace garden of the hotel. Winston sat at a long table, smoking a cigar and drinking tea. The sun was good today. Link walked over and came directly to Winston's side, which made Sharon very nervous. After all, the other party was not one of them and might not know the rules of the Continental Hotel. However, Link did not do anything out of the ordinary. Instead, he opened the cigar box in front of Winston, took out a cigar, and then put it under his nose and smelled it. Good stuff. Link picked up the cigar cutter, cut it at the tail, and then walked to the opposite side of Winston and sat down. "Tell me, is it the bounty of Santino Antonio?" Link took out a lighter and toasted the cigar as if this was his territory. Winston smiled and said, "Young man, you are very courageous." "No, it's you who are courageous. You dare to offer a bounty on anyone." Link held the cigar in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep breath. After savoring it for a while, he exhaled smoke rings one by one. He is dead, and he needs to pay a heavy price before he dies. I must let people know that I can't be manipulated at will. Winston was stunned, and then asked, "Young man, I remember you. Your name is K. Lin, a Chinese. We did offer a bounty on you, but you can rest assured that killing is not allowed in the Continental Hotel, but once you walk out of here, it's hard to say. Hee, Link laughed, but then he continued to smoke the cigar, thinking in his heart whether he should use the identity of S.H.I.E.L.D. If he used this identity, it would undoubtedly be the simplest, but once he used it, he would not be able to continue his cover identity as a professional gambler. He likes his current identity very much, and Coulson did not let him participate in the mission of the Destroyer and the Society before, just to let him keep the status quo. Link took another puff and said, "It seems that you are not going to cancel it." "Of course." Winston said, "The Continental Hotel will only be cancelled if the employer cancels it, but that will also cost a price." "Very well, I will be here tonight. I hope you are ready." Link said, "We are each responsible for all consequences." Winston was in disbelief and asked, "Are you kidding me?" "Of course not. You can prepare as many people as possible. I will use you as my stepping stone. I just remembered that I still lack a title." Link looked up at the sky. "This opportunity is good. I will step on you. Go up there and this will be my fight for fame." Winston felt that the person in front of him was a madman. "Do you know what you are talking about? Is there any difference?" Link asked back, "I have already been offered a reward. Although it is only $300,000, the trouble will continue. Since the trouble cannot be solved, then solve the troublemaker. This method is not very good. Okay? Thank you for the cigar." Link stood up, holding a cigar in his mouth, and then took out 2 gold coins from his suit pocket. Ding ding. It was like a reward. "Remember to prepare more people. I will arrive on time at midnight. If there are few people, I will be very disappointed." After saying that, Link walked away. Sharon looked at Link's back, then turned around and asked, "Sir, what should we do now?" Winston's face was gloomy. He had been in the Continental Hotel in New York for more than 40 years, and this was the first time he encountered such a situation. However, he did not allow the other party's provocation, but the question was, would the other party really come? Notify Santino and ask him to come here and prepare manpower. The Continental Hotel does not allow provocation. Winston said, picked up the phone, and then dialed it. He called old Antonio. "Mr. Antonio, your son has issued a bounty at the Continental Hotel in New York. The other party came to the door and threatened to attack here tonight. Do you know who the other party is?" Old Antonio did not know about his son's affairs. He had a terminal illness and would soon die. Sloan, who had met in Las Vegas before, was the leader of the Assassins' League. The other party's Assassins' League had a long history of thousands of years, and they had no conflicts with each other before. However, the code of conduct of the Assassins' League changed a few years ago, and there was friction between the two sides, but the assassins of the Assassins' League were more powerful than the killers of the Continental Hotel, that is, they had too few people. The negotiation between the two sides was mainly to prevent the Assassins' League from entering Italy. After all, that was the family's base camp. Both sides lost at the gambling table, so it was a draw. "I didn't know about this matter. So Lin is a professional gambler, but he actually said so now. It seems not simple." Old Antonio said, "You can go all out. If you need the help of the council, then I can help. I don't need help here for the time being, but I want Santino to come over at night." Winston said. "Okay, since he provoked it, then I will let him go." Old Antonio hung up the phone. Link drove back home, then opened his small arsenal, then frowned, and then closed it again. He turned around and left home again, drove to the industrial area, found a small processing plant, and asked them to make a throwing knife for him. This time it was an indoor battle, and it didn't necessarily require firearms. He took $50,000 to the boss and asked them to start making throwing knives with all their strength now. Link made it according to the style of willow leaf throwing knives. With his own strength, it is enough to shoot through any bulletproof suit. He didn't plan to use his own weapons. After all, his weapons were all from S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. support was not needed. It was just the Continental Hotel in New York. And he also wanted to have some characteristics. After all, Hawkeye, Black Widow and even Iron Knight were all code names he had typed out, so he had to type out one himself. He called Jessica and asked her to go to Tracy's house at night, and then hung up the phone without explaining. Jessica must be worried, but she would be more worried if he explained it now. Link also understood that he couldn't always appear too weak and low-key. It was good for the casino to ask him to participate in the game, but the guests didn't follow the rules, and the casino also looked at the people and served them. Most people wouldn't do this, and this Santino was obviously too arrogant. Link combined the Continental Hotel and also thought of this guy, who was a villain in John Wick. This guy had no moral bottom line. In order to get a seat at the high table, he hired a killer to kill his own sister, and then offered a reward for the killer's life, calling it revenge for his sister. On the road of not doing anything, he has been going further and further away. He lost the card game and asked for a killer. He didn't care about the money, but his face. He felt that Link made him lose face, which was not uncommon for him. And Link could easily guess that it was him. Now he was given a chance. In S.H.I.E.L.D., he was not a core member for the time being. Nick Fury might be interested in training him, but he still lacked a record. Then he would use the Continental Hotel in New York as his stepping stone. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Link stopped the factory and checked it. There were hundreds of willow leaf throwing knives. The processing capacity of the small factory was not strong, and they did not have a mold. For this reason, they first made a mold and then started to work. $50,000 was worth their one-day stoppage to serve Link. Link left with his things. He was wearing a pair of jeans, Martin boots, and a black cotton t-shirt. He tied a sports waist bag around his waist, put all the scimitars in it, and drove to the Continental Hotel, arriving an hour early. He stopped far away, got out of the car and leaned against it, then took out a cigar and a bottle of bourbon, put the wine on the hood, and then carefully handled the cigar. For an hour, he planned to slowly enjoy a cigar and a bottle of bourbon. In the hotel, Winston was drinking tea in the terrace garden, and there were dozens of killers sitting or standing in the lobby on the first floor, and there were killers in each room. Winston did not use the power of the hotel this time, but summoned a large number of killers here, and the reward of $300,000 was not a small amount. And Santino Antonio was also in the terrace garden. He didn't think it was a big deal at this time. He didn't believe that the arrogant guy could come here. If it weren't for his father's order, he wouldn't come here. Winston, you are too cautious. Do you really think that person can kill here? Santino asked. No, I don't think so, but he was the first guy to provoke the Continental Hotel. Winston said, so we must take it seriously and make him pay the price to warn those who come later. Winston didn't tell the truth. He actually thought there were two possibilities. One was that Link was killed to warn others. The other possibility was that Link really came here, and then he was ready to hand over Santino. As for the future, it would take the high table to solve it. He didn't intend to use his own power. There were also people from Santino outside, guarding the entrance to the terrace garden. Link looked at the time. There were still 5 minutes to 0, and he couldn't be late. He picked up the bottle and drank it in one breath, then walked over slowly with a cigar, and at the same time reached his hands into his waist bag and took out a throwing knife from it. He came to the door and looked at the time. It was a few seconds late, so he just stepped into the door directly. The moment he entered, the assassins in the lobby looked over. Link bit his cigar and smiled, "Hi." Everyone moved and began to draw their guns. They did not leave their weapons outside. Swish. Link raised his hands and the flying knife in his hand flew out directly, puff, puff. End of the first part. You heard it in Eugene Fanfiction.